Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the first interview of our first candidate, the first one on the rack, Dr. Asplin. I would like to introduce the board members first. I'm Caroline Zucker. I'm the chair. Introduce yourself.
I'm Shirley Brown, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Bridget Ziegler, School Board Member.
Jane Goodwin.
I'm Eric Robinson.
And sitting down there is our ever faithful, fabulous Miss Kathy Tompkins, who takes care of everything for us. In our room is Andrea Messina from the Florida School Board Association, Dr. Bill Vogel, who's ran this search, Mina, got your last name, Mina, and Craig Meneglia, our Director of Communications. This is going to be a fast few minutes here, so the process for the time schedules, every candidate will have 90 minutes for our board interview. We have 90 minutes for our board interviews this morning. And each of the candidates will have 5 minutes to provide an opening statement. And each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions: operations, business, finance, personal leadership, instructional excellence, and board and staff community relations. Each board member is allocated 15 minutes and is prepared to ask up to 5 questions. The number of questions each gets to will depend upon the length of your response. You will have time at the end for final thoughts. We will start with the following 5 minutes for any opening comments that you may have, Dr. Asplin.
Right. Thank you. Am I on?
Is it red light on?
Red light is on, yes.
You're on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and I am truly delighted to be here today and to see you all and to sit in this seat again. But I do appreciate you having me here and interviewing me today. I want to thank the board and I want to thank the selection committee for inviting me. So yes, sir. Oh, I thought it was on, but now it's a bright red.
Brighter red.
So again, thank you. I'm very honored to be here this morning and be here in Sarasota County. As you know, I believe as you know, this isn't really about a job to me. This is, I'm very selective in the openings that I've applied for, and I really, really am interested in Sarasota County. And professionally, I really believe that we can work together to really help the students here in Sarasota County reach the next level and have the opportunities that they should have moving forward. Personally, I and my wife, we like to serve where we work, and living here in Sarasota County and serving in the community and being involved in the community is definitely a must. And we vacation here. Once a year we usually come and vacation. We've been to Longboat Key and Siesta Key and all the different places. And this weekend we were actually over in Venice, and Venice was really amazing for us and my family. I didn't realize this, but then I did when I was talking to my parents. I grew up in North Fort Myers, and so we would always come to Venice Beach. And my mom just really loved Venice Beach, and now I know why. It's very, very nice. Had a couple of manatees come by and touch my leg at the beach, which was amazing, and the sand dollars. And my grandson, who is a year and a half now, he just really enjoyed the water. But the area is just amazing. We really love the arts. And I guess about a month ago, my wife and I came and we drove around the entire county again just to take a look at the schools again. And I must say, the schools are amazing. They're very, very well maintained. The performing arts centers are just terrific, just fantastic. And I've been also following the news over the years in Sarasota just to see what's going on. And when we were driving around, though, I know we were out at Venice, and we were in Inglewood area, Northport area, and I remembered last time I was here, visited Herring Creek, and that's where I met the teachers and saw what was going on with the students and so forth, and that was just fantastic. But Northport's a very nice area with a big school and the performing arts theater. Also, I saw that there were a few things like Booker High School and the Visual Art and Performing Arts School. Dr. Rachel Shelley was the 2019 Florida Education Associate Principal of the Year, and that's just fantastic. I think that was awesome to see in the paper. I know I have 5 minutes, so I'll move forward. As you know, I bring multi-level proven experience to the district. I've been in 2 different school districts. I was in Seminole County for 18 years, and I've been in St. Johns County now for 14 years. I've worked for 4 different superintendents. I have teacher experience. I was a dean, assistant principal, an adjunct professor at the college, associate superintendent for human resources for 4 years, and now deputy superintendent for 5 years. But working in 2 different districts has been a plus for me and my experience. I've gained numerous and varied experience over that time, and I just wanted to just tell you a few things of what I've been doing over the last 5 years. First of all, leading many departments. The only department that I didn't actually lead was the operations department. That Deputy Superintendent Kathy Middlestad actually just became the superintendent in Flagler County. But I've worked very closely with the operations department on quite a few projects and leading that effort. But the curriculum and instruction, testing and accountability, exceptional student education, early childhood federal programs, all of those, student services, student support services, been working with everyone to make sure that we do not have silos and that we're all working together. I fully implemented the PLC process in our district over the last 3 years. I was involved in the Do 4 Academy. There were 60 folks from across the nation who were involved in that back about 10 years ago with the Do 4s. And I started working that at Bartow Trail High School when I first came to St. John's. But these last 3 years, our superintendent really made that a priority. And I pushed that initiative, and it has been one of the greatest things that we've done. We've continued to have gains every single year. Our ESE graduation rate went from 69% to 85%. Our graduation rate for the whole district's at 94%. Supported 2 turnaround schools that one went from a D to a B, one went from a D to an A. We converted our First Coast Technical College from a charter school over to a regular school in our district, and I'm working on their strategic plan as we speak. I evaluate principals. I assist with hiring and placing principals. I hire all the assistant principals, assisted with rezoning, reduce the number of high-stakes testing, also instrumental in opening 3 new K-8s, and a lot of it's based on my dissertation research. Yes?
Time.
Oh, time. I'm sorry.
I'm really going to be a stickler because we have such a limited time.
Sure.
I would ask the board members now to begin with, I'll begin with Mrs. Brown, but I would ask us to just ask the question and allow to answer the question, and don't put our own personal opinions or anything else Don't digress into what's about us. It's about the candidate today. Mrs. Brown?
Discuss the most difficult personnel problem that you've ever had to deal with and how you handled it.
Okay. As the Associate Superintendent of Human Resources, there were quite a few of those, as you can imagine.
I'm having trouble
Oh,
hearing, so maybe
sorry.
move your book to the side so you could bring them,
Okay.
get closer.
All right. So working as the Associate Superintendent for Human Resources, there were quite a few personnel issues to deal with ongoing. I think one of the most difficult was when you are handling a situation with someone who you know. However, you are following policy, you're doing what is right, finding all of the facts and moving through that as I would with any other employee. And I know in particular, there was one time where I knew the person very well, and the situation was such that we needed to terminate that person. And that was one of the most difficult things, but it needed to be done. And part of what I do there, again, is collecting all the facts, make sure I have all the information, talk to the person to find out their side of the story, talk to all the other folks who were involved. I also sat with the union, talked to the union about the entire situation. And in this case, you know, the union did agree that this was a situation where we needed to terminate the person, and the superintendent recommended that as well. And so then coming back at the end of that and sitting down with the person again to lay all the facts out on the table and terminate that person, that was probably one of the hardest personnel issues I've had to deal with. You know, anytime you have to terminate someone, it's just not pleasant. You don't like to do it. You don't ever want to do it, but it is necessary sometimes, and you need to make sure that you have all your ducks in the row and you move forward.
Thank you. Give an example of how you have either collectively or collaboratively bargained with an employee contract, and what's your philosophy on bargaining?
Yes, so I have been on the bargaining team since 2011. So for the past 9 years, I've been at the table. It's myself and our CFO, our bargaining leader, and our HR person. Those are the four of us who really sit at the table. My experience has been working through full book a couple of times, also working through issues that have popped up, obviously working with compensation every single year. My thought on that is that we need to be as collaborative as possible. I know in negotiations, you know, we say we come to the table and we have one side of the table and the other side of the table. And I wish I honestly, and I've said this to all of our leadership, it'd be great to sit at a big round table, you know, and everybody, every other person, and really not talk about, you know, this side and that side and everything on the board in red is the union side and everything in the blue is the district side. You know, we all work together. And we all support each other, and we need to do that. And we need to, my thought is we need to come up with solutions to problems. We need to listen to what the union is saying. We need to listen to what teachers and non-instructional folks are saying and what their needs are. We also then need to discuss with them the districts, whatever the district needs to talk through with them to make sure that they understand, you know, where our budget is and those types of things, so that we can all work together. I know the latest that we're working on now is, well, with COVID-19, there's a lot of different things that we're working on, but right before that, we started to work on planning time. We were trying to figure out, you know, this planning time has been in our CBA for a long, long time, and we have an opportunity to work together and figure this out, because, you know, you get, you know, 50 minutes here and 45 minutes here, and now our classes are 60 minutes or 45 minutes. Is there a different way that we can all come together? Teachers are professionals. They know what they're doing. They can spend their time planning and be effective with that. Now that we have the PLC process, a lot of our teachers, most of our, like to get together in groups and collaborate, and how does that work with unencumbered planning time? So for me, it has been, let's all sit down together and discuss this, and we want to come up with a great plan.
Thank
together.
you.
together.
Can you describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment? That's a big question, I know, but I want to make sure we get that in.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment.
Yes. So an example of that this past year, for instance, in our pre-K and first grade area, it seemed to be that the behaviors were escalating, and we were dealing with that quite a bit. So we had to step back and take a look at our PBIS, Positive Behavior Instructional System, especially in our elementary schools. And we went ahead and had training with the teachers again, and also brought in something called conscious discipline for teachers. And so we trained our teachers over the summer in those two areas to kind of revamp the school in our Tier 1 area, so that all of our students understood the routines and the expectations and so on and so forth. Obviously, you're still going to have Tier 2, Tier 3 folks, but I will tell you that when we did that this summer and then this past year, we really worked through that, and our students, I think our behavior really de-escalated. And in monitoring that, as going around to different schools and seeing what's on the walls, talking about routines, talking with the custodial staff, have you seen a difference, in discipline just in the school? And they even have, and they're on board too. Everyone's on board with the PBI's training. So I think that is one issue. The other is safety issue, created single points of entry in all of our schools. Really tried to have our entrances remodeled with plexiglass and so forth, but also try to make it still look welcoming. Trying to do that, and then teach our kids, our students, what is the routine now when you come to school? How do we operate inside the school? What are the safety issues that we need to be aware of? I think we've done a really good job with that. Spent a considerable amount of money, but we do have the Safe Schools money that we used, and our mental health money that we've used too, for our MTSS piece and the PBIS piece. So.
Thank you. Can you explain your experiences with dealing with different programs like special education, if Title I programs, and career tech or at-risk programs?
Yes. So in our ESE department, our funding in our IDEA is $7 million, and we put a tremendous amount of training together every single year, and so that our teachers have that training. And as you know, now there's the 20-hour requirement on certification, so most of our teachers are going through that. One of the things that we really try to do is make sure that that the PD that we offer our teachers for that 20-hour for their certification is PD that reflects our initiatives in our school district, and making sure that our teachers know what the IEPs say, making sure that they're following those and providing the accommodations that are needed. We also make sure that during IEP meetings, we've had training on how to run those and work with parents on those, since IEPs are a team commitment with the parent. And so we've trained our teachers quite a bit on that. Also with the ESE piece, one thing I noticed with our curriculum department and our ESE department is that all fantastic, wonderful folks, they are all really doing a good job. And when they're out there talking to the teachers, they're doing what they think they should do. And one thing I heard from the teachers was they were a little confused. They heard one thing from our curriculum department folks, and with our pacing guides and what our curriculum was. And then ESE, they were hearing something a little bit different, even though it was great. They were hearing a little bit different. So they're very confused, and how does this go together? So I spent all last year having the ESE department, the curriculum department work together, and they still now continue to do so. They're not working in silos, and they're now on the same page helping our teachers work through those ESE challenges and making sure that we're doing what's best for our students.
Thank you. What's your experience in facilities management and/or construction or growth planning?
Yes. So in St. John's, we've had a lot of growth. We're building schools all the time. We have 2 being built right now. We did get the half-cent sales tax, which has helped us to move forward with our new construction. If we hadn't done that, we wouldn't have been able to move forward. And we're still, overcrowded even with the 2 new schools coming on board. Collecting impact fees, looking at concurrency, pulling all that money in from the developers to help us with that as well, along with the sales tax. And then also, our CFO went to New York recently and picked up some more COPS money so that we could build these 2 schools, about $100 million worth for both schools. Our K-8 school is going to be around $40 million. Our high school is around $75 million. And so financially, we're doing well with that now. We're building our schools. We also buy our own materials during construction so that we don't have to pay sales tax on that, which has, with 2 schools, that'll save us about $1 million. And then along with that, we have the rezoning piece, which we're working through, and then the curriculum side. What are we going to offer? What are we going to have in our schools and in our new high school that we're building? What is the academy going to be? And we had to create the spaces before construction and before design. So we did all of that. So we're just moving along on all aspects, and we'll be open on those 2 schools in 21-22 school year.
Thank you. What's your experience working with charter schools, magnet schools, and private schools?
Yes. So I was the principal of a magnet school in Seminole County. It was a performing arts magnet school, performing arts / pre-IB magnet school in Sanford, Florida. It was a Title I school, 2,100 students. We moved that school from a C to an A in 1 year. A high poverty Title I school. Probably around, I think it was around 70% minority. We had to do a lot of things there. I brought the reading program there, and also the writing program, writing across the content area. So I worked in that magnet school, and really I thought we were very successful in that magnet school. As far as charter schools are concerned, we had 5, and we now have 3. 2 have closed because of finances over the last couple of years. We have 3 now that we work with closely. We try to help them with whatever we can help them with. We do provide PD that they can share with us, and we help them when they have questions about finances and also about ESE. That seemed to be a problem. We had to really coach them up on the ESE requirements and make sure that they were doing that. And this particular charter school that we have right now is a Montessori school with about 100 students in it.
One more question. Is there still time? Yeah, I didn't check. What experience have you got? We have our own police department here doing the school resource officers. What did your school do, or what's your experience with your police officers, SROs?
Yeah, so we have a very good relationship with the sheriff's office. We've had that for a long, long time. And 3/4 of our school are manned by our sheriff's department deputies. We receive $2 million in safety money that we utilize to pay for that. Still costs us another $1 million out of our own budget, our own general revenue budget. But like I said, we have a great relationship with them. Also, we have 2 resource officers from the St. Augustine Beach Police Department, and 2 of those, each one mans one of our elementary schools. Then we also work with a security company called Allied, and we have around 11, we call them from the Guardian program side of things. We have those security officers, and they are armed, and they are in 11 of our schools. And then we do hire with our resource officers. We hire obviously more than we need to make sure that we have substitutes available and leadership available with our sheriff's office. But we have a fantastic relationship with our police department and our sheriff's office, and they help us and are all over our safety and our testing that we do, our assessor testing, and every single month they're out at the schools going through processes and procedures with our principals and our teachers throughout the year, and we feel very confident with our security.
Thank you.
In St. John's.
Thank you.
Is my time up? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I know it seems like That's what I feel like ever since I put my feet on the floor this morning.
No, that's great. I know we just had assistant principal interviews, and I try to keep them at 20 minutes. And I tell people, you look, we have this many 20 minutes, we move forward. And if you're not done, you're not done. But that's the only way to get through it. I understand that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming back and for
Yes,
applying
ma'am.
again.
Yes, ma'am.
We really appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We're going to get more questions.
Are we moving out now?
No, we go to the next board member.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
You only get that question.
She's ready to have this over with.
Are we finished?
No, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you. My first question is a follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
To your, my question about the budget. We each got to submit 5 questions.
Yes, sir.
And specifically your answer about hiring associate teachers
Yes, sir.
for $30,000 to team up with certified teachers.
Yes,
Could
sir.
you expound upon that and when that is acceptable and when that is not acceptable?
Yes, I'm glad that you asked about that. I know that was part of the answer to what would you cut in the budget, and I did put that in there back in 2009. Back in 2009, during this recession, I was a principal at the time, but at that time, the Human Resources Department, working with the union, decided to. The executive director of HR had this idea, this associate teacher idea, and talked through it with the union. They both agreed that it was a good idea and put it in the CBA. So it's been in our CBA since 2009. And then when I came in as the Human Resources Associate Superintendent, it was there. And as we would go through the year and talk about it with teachers, union, everything, I've never had any negatives that have come through. So by putting that on here, in my mind, it was, okay, we're trying to find ways to cut the budget or spend less money. This is one of the things that we utilize in St. John's, and it does save money. That's the only reason I put it in there. I'm not married to it. I'm not, if Sarasota County doesn't ever want to talk about it again, I'm fine with that. I was pushing forward something that's been in our CBA for 10 years, and it was simply a suggestion for another way to save money, just like the other 7 or 8 suggestions that I have in there. That's about all the thought process went through there, is how much can we save. But like I said, I am pro teacher. I said it before. I haven't had teachers talk to me about that they didn't like it. If I had, we would have brought it up way before now in St. Johns County to say we need to look at this again. But if that is something that will not work in Sarasota, I am fine with that. Like I said, I'm not married to that. It was just a suggestion, merely just a suggestion. That's all it was. So that's my feeling on that particular book.
Speaking of being married to things, I just want to thank you for bringing.
Oh, yes, this is my wife.
Oh, I thought that was your daughter. I'm sorry. So, what do you think is an optimal range for operating fund balance to be at?
The operating fund balance. I noticed that your policy states 7.5%. You don't want to go below 7.5%.
And we also have a maximum.
And you do. You have a
Yes.
maximum.
So I was asking if you think there should be a range. If so, what would that range be?
Yeah, I think having a fund balance anywhere between the 7.5 or 8% range and probably 15% is a good range. I know in St. John's at one point, right around the recession, we had built it up to around 25 to 28%, which was a good thing because it helped us when we had the recession and we didn't need to release employees. We were able to use that in a temporary fashion. But I think that range is a good range. I think when you start getting up around the 20% range, then it might be too high, and we need to utilize that in different ways. But getting it down below the 10% range, somewhere between 7.5 and 12% is a healthy place to be in case something comes up like a hurricane or COVID or some way that you need to use money quickly in an emergency situation. I think we need to at least have the 7.5.
What do you think the proper role for an internal auditor is?
Proper role for an internal auditor. I think that person should, pull all of the information that they need to pull and look through that information. And when they find something that is a red flag, they need to obviously talk to the superintendent and talk to those folks in the departments in which the red flag might have occurred so that we can,
No, nothing.
so that we can then discuss it and fix the problems. I think their role is very important in that we rely on them to look through all of our paperwork and let us know if we are out of line anywhere.
I think my time is up, but I had one more question.
No,
but-
you're fine.
Oh, I'm fine? Can I? Oh, I thought it was 5 minutes. I did it
No.
wrong.
That's me. I have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. What are your thoughts? So we have equal funding, equalized funding, equitable funding. So my question is about equitable funding.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about equitable funding?
I think equitable funding is very important. I can tell you when I was in Seminole County, for instance, and I was working at the Title I school, 2100 in that school, the superintendent in Seminole County really made sure that our Title I schools had what we needed as far as technology is concerned, extra money for reading programs, other folks, interventionists, reading coaches, math coaches, those types of things. So we always received a little bit more money. When I was in more of an affluent school as a principal, I understood that. I'll give me my budget, I'll work with them on budget, but I know that more money needs to go toward the areas where you might have to purchase more human resources and instructional resources. So I think that we need to always keep our eye on all of our schools to make sure that they are equitably funded. And if we are missing the mark somewhere, we need to correct that.
Okay. Thank you. When do you think it's a proper time to use COPS for funding, and when is it a proper time to, you mentioned the 1 penny, the half penny sales tax, and when do you think it's a proper time to go out for a referendum for additional funding?
Yes, so I think that the referendum for extra funding is something that, at least for us, has helped us to front money in certain circumstances so that we do not have to borrow as much money as we would have had to borrow through COPS. For us, we have quite a few loans that are going to sunset in 2021. We are almost capped out in that sense to where we could only borrow a certain amount. So the surtax, the $20 million, we thought it would be 13, it ended up being $20 million a year that's coming in from with all of our tourists and so forth, which has been fantastic. That has really helped us so that we do not have to borrow as much, which is great because once it sunsets in 2021, we'll have much more credit. Right now, we had such a small gap that $100 million that we did borrow, it would have been much larger if we did not have the sales tax to utilize in that sense.
Speaking of millage, what do you think? So we're able to go up to a higher millage than where we're at by going through referendum. What would you think could be optimal millage rate to be?
Are you talking about the operations side or
The operations side.
Yeah, I think,
What max at the capital? I'm talking about the operational.
Yes. I know you have a 1 mil, and I know that brings about $66 million because you have $60 billion in property taxes or property values. I think that's a fantastic amount, having that 1 mil. In St. John's, on the capital side, we have the 1.5. We have the surtax for the capital side. We do not have any referendum on the operations side. The only thing that concerns me there is non-recurring money. And when you start using it for recurring expenses, makes me a little nervous. But I think if we do it right and we plan it correctly, we can still use, because I know you utilize a lot of it for salaries and the arts here in Sarasota County, and it's very important that we continue to get the referendum because of that fact. We never want to lower people's salaries because we didn't get the referendum. So having a plan B or having a backup plan to that in case that were to happen, not saying that it will, but in case it does, is very important. But in the meantime, I think it's very important that we move forward and try to make sure that we keep that.
What are your thoughts on zero-based budgeting?
Yeah, so, every year we bring the principals in to go through their entire human resources roster. And we look at what money they have, what money they're spending to make sure that we don't overspend. By doing that, we feel that that is more of a zero-based situation. Having the principal start all over again and our departments start all over again, look at where we got, because our initiatives change. Our initiatives change every single year, and we need to make sure that we're going back to say, are we just spending money because we've been spending that same money for 20 years in that area, or do we need to go back and wipe it clean and start over again and make sure that we're using it for the right purposes and the right initiatives? So then back to the principals in the schools, as I mentioned in my paperwork before, overspending for us by one person at every school would cost us around $3 million. And we were able to, through our staffing committee that we created, that first year we saved $1.8 million because we were overspending in certain areas. And so I think from that standpoint, zero-based budgeting is a good thing.
So we have an unlimited need and unlimited resources. What do you think the optimal number that we should be getting from the state for funding for students per student?
Per student amount? You're talking about the BSA piece or the total?
Total.
I think you all are around 8,200 per student. I know we're around 7,600 per student. The fact that you have the 1 mil on the operating side helps that. I think that brings you up to about 10,000 per student. I think that's a good amount. I think 10,000 is a good amount compared to what we are looking at is 7,600, and what we do with our 7,600, and what you all are doing with your 10,000 basically per student allocation.
There's a big gap between our district and your district for free and reduced lunch.
Yes.
How would you envision that showing up in the budget? How would you budget differently here than you have in your county?
Yeah, so our Title I budget is around $3 million, and your Title I budget is around $8 million, because you have 45% free and reduced compared to our 21% free and reduced lunch. I think utilizing that money to, first of all, decide what percentage you want for each school to be called a Title I school. I know we just went through that. We had 8 schools that we called Title I schools because we were at 45% and above in each one of those schools. We decided to knock that back to 4 schools. So you have to be at 65 to 70% so that we could take that $3 million in Title I and place it in the 4 schools instead of spreading across the 8 schools. So I think that $8 million, and looking at your 45%, and in each school, how many schools do you have that are truly considered Title I, and where do you put that percentage, 50%, 60%, so that you are really spending the money in the right place, and it makes a difference when you're putting more money in the places that you definitely need it.
So now we have a minimum pay for teachers, but what do you think what would be your goal for what the average salary of a teacher would be if you were the superintendent?
So the average salary, I know in St. John's, our average salary is around $45,000 with benefits right around 60 to 65. I think having an average salary around 55 is a great place to be. I think you all are in the 50s, they're low 50s as far as an average salary. I think that's a good place to be. At the same time, I know our teachers work really hard. They do a great job, and we need to give them whenever we can.
So what would you do specifically to recruit and retain good quality staff and teachers?
Yeah. So with recruitment, I think it's good to have a recruitment committee that works on that. And I created one in St. John's, and that committee is fantastic, made up of wonderful people. They do a great job. And then basically we sent them out to all the different colleges. And one of the things that I wanted to do there was, and I went a few times too, is to have a presentation on how to apply, how to write a resume, how to interview, those types of things. And we would go in a day early to the colleges and talk to the teachers, and they would let us come in and teach their class and help their students, juniors and seniors who were in education, how to do that process. Well, that really helped us, because then the next day they would have the job fair, and we were there and everybody wanted to come to our table and work for us. I think it's all about building those relationships. I think also it could be kind of like when you with college athletics, you're looking at a high schooler when they're a sophomore or a junior. We need to look at our college students and say, look, let's find the juniors. Let's talk to the teachers, find the juniors who are outstanding and call them and keep in contact with them. And so when they graduate, maybe they're ready to come to us. Also, having recruitment fairs at our school site has been fantastic. You have to have multiple fairs, and getting our minority population, our community involved in that also has helped us with minority students who aren't sure they want to move to St. Augustine, but that has helped quite a bit. Retention, because I think you also said retention. When I was in my doctoral program, a lot of the research that I read about retention was that teachers want to feel like they belong, that they have a purpose. There's a reason to be there. They want to feel like they contribute and be recognized. And I think we definitely need to do all of those things, which means give them a voice, ask them for their input, recognize them when they're doing great things, let them take risks and be behind them and support them 100%. And then be able to feel a real sense of belonging, that they need to be at school, not because I'm telling them to be there, but because they might let down their neighbor who's working with them in a collaborative group. They are needed. They need to be there. And that seems to be the biggest way to retain.
As a superintendent, how would you
Ms.
define
Robinson?
success? Oh,
Sorry.
I got the question under the buzzer.
You got that in, but that's good job. Sorry. Mrs. Goodwin? No. I think you're next. Pardon me? Okay, Mrs. Ziegler. I got your page last, so
No, I apologize.
had to shuffle
No.
you in here.
Big questions here. Well, thank you for being here again today. So mine, I want to talk about leadership, and how would you define or describe your leadership style?
Yeah. So I am a big proponent of bringing everyone together and asking a lot of questions and getting input from everyone that I can. And that would be district folks, community folks, teachers, principals, students, having a student focus group that I meet with once a month, even faith-based groups once a month, the community leaders, just to get the input to have a feel for what's going on. But I like to gather input to make a really good decision and do the right thing. Once I make the decision and I give the project to my team or a team, I am not one that micromanages. I expect our experts on that team to do a great job and come through with the project. Now, I will, every few days, follow up and monitor to see how things are going. How can I help you? Do you need any help? What resources do you need? Ask all of those questions to make sure that we're moving along and we're keeping things on the front burner. But I am definitely a proponent of having our experts in a certain area work on projects and then following through to make sure that I understand it. Now, I'm also a person that I always feel like I need to have my hands in it somewhat for me to fully understand it. And so I will get into it a little bit, but not to micromanage, just to really understand it and make sure that we're moving in the right direction.
Okay, great. Thank you. So what is your greatest professional disappointment, and what did you learn from it?
I think one of the biggest disappointments was when I was working in the HR department and we were switching our application system over to another system. And so we had our business system, and part of that, there was a little part that could be used as an application system for HR. And and our other one was outdated. So I was trying to run both of those at the same time to make sure that the new one would come on board before you jettison the old one. Mm-hmm. And it was taking a long time. Next thing I know, we were 2 years in and trying to customize it. And the company was out of California, and so you couldn't call them when you got there in the morning, and then things would happen, and then you call them, and then, it just wasn't working out. And the company actually went through a lot of changes. And so we'd always have to come back and start talking to the new folks about what we've done in the past couple of weeks and where we are. And so it was just, and the HR folks were getting very I don't want to say upset, but discouraged because they were putting all this work in and they're looking at me, Asplin, what are you doing? What are you going to do with this? Help us with this, And finally, they worked so hard. And after about 2 years, we were going into 2.5 years, we reached a point where I was practically at the point where we were going to sit in the parking lot with folders and help our principals and help our people who are applying. And we were just not going to do that. So I had to make the decision to go with a canned product, a state-of-the-art canned product that we could tweak here and there to make it our own. And so we did that. Once we did that, our folks customized it. It worked out really, really well, and everybody was very happy. And I think the part that I just wish I had pulled the trigger a lot sooner on that. I think that was my thing. That's what I learned. Don't drag your folks. It was so much time wasted and discouragement that it was just ridiculous that I let it go that long, but I was so hopeful it was going to work out. But anyway, it all worked out in the end, but that's what I would change. Very good.
How do you hold yourself and your staff accountable?
My team that I work with on a daily basis are the 3 associate superintendents. They were all very successful principals. I like to hire principals into my teams. And actually 4 of them, there's also a senior director. And they know that I have high expectations. They already have their own high expectations, but they know that I do too. And they know that I expect for us to meet timelines, meet deadlines. I expect for the work to be fantastic, wonderful, flawless, something that we can bring to the board and say, here's what we've been working on based on what the priorities are that you've talked to us about. I don't ever want to be in front of the board and present something that's not very good. And so for me, I hold myself accountable to make sure that we are producing great products and that I understand it and I can explain it and we can move forward with it. And then I expect the same out of my team. And they know that I'm not going to micromanage them, as I said, but they know I'm going to follow up, and they know that we need to make sure that we stay on the timeline, and there's a great expectation there.
Trying to think here. So if you can talk, so communication style, can you talk me through what role you believe communication has on being an effective leader? And then please give me a specific example.
Yes, so I think that we need to over-communicate. At least that's what I think. As far as communication is concerned, you can't communicate enough. Making sure that no one is working in silos is very important. Making sure that everybody's coming together and knows what the plan is and knows where we all are and how it affects different departments, very important. I will tell you, as principals, when you come into the district office, we've all gone through it because I've seen myself go through it and our team members go through it. When you're running your school, yes, the district knows what you're doing, but you're running your school. And a lot of the decisions you're making and the communication you're doing, it's very compact and you can control that quite a bit. And then when you move to the district office and you make a decision and you forgot one person, that blows up in your face. You have to make sure that you have everybody at the table, everybody understands it. Even if you think they're not going to be involved in it, somehow they're involved in it. And you need to make sure that they're there. And then communicating out to the community is huge, making sure that we let the community know and the schools know where we're going. And then also with board members, making sure that all of you know what is going on way ahead of any initiative, being able to see what's right around the corner so that you're not getting caught by surprise by your constituents. You want to be able to answer your constituents. You want to be able to talk to them. You need to know what's going on ahead of time, especially things that are going to make it in the news. So for me, it's daily communication. It's daily communication with all of you, with my team, and then with cabinet at least once a week to make sure we are all on the same page, and then working with our community chief, our chief of communications, to make sure the right things are going out to the community at the right time and it's specific and clear, and so we can make a difference for our students.
Thank you. How am I on time? I was going to set a clock, but
go
I'll
ahead.
keep going.
You're good.
I think I asked this question similarly, so I'm going to switch over to, particularly as we face the COVID-19 unknowns.
Yes.
I believe most people in a leadership position are finding that there doesn't seem to be a good solution on either side. Talk me through how you would address, you can speak to that particular challenge, or in general, when really you are set with a task of making a decision where there's just not a clear path on what the best path forward is.
Yes, and I will tell you, that has been new for all of us. At least we have some sort of path or something at the end that we know where our goal is and where we're moving. This has been all over the board. We have spent a lot of time, and I think it's important to spend a lot of time talking to and discussing with principals, with groups of teachers, with groups of students and parents and community leaders. I know yesterday our superintendent met with all of our union reps at one time to talk about all of these things. The difficult part is you have to, in this case with COVID, you have to really come up with 3 different plans that you might have to move to depending on what the spread looks like. And so that's what we've done in St. Johns County, is come up with 3 different plans, which is the regular plan if things are good. Then we'll have the middle plan, which is if we have moderate spread, and that's more of a hybrid situation with brick and mortar and online. Mm-hmm. And then the last plan would be the one we just ended the school year with everybody's out. But then just creating that plan is one thing, but then to figure out all the logistics behind that is a whole nother problem. Moving from brick and mortar to online at the end of the year, we thought that was difficult at the time. That was very easy compared to what we're doing right now. And so coming up with the logistics, helping people understand how we're going to be safe, how are we going to arrive, how are we going to dismiss, what does lunch look like, what does transitions look like, what is the classroom going to look like, if I'm in a portable, what does that look like, how are we going to drop students off, what are the buses, how are we going to have our routes run, food service, how are we going to run food service? It's going to be totally different.
Can I start? And just for that, where all of those decisions, that's where I wanted to kind of get a sense of who are you pulling in, or what do you envision pulling in, to make those decisions?
Okay. So great question, thank you. So, so I have been leading the task force on this, and in that task force we have every department, including parents and our union reps. And so we have, I want to say I have 30 people on that task force, and we are talking through every single bit of that. Especially when you look at transportation, for instance. They need to have some sort of decision to understand routes that I can't give them because I don't know how many parents are going to ride the bus or not ride the bus at this point in time. And so we have created many surveys that we have put out. We've collected all that data. We've talked through all of that data in coming up with our plan and creating our plan for logistics. So I think, getting all those folks involved. The other thing is I had parents in the other day, 2 weeks ago, from one school that's a pretty overcrowded school, and those parents were very concerned about how we're going to do the logistics, and I would ask questions and we would talk through it. It's a very good meeting, very positive, and they gave us a lot of really good information. But then then at the end I said, okay, well, would you be favoring this with this? Well, 2 people said yes, 1 person said no. And there was a group of 3 people. Well, then would you like this? 2 people said yes to that, and 1 person said no. So it doesn't matter what you create. Someone doesn't like it, other people love it. And so we're in that situation too, where, which way do you go? Do you go with the majority and what they love, or what? And how do you mitigate for those who don't want to send their students to a brick and mortar school, even when we think we can send all of our kids to school? So that's been really tough. We've been working through it. I think as long as you're keeping everybody involved, and our parents have been awesome. They've been really good. Thank you for taking the time to do this. But we expect them to give us their input, and they will. They'll give it, and I appreciate it and respect it, and we need to utilize it as we make our decisions, and we do. And I think our parents know that, and they know we can only do so much. So everybody's really working together on this.
Very good.
Thank you.
My time if I'm not. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Dr. Asplin, I want to thank you for being here this morning. It's great to see you again.
Thank you.
And my role is to talk about academics, something we all love.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the most important thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
My first question is, what sort of unique, creative, inspired, out-of-the-box type of idea did you implement that saw results in improving student achievement?
Okay. So, like I mentioned earlier, that PLC process that we really put in place over the last couple of years, and I know people talk about PLC, but we really initiated and put it in place. And at first, it was tough. Our teachers, it was more of a compliance thing. Now that we've been in it for 3 years, most of our teachers really love it and couldn't see any other way of if they could not get together and collaborate, they'd have a really, really hard time with that. They love it. So one of the things that has really promoted is for them to create common assessments, common formative assessments, looking at data together, deciding which standards their students are not, which standards that they are missing and having a hard time with, and using that data to also share students. So we implemented in master schedules, especially in elementary, the intervention block. So there's a block of time where students or teachers actually share students depending on what their need is and what their area of weakness might be, pairing that up with a teacher whose strength is that. And that has seemed to work out really, really well. And those teachers come back together and talk about that and revise their plans and move back out. They switch groups all the time because students then are okay, and then there's another group of students with another problem. So that has worked out well. Also, in our content area specialists, with our content area specialists in our curriculum department, we've deployed them. They are going out in the schools every single day and helping teachers constantly over the last couple of years. And at first, again, teachers were like, don't really want you coming around here, why don't you just leave me alone? And now they ask for the content area specialist, please come. What do you mean they can't come? They're going to another school. No, they need to come to our school and meet with our team. I think that has really helped. And one example I can give you is, let's just say a high school example. In watching a PLC being conducted, 10th grade English teachers, for instance, and they were working through the writing process. And they really did. Even in high school, they split up their students by what their students' needs were, some in elaboration, some with topic sentences, some with the essay structure. And then they were able to, so when the students come to the class, then they go back out to these other classes and they move around and they share so that they hear from a different teacher. It's not even their teacher of record, it's a different teacher. But the teacher of record is okay with that, with their VAM score, because they know that teacher's awesome and is going to help them. And so everybody working together, and the fact that we put that all in place, I think that initiative really, really works for our instructional program and helps our students quite a bit.
Eliminating the achievement gap
Yes.
is a must.
Yes.
What approaches would you pursue?
I think that, in eliminating the achievement gap, just like any of the other students, really, we try to obviously drill down to the individual student, have an individual plan, make sure that they understand their data, make sure that they understand where they need to be, and work on it from an individual standpoint. With the achievement gap, the piece that seems to work for us, and trust me, we have much more work to do in that. I think everybody does, but in working through that, understanding and building a relationship with that individual and their family and understanding their environment, that is very, very important. Students want to know that you know what their life is like, that you care for them, that you're trying to do the right thing for them, you're trying to set them up on a plan, and you're following up with them. I think that speaks a lot. Now, as far as the achievement gap groups of subgroups, we need to make sure we're tracking that as a whole, making sure we understand what's going on. But if we're going to do anything about closing the achievement gaps, it has to be individualized with the students as much as possible, and/or small group instruction. And as you know, with the ESSA, with the Every Student Succeeds Act, that's a big deal with subgroups. And the federal point index that's coming down the line, I think that's going to be part of grading schools in the future. And I think we need to pay very, very close attention. And if you look at all of your schools, I know we have too, if you look at all of your schools, fantastic schools, A and B schools all the way down the line, when you start looking at subgroups and those 11 categories that we have for FSA, for instance, and how many are below the 41%, which is what we're going to need to be with the new ESSA piece, you'd be surprised. And I think principals are looking at that. I would hope they are. If not, we need to bring that to our attention because if we're working on those individual smaller things, the big picture takes care of itself and the scores go up and the students do well with their achievement.
What measurements have you used that are outside of test scores, if needed, to measure student achievement, and why do you use these alternative measures?
I think one of the most important pieces is the formative piece. So not the high stakes testing, not the standardized type testing necessarily, but the formative piece. And it would be teachers building their own common formatives together in their groups, like I said, with the PLC groups. And then also we use iReady. I know you guys do. You use iReady as well. And with iReady, it's nice because we give a test in the fall, and then one in the middle of the year, and then one at the end of the year. I was looking at your iReady data, and you had first test data and second test data, and you guys were on a great track. Everything was moving in a really good direction, and then COVID hit. Same with us. We did too. But we do then pinpoint certain schools that maybe are having a little bit of an issue to try and drill down and help them and find out what resources from the principal, what resources they might need. But I think, working with them on the formative at that level and fixing problems before we get to the end, because once you get to the end, and I know you've heard this before, it's an autopsy, right? It's you can't do anything about it except look at it, going to next year. You have to really be checking that formative data as we go, and the students and the families, parents, they need to know what that looks like as well so that we can continue. You don't want to miss a whole week just because you didn't look at data. So we need to make sure that we're doing that with the formative pieces.
How has your district made support services an integral part of student achievement? Describe your role in this.
Yeah, so support services, the big one in our districts is the mental health piece. And I know we have introduced the 5-hour mental health piece. I know you have too, and we put that in place last year. The big thing that we did during this year, though, was created a plan to embed that into our curriculum. And so with our social and emotional learning pieces, connecting social and emotional learning standards with our character counts standards, our character education standards, matching those together, and then also with the 5-hour mental health piece. We've done that. We've also worked with many different agencies. We have Flagler Care Connect, Flagler Hospital, and us, and the community college and community schools, I believe. Those 4, we will all work together so that parents can go to one place, the common Flagler Care Connect area, and be able to deal with one person to figure out what the issue might be so that they can go to the right agency. So we've really made that more efficient and effective for the parent. That has seemed to work really, really well. We also have an assist program where we're helping our homeless students, our students who are unaccompanied youth. Sometimes we have to pay for a cab. Sometimes we have to pay for a night in a hotel. So, that money is not taxpayer money. We do raise money throughout the year for that as donations from folks. They also donate clothes and shoes and everything else, and we have it in a certain spot. We have a couple of people that's what they do. They work on that. Then we have our wraparound schools. We have 2 of those, and we have dental and medical and things like that for our students in those schools. So we have a lot of things that we have in place to help our students with that. My role in that, there's an associate superintendent who was on my team who's responsible for that whole department.
How do you balance the needs of special populations like ESE students, ELL students, and students traditionally referred to as gifted and talented? What have you done to address the diverse needs of student populations in your district?
Yes, so, yes, I mean, everyone, what I'm big on is we need to look at the individual. So, yes, we have all these groups, but within that group, what is it about that individual? What do they need? Can we drill all the way down to their basic need and build that relationship and understand that and support them in that need? With ESE students and looking at the IEPs and looking at accommodations, making sure we have the right accommodations and that we're following through on that, and making sure that the principals are talking to their teachers to see what they need and what support they might need to make sure that we are meeting those accommodations. Sometimes sometimes with everything going on and the number of students that we have, sometimes you can miss that because you're doing so many things. We really need to make a conscious effort, be strategic in helping students with their individual needs, whether they're in this subgroup, that subgroup, or another subgroup.
You're good. Thank you. Me.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about a time where you recognized an internal communication gap within the staff of your district. What did you do to address the gap, and what was the outcome? And explain the methods of communication you used and how you measured the outcome.
Okay.
Want me to repeat that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about a time when you recognized an internal communication gap within the staff of your district. What did you do to address the gap, and what was the outcome?
Okay. One of the gaps that I noticed, I mentioned one earlier between curriculum and ESE, but another one was a gap between testing and accountability and curriculum. And that gap existed in that the curriculum department, they do a really, really good job of attacking standards and supporting teachers and working through that with their pacing guides, the essential standards, and all of that with teachers. Our testing that we do, because we have a couple of common district tests that we still utilize about halfway through the year, besides iReady and so forth. And then we have our end of the year common district test for all those courses that are not FSA courses or third party testing. And those tests were not aligned with our standards like they should be. And in talking with the associate superintendent over testing and accountability, and talking with our associate superintendent over curriculum and instruction, we needed to come together in some fashion. And so what I did was I had both groups get together, say, okay, what do we need to do to align this process? It's driving everybody crazy, and we can't have that. And one department's not listening to the other department. How are we going to work through that? Very good conversations. We had to work through that. We had to build relationships between departments. Departments needed to know what each other's department was doing, what their job was, what their responsibility was. And so at the end of the day, we were able to send our teachers in to help build some of these assessment questions or create banks of questions that then our accountability department could choose from to build the tests. And then we send the tests over to the curriculum department to look at, and our curriculum specialists go through each one of them, make sure that they are correct and they are aligned to the standards. And if there's anything that looks a little wishy-washy, send it back and say, no, in testing department, we need you to do this instead. And all of that needs to be timely. Everybody needs to have deadlines for that because we're all doing a lot of different things. Now everybody works really well together. It's seamless. The teachers are much happier because now when they get the test, that particular test from the district, the common assessment, it looks correct. It's not off. It's what they've been teaching. It's not something, questions that they had no idea were ever going to be on the test. Not that we're teaching to the test, but at least we're in the ballpark. And so getting that together and making sure that that's all aligned, that was huge. And you're talking about two different departments that are very proud of what they do and how they do it. And this is what we've been doing for 20 years. Well, you know what? Now, how are we going to work together? And we had to come up with a whole new way, a whole new process of working together on that.
That's great. What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or have had negative experiences with education?
Engaging families who have had negative experiences, yes. I think that making sure that we invite those parents to the school, and sometimes they'll call me directly, for instance, and sometimes it's easy to say, well, you know what, that's a school issue. You need to talk to your principal. And I try to do that. I try to respect the principal. And then there's some times where you just know, I need to bring this person in. They need to feel the love of our district at the moment. And then we can point them in the right direction and move forward. And so bringing them in under your wings, so to speak, and talk to them about the district and where our heart is and how we want to support you is very, very important. Also listening to all of their concerns and making sure that you understand why they're hesitant about our school district. Then once getting to a point where you have built some sort of relationship and they feel comfortable and trust you, then, moving on to the next person or the next group, especially if it's a school, let's go to the school, let's sit down, let's talk to the principal. You love the principal, you love the teachers, let's all get together and talk about this. When I was at Millennium Middle School, I had that problem. I had parents that did not want to come to the school. They never met me, they never met a lot of people, but they had a bad school experience when they were in school. Parents did. And they were just not ready to come to school. And then a lot of them are working all the time and they can't come in. And one of the things that I did there, a couple things, but one was I did go out to the churches and I met the pastors because I knew everybody went to church. And I built relationships with the pastors. And when you build a relationship and you become friends with a pastor, and then the parents know that you truly are a friend of the pastor and you are trustworthy and you want to work together, all of a sudden people want to talk to you because they trust you, because their pastor said, yep, you can go and talk and you're going to have a great relationship there. And then also in times of need, and when I was at Millennium Middle School, we had very high poverty rate. Once a year around Thanksgiving, we would get turkeys together, for instance. And first year, we bought a lot of turkeys, and then we would go and hand deliver the turkeys at the house. And there were quite a few houses that I went in and met the people, met the parents, and realized they didn't have an oven. They didn't have a stove. And so then I, going into that next year, made sure I bought pre-cooked turkeys. So it's things like that I had. I didn't know you wouldn't have a stove in your house, right? But when you get there and you realize that, it's a whole different picture for you and understanding the way a person lives in their environment so that you can then build that relationship with them and they can trust you. And that's the key, is building a relationship and trust.
So you yourself have parents come into your office to speak to you?
Yes.
Just want to make sure I'm clear.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Had it many times in our ESE department, a lot of parents who are concerned about different areas of ESE, let's say autism, for instance. And we have quite a few parents who do a lot of research and, are very educated in certain areas. And I welcome them to come in. Maybe they're going to tell me something that I don't know. Right.
So you're really hands-on.
I'm hands-on, yes. And I build those relationships, and then that seems to follow through at the school site as well. And I talk to the principal and tell the principal what I did and what's been going on, where we are with things. So here's where you need to go with that. And then it just it seems to work out and build trust. And then sometimes even when things are going along really, really, really well with the school and the principal, I'll get that call from that parent, hey, it's me again, and I'm having this problem this time, what should I do? But it's a whole different conversation than the last time that we had a conversation. And everybody's trying to work together and work through problems and so on and so forth. What I do like is that most of our parents, when they come forward with a problem, like I said, they're going to lay it out there and make sure that you understand what that problem is. But most of them also try to bring some sort of solution. They're just not there to beat you over the head with a hammer. They're here to say that here's my problem and here's some solutions. What do you think? And I really appreciate that about most of our parents. And that's how our conversations go. What can we do about it? How can we work together on this? And it always seems to come out great.
How would you develop an understanding of the complexities of our school system by the public and ensure that the public be informed on important matters?
Can you repeat that one more time? Please, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, it's a long question. How would you develop an understanding of the complexities of our school system by the public and ensure that the public be informed on important matters?
Yeah. I think if I am selected as your next superintendent, it is going to be very important to go out in the community and have community conversations, so to speak. they need to get to know me. I need to get to know them, and I need to listen to the concerns and the challenges and the positives and everything in each of the different areas of the district. And I know they're all different. Even though we're one district, there's different needs around the entire district. I foresee every single night going somewhere at some school or some area that parents can come together, or teachers or school-based folks to come together and just have conversations so that I can listen and understand, what's going on in their school, in their particular area, and what needs to be addressed. So I can bring it back to cabinet, for instance, and talk through that and find out where we are with certain things and what we need to do, and maybe we can fix those. And we also need to make sure we communicate that out really, really well so that parents know that I and maybe some other district leadership members might be in a certain location to listen to your concerns. Make sure you're there. Please, please, please be there. And if not, make sure you email me. I give everybody my cell phone number. Anybody that needs to call me, they can do that on my cell phone. And I would rather know up front and know what's coming than to find out on the back end and try to fix a mess. It's much easier to know it on the front end and work it out and fix it on the front end.
One more. Presenting information in a highly charged situation and to a variety of groups is part of your job. Give an example of how you have encountered opposition and how you dealt with the resulting situation.
Okay. The first part of that, can you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
That's just for like a present. Presenting information in a highly charged situation to a variety of groups is a part of the superintendent's job.
Yes.
Give an example of how you have encountered opposition and how you have dealt with the resulting situation.
Yeah. One example would be high-stakes testing. A few years ago, we had many, many parents and teachers and school-based folks talk to us about the fact that we had too many high-stakes testing. So we had the third-party tests. We had one at least every 9 weeks. That was a common district exam. We were loaded. And I agree, we were. It was good for our progress monitoring piece, and we thought that that would really help our students, which it does, but we were way overboard. And so we heard that, and again, I created a task force made up of all different stakeholders, including teachers, school-based folks, community members, parents, students were on that task force as well. And we talked through all the pros and cons of reducing the number of tests and which tests we could reduce. And we put out surveys. We had many, many, many responses that came back, and we were able to work through that plan. And then the superintendent made a video of himself talking through that plan and how we were reducing our high-stakes testing. Everybody was thrilled about that, obviously, but we still had just enough to make sure that we were progress monitoring correctly to keep our students going in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very concise.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any additional information that you would like to share with the board?
The one thing I would like to share is, let me grab it here. I just wanted to very quickly go through my core beliefs.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay,
so.
My core beliefs, so you understand my heart, where I am, what I think about. One thing I will tell you, I am a uniter. I'm a person that likes talking to people and working through concerns, as you could probably tell from a lot of my questions. I think that it's very important for us to be supportive of teachers and supportive of students and parents, everyone, so that we can all work together. I mean, there are a lot of problems, and there are big problems out there. But there is nothing that we can't overcome by coming together. Every single time we've ever had a problem, when you come together in a group and walk through that, we are always able to find a good solution for our students and everybody involved. So I feel strongly about that. But some of my core beliefs, really quickly, I know I have probably 4 minutes at this point. And I'm going to just read these. The superintendent is responsible for establishing an environment of respect, trust, honesty, transparency, and unity, promoting authentic collaboration among the school board, the district leadership team, and the superintendent. The superintendent should be characterized by ethical example and bold servant leadership. The servant has the key responsibility to proactively inform the school board of any and all issues in a timely manner, resulting in no surprises or miscommunication. The superintendent is responsible for promoting a culture and climate of positivity and vision that promotes authentic collaboration throughout the school district. Parents, community members, and business partners should be encouraged to participate and provide valued input. It is the job of the district leadership and departments to provide resources and fully support principals, faculty, and staff. And finally, all school district decisions must ultimately be made through the lens of providing the best education experience and opportunities for all of our students, and to seek to persistently seek improvement. And those are my core beliefs that I live by. And I think it's very important. I think it's very important that we lead by example from the district level. And I think it's very important that you all and I myself are on the same page, working together collaboratively with communication every day to make sure that you know what's going on. I know where you stand so that we can move forward correctly. And again, be proactive, do the right thing on the front end, and not clean up messes on the back end.
One of the things I noticed is that you have parents and community members plus staff on every one of your task force. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And the and union representation.
Do you have any questions for us?
I think the questions I have for you, maybe for tomorrow in our individual, I wanted to just talk to you about your priorities and what your thoughts are, what you think challenges are, and what concerns might be, more on an individual basis.
Okay.
I think right now, I'm not sure how much more time we have.
I just wanted to give you,
Yeah, thank you.
obviously,
Thank
we're
you.
on time.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I really want to thank you for your interest and participation in the process. This evening, you'll be participating in a modified meet and greet using the live stream video format. Tomorrow, you will meet individually with each board member for our one-on-one interview. And please let FSBA staff know if you have any questions or concerns about anything.
All right.
And I really greatly appreciate you coming in, being part of this interview process.
Well, thank you very
And
much.
thanks
I
with the-
really appreciate your time. Thank
With
you.
the COVID, it's even
Yes.
more important with COVID the way we
That's
are.
right.
But thank you.
Madam Chair, could we ask that those core beliefs that you seem to have it written down?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you pass those to Kathy? We've got a copy machine in the back room.
Were they in your interview packet?
I actually made you each a specific packet that
Yes,
includes
it's in
those.
our interview packet.
And I
So
will-
they added to it, okay.
I
Yes.
have them in here. I can.
No, they're in our packet. I know what
Okay,
they are.
great.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too.
I don't see it.
I thought I read it last night.
No, we don't have that.
We don't have them?
I don't think so.
Andrea? Could you ask Dr. Asplin to give us copies of his core beliefs? I thought it was in our packet, but it isn't.
I think he was referencing a packet he's going to be giving you tomorrow in the interview, but I'll have him get that piece today.
Okay, thank you. No.
I've been, we are. We're starting at Caroline.
Oh, 10. Oh, I don't give
You
breaks.
actually had 5 more minutes of questions for you.
I was good.
I thought that went well. What do you think? I thought that went very well.
I thought that went really well. Thank you, everybody. It was great.
Okay, let's see who I need to get signed in and how.
Hi, Brandon.
Me.
Oh, we're ordering lunch?
So I can have it here because you only have an hour.
Welcome, Dr. Peter Licata. It's a pleasure to see you today. I'd like to introduce the board members to you, or let our board members introduce themselves to you. I'm Caroline Zucker. I am lucky to be chair of the board this year. Shirley?
Shirley Brown, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Bridget Ziegler.
Morning.
Jane Goodwin.
Eric Robinson.
And the key staff in the room is Craig Meniglia, and our Assistant Superintendent, Mitzi Cochran, and our COO is Jody Dumas. The other people, most important, is Kathy Tompkins, our administrative assistant, who keeps us all in line.
I got to go by your office. I messed some things up when I went by. You weren't there.
We have 90 minutes for our board interview this morning. You will have 5 minutes to provide an opening statement. Each board member will ask a series of questions based on operations, business and finance, personnel, leadership, instructional excellence, board, staff, and community relations. And then each board member is allocated 15 minutes and is prepared to ask up to 5 questions. And you will have time at the end for final thoughts. Okay. Now, Mrs. Brown.
Oh, doesn't he get to do an introduction?
Oops, I did it again. Yes. You have 5 minutes for an introduction, please.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here in front of you all. It's a special place, Sarasota. I've spent the last couple of weeks rehearsing and memorizing and writing down thoughts, and realized that an opening statement, if it's not coming from my heart and from my head, I might not be in a good place. So it's easy. I was the son of a teacher. And in an early time in my life, I realized the impact, the positive impact how a teacher can have on a community. It gave me the energy to become a teacher as well. As some of you know, that I was a contractor prior. And when I lost my father, I knew I had to become a teacher and have that impact. It was then I realized in the classroom that my leadership was about coaching and about teaching and about giving others the opportunity that he had given. Public schools are in a state of flux right now. It's very unpredictable. And we have to be ready to pivot. We have to be ready to turn. We have to be ready to make some great decisions on an unknown. The next superintendent of Sarasota County has to be an innovator, has to lead with every voice being heard, but has to be a decision maker as well. They cannot vacillate, but they must hear from everyone, teachers, community, and our staff. Right now, it's very difficult to deal with what we have going on in our world. We were surprised by this, and we weren't even done with the school year. And I was able to put together a plan for our COVID response in order to get our schools closed. I authored the plan for Palm Beach County, and some of our schools were under construction, and we have an obligation to the public to make sure we continue those. So at an early stage, I was understanding that we were establishing these protocols, and they were safe protocols. And in this time, that's the innovation that I would bring here, simply because we have to see that our future can't be predicated on our past. It has to be looking forward. I currently am the regional superintendent for South Region. It's about the same size. The data comparison is very similar. We're a little larger. I have about 65,000 students. I also have a little higher SEL, I have a little higher ESE, and I have a little higher free and reduced. But I separated our schools out, and I did a data comparison to both this district, and my 59 schools, and realized the similarities are amazing. They really, between 1 point and 2 when it comes to the state goals and state scoring system. I also realized we were right there about the same points. Actually, the region gained a little more points, a few more points than Sarasota. Sarasota County is a special place. It's steeped in a long culture of history and arts. We have to be careful about how we move about and growth, but we also must understand, as I, coming in as a superintendent, would need to know that I have to fit into Sarasota. I have to grow the leaders that I've grown and coached over the years, that I learned from my father, from some great leaders that I were able to work under. I strongly believe that incorporating me into Sarasota, and not the other way around, there is so much good here. There are a few tweaks here and there, and nobody is happy with what we are currently. We always want to grow. And I looked at some of those tweaks, and hopefully I can bring that out in some of those answers. But most importantly, every child and every parent has to have a voice in this community. And I think you'll see that in some of my answers in my history, that's been my strength. Opening the doors to the folks that don't think they have a voice, but making sure that those that do also are heard. And in this time, and it's been my leadership style that collaboratively, catastrophic decisions are made in isolation. And that is not a way to lead. And I see this vibrant, culturally strong, very supportive community needing a leader that hears them and continues the greatness in this area. So as we go through the questions, and I do have a closing statement that I heard that I will be allowed to say, but I think you'll see when I speak that I'll bring out some of the actual happenings in my history that would address what I just said to you. I have 4 wonderful children that are very successful and came through the public school system. They had teachers that took care of them during a very difficult time in their lives, and I was thankful for that. And I want to make sure that every student in this county has that ability as well, regardless of what they look like, or their voice, or their language, or their income, or their parents' income. And I want to make sure they get that as well.
Thank you. Mrs. Brown.
Yes. I want to talk about some difficult personnel problems you might have run into. How would you handle it if you had a teacher or any staff member posting on social media, at this time, responding with racially charged or discriminatory or negative or, bashing a student or staff on social media? How would you handle that?
So that always used to be a gray area. I'm not sure it's gray any longer. We are public servants. We are committed to helping the public. We are funded by the public. We have an obligation to make sure that we are considered public figures at all times. That doesn't mean we don't have rights. Remember that there's always a process, and there's always progressive processes that are established here. And unfortunately, in the public view, many of the times we see public officials that are usually almost guilty before they're innocent. We can't go that route. But in a time of sensitivity and a time of cultural awareness that we're experiencing in the world, we are the leaders. We are looked up to daily by our community and expected and respected to make sure we do the right things. I don't believe there is ever a time in anyone's life to make an insensitive comment. I'm reading the book Push Out right now about the African American females in schools and the systems, and the very systems that are supposed to be helping us are some of the ones we've created, and we think we're helping them, and we aren't. There is not a time ever to be culturally insensitive anymore. We have to stop that. And I know currently you're in the midst of an equity policy and a bullying policy. Some of the things that were said from you all make absolutely great sense. There's not a time and place for it any longer. We are individuals. We are protected by amendments and our Bill of Rights, but we also have an obligation to the public to maintain and retain their trust and respect. As you cannot be that open in public and expect a child, maybe a child of color, walk into your classroom and them to feel comfortable in your room. That's not going to happen because that child's going to see what you said. We have to be better. We have to be better. And I know there's progressive discipline and there's in place, but right now we have to look at that a little closer. We are teachers, and if we want to hold them to the super standards and hold them up high like I do, the salt of the earth, then we have to expect they'll be that way as well.
Thank you. Give an example of how you have either collectively or collaboratively bargained in employee contract, or what's your philosophy on bargaining?
So I believe that every group should be represented strongly. Every group should be heard. Let's remember that great classrooms are run by great teachers, great schools are run by great principals, and great districts are run by great superintendents. Those are not mutually exclusive. but they're also the bargaining units for the folks that get behind the wheel that I'm going to be doing shortly, and the folks that keep our schools sanitized right now. How important is that? And we forget that there's 5 processes before, or 4 processes before, now 5, that before a child gets even to in classroom. How do they get there? Bus driver picks them up. They're probably going to eat. The cafeteria staff's feeding them. The custodial staff is going to clean. And then we have to have the mental health. We have to have a healthy child. So before the teacher even sees them, those respected groups need to have organization. So I've been on several. Right now I'm currently on the CTA bargaining, which is our Classroom Teachers Association, which we should be ratifying shortly. I have strong support from the union because I listen. We understand that we don't operate well unless we have teachers that are comfortable. Teachers are always underpaid. We know that. I was a son of a teacher. I know what it's like not to have a phone for over the summer, or maybe power goes out every once in a while. We have to make sure they're comfortable and ready to provide anything they can for our students. And we will give them what we need to, what we have to, what we can. One thing I've really have understood in the bargaining process, especially with the CTA recently, is we always, as administrators, say what we want to give them. It doesn't work that way. We have to ask them what they want as opposed to what we're going to give them. That opens up a conversation in a negative way. It says, here's what I'm going to give you, instead of tell me what you need, tell me what we want to do. And that conversation as well. I remember working with the police union a few years ago about this, and they were really hung up on one item, and it was dry cleaning. It was dry cleaning their uniforms. And they were willing to work through other pieces because they really wanted that. They felt that was an important piece. It made them feel special. And it was an easy give. It was really an easy give. But if you walk in saying no, 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 then you've really shut down the listening process. We know that without our staff, without those folks that drive the buses or feed our students, sanitize our schools, teach our children, provide the mental health, the nurses, if we are not providing for them and giving them a good place to be and be comfortable with their salary and what their benefits are, we're not going to win this battle. We're not going to win this battle. It happens in the classroom first, and it happens in the small staff and the small organizations that make up all of us, make up the big organization. So I've been on several of those, but it's a listening process first.
In dealing with different programs like special ed, federal programs, and career tech, and other at-risk issues?
So are you wanting to clump them together, or would you like me to separate those out?
Have you worked with any of them?
Yes, I've worked with all of them extensively. I'll leave that CTE one alone because I think those were my middle initials for the last 7 years around the country as I was known. But more importantly, just for a quick example, a board member had just emailed me just before I walked in here about a student with ESE that might have been mislabeled, and we're working through it. We don't know. We can't say that. But the reality is, if you're not sitting down with that group of individuals, the teachers and the parents that are well informed and understand their rights, and understand where you process through, we are not doing what we are supposed to do. ESE is not some sort of scam. It's not sort of way to navigate through the system. It's a federal program that is required, and we have to maintain it, and we have to be a part of that. And it's to give the child every opportunity in their student disability, however it be, to make them on par, on level, and give them the opportunities. So I've spent several years with the ESE groups. We have a very strong board member with ESE. And right now, I am currently a regional superintendent over our ESE center like you have here, Oak Ridge, Oak Park. We have one. It's a K through 12. It's a phenomenal, wonderful center. It's where students are able to achieve what they can. And it's most importantly an opportunity for our teachers who have that calling to work for it. We have a strong staff there that understand that this is their calling. And my wife was a ESE teacher for many, many years.
Thank you. Could you describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined and safe, orderly school environment? I mean, I'm talking about smoking, guns, the whole gamut.
So I'm going to work backwards on this one. And I know I'm applying for a superintendent's position, but I don't think you get a picture of me unless I talk about some of my leadership days as a principal. I was called a week before arriving at a high school campus by the superintendent, and he said, I need you to make the school an A. It's about to become a C. It's the only high school in Boca that's not even an A. And I need you to clean it up. There's too much violence there. Too many suspensions, the graduation's not good. And I said, okay. He says, I need it to be an A by the end of the year. Okay, I got a week. I don't have staff. And without thinking about anything, I grabbed the faculty and we talked about the culture of the school. And they told me exactly what had been going on there. Now, I taught there years before, and then it changed. And they told me that right now there is no sense of ownership. Everyone feels as though the school, that no one's safe. They don't feel important. They're not respected. When I heard that, I realized this is not a discipline issue. This is not a graduation issue. This is a culture issue. Back when mental health was not as known, and remember, mental health is being healthy. It's not mental sickness, mental illness, it's mental health. We made some quick changes there. I brought in the student groups immediately, and we sat down and said, what can I do as principal? I'm a new principal here, what can we do? And I got a great list from them. You know, the bathrooms are dirty. The kids are smoking in the bath. That was one of the big ones. There's nobody has an ability to be safe or go to a place where they can talk to an adult. So I realized that the culture was different. That year the previous year we had, I did the documentation, 40-some physical altercations on a campus of a couple thousand. That next year we had 8. Because the students felt safe, they felt respected, teachers had an opportunity to teach and they were supported. But more importantly, the culture had changed. And I'll get back to that at one other point because I think there's another story that goes to that. But it's about culture. It's that communication, about making people feel valued, respected. And that doesn't mean being indecisive. It means getting in input from everyone that's valued. So that is where I've created that culture that everyone owns the building. Everyone owns the campus. Everyone owns the district.
What's your experience in facilities management or construction and planning for growth?
I was fortunate enough to spend some time with your planner for this district. She's one of my folks that was walking me around. I've spent a lot of years in the last 7, 8, almost 9 years now planning with our planning department because of controlling the choice office as well as the 5-year plan that I crafted and bringing in K-8s. If you looked at my Twitter recently, I was at the brand new K-8 that's almost finished that we built in Boca Raton. It's the 3rd one, and we had plans for 5. It's taken some years, but facilities is something I've been interactive with consistently. I understand the implications of oversight committees. We have something called CORC there. It is a citizens review, but I am knee-deep, and as we build this other K-8, I have another K-8 being built that's breaking ground here in about a month or so. That's a long time, another school, because right now K-8 seems to be a comfort zone for a lot of parents. You know, middle school, again, I'll say it again, middle school is the best place to be on a weekend. It's middle school, and parents have a hard time moving that. So we're building the K-8s, and we're enjoying that. But facilities, again, knee-deep in that, and part of the planning process and what the design is and making sure we meet the standards by the state.
Thank you. One last question. What is your experience in working with charter schools or magnet schools, private schools, and or I guess even private? Sure. How do you work with your charter schools in your district?
I oversaw the charter department 4 years. It was part of my division. I don't support bad charter schools. I don't support bad district schools either. Charter schools are legislated by the state. And it's our responsibility to make sure that when they enroll or when they apply, that they meet those 19 pieces of criteria, and they are in the best interest. And why are they opening? Are we not doing something? K-8 was one of them. Charter schools are there for a reason, and some of them are phenomenal, especially when they serve a special population. We have an autistic charter school down in Palm Beach County that we can't compete with, and we don't. We support them as much as we can because they're so good at it. They've filled the void that we really aren't. We do, but they are even better at it. So as far as a charter school supporter, I'm in support of really good schools. And I've been up to the state of Florida and challenging them, and I've won a couple battles where we've closed them. Most recently, 2 years ago, we closed one that was just financially unsound and not practicing good academics for students. As far as magnet schools go, I believe my resume indicated that I revamped an entire district over a 5-year period and became nationally known as the leader in magnet schools and choice, and making sure that our students have choices to go to schools that they wanted to go to based on programs and not based on zip code or financial means of the parent. It was opened up everywhere and regionally. As a matter of fact, that a couple years ago, after I put that plan in place and was able to do that on a shoestring budget, we received as a district the national award for the top district for Magnet Schools of America for equity and achievement. And that's a big award, and that's nationally. So that is one of my most proudest moments, because after all those years of working to make sure every student has an opportunity, that they saw that nationally. And now Palm Beach County is pretty much known as a great template for choice. We have a lot of school districts from around the country come in and ask about it. But that was my previous job.
I think I've got time for a follow-up on that one, and that is magnet schools are great, and it's nice to offer something for anybody. But are they really for anybody? Transportation is an issue. How do you handle transportation on a magnet school?
So that was one of the things when I became, and I think that was in my video, that when I became assistant superintendent 2011, 2012, my first recognition was we're not equitable. Only certain kinds of kids get to those programs. And it was because we had so few. And it wasn't fair. And the students, maybe students of color, were being cherry-picked from the local schools, which really hurt some of those Title I schools, especially with our school grading system in the state of Florida. And the only way to get around that was to expand that and make sure there were regions. So what I did was we did have transportation. We do have transportation. Choice transportation's a big chunk of change, and we were running all over the place. What I did is divide it up in regions, that if I have 3 high schools in my area and I'm designed to go to one and the other one has the program in my region, I'm allowed to go to that program and apply for it. I can't go across the entire district to go to a specific school. We only have 3 schools like that, and they've been around since the early 90s with the original magnet school grant. So it's complex. It wasn't easy. It saved some money, a lot of money in diesel fuel. Diesel fuel is not a good investment, but it also gave so many more opportunities for our students who didn't think the schools were for them. And they were. And that's one of the reasons why we won the award, because of equity and being able to not be elitist, in so many words.
Yeah, I like that idea of regions, because you're much bigger than we are.
Sure.
But that might issue some things.
Students should have the opportunity to attend a school that they're interested in the program. Instead of school shopping, it's program shopping. I'm interested in becoming a doctor. I want to go to that medical program. My high school doesn't have it. I'm not traveling 45 minutes. I got another high school that's 10 minutes away.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinson?
This is my last question last time, but for time, I'm going to make it my first question because I thought it was really important.
Okay.
If you're the superintendent, how are you going to define success?
I'm going to build on the success that's already here. It's easy to find success in Sarasota County. I mean, what you guys were second highest, third highest point total scorer in this district. Where you are struggling are some of the constant problems that many school districts have, like we do. The success has to be in some of the schools that are not successful right now. It's not that the teachers aren't working. It's not that the principal's not great. It's not that the community doesn't want a great school. So my success would be fine in closing that achievement gap. Let's look at what's great. Let's not touch it. Why would you mess with something that's working? Nothing's perfect. And my success would be found in the schools that are struggling right now.
You mentioned Equitable when you were talking about the magnet schools. So I'm a CPA, so it's going to be about money.
Sure.
And so what are your thoughts about equitable funding of the schools instead of equalizing funding?
So that was one of the things I did to make that program happen. I reallocated funds. There was some entitlements that went to these schools over years, and some of them were not getting the return on the investment, but they were getting the money. And that's not fair. So when we went through a budget cut, I doubled the budget cut and reallocated some to some of the other schools, especially the Title I schools that weren't able to benefit from some choice money. Some other areas, and especially the arts, we did not feed the arts properly or IB properly. So when you look at that, equity doesn't mean everyone gets it equal. Equity means that we fill in to make everybody equal. But more importantly, that's got to have a system of checks and balances, and it has to have an accountability system. And that's where I stepped in and said, wait a second, you get this money and you're not spending it on this, but you're not getting it anymore. It's got to be about, if you're going to use it and you're going to get it, it's got to be for what we do. And if it's making the difference, you're going to continue on. So my success would be found in the schools that are not the A's, that struggle, and bring in the equity piece, and especially the district support. The district support is important, not just programs or programs you can buy. Equity also means spending some time in those schools. I'm sure some of the specialists are some of the best teachers in this building, and maybe they need to be there as well.
So one of the two ways in which we can get extra money is going out and get a referendum to increase the millage, going out for a referendum to borrow money, and going out and getting COPS funding to borrow money. When would you use each mechanism?
So that's an input lever that requires stakeholder interest as well as the business community and against us as one voice. I know we have individual voices when we meet and talk about things, but we have to have that collaborative voice, and that's got to be part of the strategic plan. That's got to be how we are going to spend our money. Because once we establish that strategic plan, everything we do, everything we say revolves around the ability to follow that strategic plan. And part of that's going to be big in equity. When do you use those funds? When we are comfortable with the public knowing that those funds are being used to build new schools. I believe you're building a K-8 as well. To build, to use, to incorporate, and to support. To give you a blanket answer would be difficult because we don't know what the constituents here and the community members want, but it's worth listening to. And as we move forward through taxpayer funds, we have to make sure there's an oversight that's outside of our building. But as we move into what we do with it, it's very difficult to answer that question unless we see specifically what projects we want. I know there'll always be an equity piece to it in opening up schools or increasing school achievements with that money. So that's a tough question. I don't know if I answered it, but I know it would have to be a lot of listening first before we move and a lot of research on what is working and what isn't working.
For our operating fund balance, we have a range, and that's usually we do the revenues, expenses. That where it always ends up hitting is either adding or subtracting to the fund balance. It's always hitting that. What would be an acceptable range that you would want to see for fund balance?
If you were to ask me that question a year ago, it would be different. Today's answer is much different. If you were to tell me that 7 to 8% is a good number, I'd be very comfortable with that. And everyone wants to strive for 5%, especially the the unassessed or the unused stuff that's not designed for anyone. I'm comfortable with 10 right now. We don't know what 2 months looks like from here. We do not know what our school district looks like. 2 weeks ago we were thinking about when we're coming back. Now we're looking at, are we coming back? And that's tough because those plans change every day. And if we don't have the piggy bank, and pretty much that's what we're talking about. If we don't have that fund balance close to 10%, I'm uncomfortable with it because we don't know what the future holds. And it's easier and there's more options when you have money to support some decisions that you can't predict right now. So I think 8 to 10 is a really good place.
What would you do to recruit and retain good employees?
Well, that's a long answer, and I'll make it short. First of all, Sarasota is beautiful. It's a great community. It's a thriving community. So that in and of itself is great. Teacher salary is important. Affordability of living and moving here for families is important. Those are some of the things we sort of control. I understand that the impact fees are low and moving, which invites folks to come here and live here, but it doesn't help our tax base in supporting education. So we can't control those pieces. What we can control is the culture of Sarasota County Schools. As I said in my video, I had a local university call me and say, why are teachers never leaving you? And it's simply a culture. It's creating that culture that you're respected, you have an opportunity for growth, you are respected, and you are supported. We have a big change coming up, and our teachers will teach everything that they know how to teach. And if we don't support them through the next few months on this change in learning and the change in teaching, we're going to be behind the 8 ball. But if we're out front of it and we're giving professional development that helps establish that teachers are comfortable in the moving forward in this virtual world or this hybrid world or what next catastrophe is around the corner, if I'm a teacher at another place and I see us leading, especially north of us or south of us, say they respect folks. They train their teachers. They support their teachers and prepare them for what's coming and listen to them. That's the best way to do it. And if it means me going to job fairs, which I have done many times, it'll be me. It's when you can sell your industry better than everyone else, they'll come here. And I believe we can do that in Sarasota County. Nothing taking it against South and North, but I believe we could be much better than them, and I think we already are, but even better.
You mentioned in your previous answer that one of the things we do have control over is teacher salary. and the minimum salary is somewhat little taken over by the state. So,
Sure.
What would you strive to make the average teacher salary?
So I don't know if I can give you a specific number. I just know that the teachers in the middle right now are sort of left out with this new proclamation, unfortunately. You have to start somewhere and understand the governor's perspective. I do. I really do. Because when you can go out and have other jobs in the service industry without the paying for a degree, without the constant professional development, children and grading papers on weekends and such, we have to be a little bit better than that. And those are the teachers, and remember, most teachers leave after 3 to 5 years. They go do something else. And those are the ones that are not protected right now with the salary increase, as I read it. So we have to really look at that and work with the union here and say, how can we retain our teachers? Last I checked, there wasn't a line out the door for teachers to be waiting for jobs. I know that Sarasota is the same place that Palm Beach County is, 2 great counties. We have vacancies. We have vacancies because there isn't qualified staff out there, and we just can't put anyone in front of children. So we have to look at that middle group that's not really being taken, and the experienced group. It's a great start. I get it. It's a great start. He's altered some of the A+ monies and those rewards, but it's a start. But we have to protect the ones, because right now, if we don't protect those, we're going to lose that solid core group in the middle. And remember, nothing gets done and no student learns without a teacher teaching them, period. So,
For a large part, our funding is dictated by the state, but we have the ability to go out to referendum for additional funds up to our maximum millage. So what, I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah, ask a question.
I'm ready to answer before you finish. Sorry.
I don't know if you know the answer. What would you strive for the per pupil funding to be? Because that would dictate if you would go out for referendum for additional funding or not. So what would you...
So let me piggyback.
And answer the question you actually thought I was going to answer too.
Well, let me piggyback from the previous question. You know, in Palm Beach County, and you have a couple of us, good friends of mine, Gonzo and Keith coming up, which is quality people. We were able to pass a referendum where we increased salaries of those folks in the middle through the referendum. If you had 1 to 4 years, you were getting a $1,000 bonus at the end of the year. If you had 5 to 9 years, you got $5,000 at the end of the year. Well, it was mixed in your paycheck. If you had 10 plus years, you were getting a $10,000 bonus at the end of the year, every year, for the next 3 years of the referendum, 3 years left. That's something we have to look at closely, because we saw a lot of Broward County teachers, which neighbors us to the south, come flying in, and Martin County teachers come flying in. When you offer those kind of incentives, we also saw administrators from the building that were teachers go back to the classroom because they were not employed during the summer and able to do that. So to get back to your other question, when you look at the cost of educating a child, it's never enough. And you look at the high end of the Connecticut's and the Delawares and Massachusetts, and they're in the 20,000s range, and we're still in the 7,000 range. You know, if we could get to $8,000, $9,000, $10,000, that's a great number. That is a great number. Can that be supported by our legislature? That's another piece there, because when we mix in the funding, most of our budget is salary. Almost all of it is salary. And when you mix that in with what per pupil funding is, it really ties our hands. What we can do internally, though, is really look at what positions are not returning on investment. We have to think about, not only in that per pupil funding, is also mental health counselors. That was part of our referendum. You have to have someone on every campus with mental health, as a mental health advisor or mental health counselor. Not a counselor, not a guidance counselor, but a mental health person.
What are your views on zero-based budgeting?
So we've done a few zero-based. I was a product of a zero-based budgeting back in 1992 when I was a teacher. There's a lot of positives to zero-based budgeting, and I think the best one is you start to see things that you've paid for many years and didn't know where it was going. Sometimes it's like those bills that keep coming on your credit card, and they just keep showing up, and you just keep paying it. You don't know what it's for. You've had it so long, you don't even know what service it is. When you zero-base that, in that type of zero-based budgeting, not zero-based campus, I'm a total different thing. When you zero-base that and you start back up of what you need, you start looking at the requirements, what you need to survive, what you need to move forward, what you need to make sure that our low-end students, readers, are getting what they need. You can't just start trimming and cutting. And then you'll start to find some things that are being paid for that you're not sure what they are. And those are the ones that you first go after, because we don't know what they are. So that there is a good exercise for that. I believe in it. I think it's a strong piece to it. I don't know if it needs certain parameters. I'd hate to be stuck on specifics of the parameters. But anytime you look at that, you also have to have an oversight of looking at how you would do it and where would the cuts be, and make sure there's a process before you start zeroing out and eradicating certain positions or certain functions or certain programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ziegler?
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Interestingly enough, a lot of the questions I have, you have merged into some of the previous responses, which is completely fine. Speaking as far as leadership, there are all different types of leadership styles. Can you describe what your leadership style is?
I think I broke into that with I'm a coach and a teacher at first. I'm a collaborative leader. I don't believe in doing things in isolation. And don't confuse that with a non-decision maker. I am strong at decision making, but my decision is predicated on making sure that I have information from all parties. I also grow leaders. It's been one of my jewels in my crown that I've grown so many principals, assistant principals, directors, and assistant superintendents. My job is to work side by side with folks and coach them through to be the best they can. And those are folks that were inside the system already. They're not folks that we just recruited in and brought in. And no, there are good people everywhere, and growing them. So I'm a collaborator, a communicator, but most importantly, if you ever speak to anyone, they say I have an incredible ability to have relationships with everybody and understand and respect where they're coming from and hear them. A few years ago, I couldn't say that. 10 years ago, I was not a good listener. I was one of those folks that waited for someone to stop talking. And I already had my thoughts. That has stopped. I think listening is more, and I think I just opened that up with the teachers union or the union bargaining groups. You got to listen first, and then you start understanding people. And there's a lot of folks that already have their opinions set and forward and moving on. If I don't understand what my staff needs or what a parent needs or what a teacher needs, if I can't hear them, I don't know what they need. I'm going to tell them what I want them to hear, and that's not it. It's listening to them first. So I'm all about building relationships, building capacity, building the culture, but most importantly, I'm a coach. I coach people to be better, and one day I'll be working for someone who I've grew through the process, and I'll be okay with that. I'll be okay with that.
Well, and another question I responded to or asked was around communication, but you touched on that, so I'm going to move to, which I appreciate. Thank you. Tell us about what is your greatest professional disappointment, and what did you learn from it? And how have you adapted since?
So everyone wants to talk about where they failed. I mean, that's always a great topic. Not really. There are multiple ones. But I believe that the one that I've always been told not to talk about, but I think it's my most important lesson, and it really does touch with all of you. There was a process that we had to go through because we were losing students at the middle school level, and we were trying to reallocate that zone and move it. And it was about 5-6 years ago, and I had the perfect plan. I had it all set. I met with my team. The board didn't like it. The board did not like it. As a matter of fact, they were pretty angry at me that day. And it wasn't a good day. And I went back and realized, I could have been angry as angry could be, but I realized I went about this the wrong way. And that was that listening piece I just talked to. I went back out to the communities. I went back out to the churches. I went back out to all the ABC meetings. I went back out to the individuals and to the folks that aren't going to be in the board meeting. They're not calling you. They're at work. They're working 2 jobs and may not speak our language. They are threatened by government institutions. All sorts of folks. I went to them, and I started speaking to them. What do you need for this to happen? Because we can't run 3 schools at under 50% capacity. It's too expensive. We have to merge them. It took 3.5, 4 years later for me to finally get through that, and it was redone, and it was done successfully. And although I'm always advised not to talk about this, you know what? That was my biggest learning experience. I'm sorry. It was a very difficult position, difficult circumstance. I thought I had the answer, but you know what? I didn't feel it. It was something I was doing. I didn't live in that community. I lived in the other community that they were bringing the students into, and I didn't know what everyone else thought. And I think that was one of my biggest changes about listening at that point. I had to hear what everyone else wanted, not what Pete Licata wanted. Pete Licata wants a lot of great things, but when it involves a community and a school and a tax base, I got to hear them first. So that was probably my biggest learning experience, and turned it into a positive. And that would be part about communicating with the board. It's got to be shopped. It's got to be shopped. It's got to be talked about. It's got to be communicated properly. And each one of you, if I am superintendent, will get the same message. It's not a different message to customize to your beliefs or your constituency. It's got to be the same message, because then it's a false narrative. And that, what I say to you, I have to say to Carolyn, I have to say to Jane, I have to say Shirley. Sorry to use your first names, but I have to say it. And that was probably one of the biggest turning points. And that's, you know, as I've said before, no one ever wants to close a school. It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And it beat me up pretty good. And I took it personally, but then realized it was bigger than me. So.
No, thank you for that. One, question, and I know you did again reference COVID-19, and you can answer this however you'd like. Certainly in leadership, there are a number of times there's challenges in front of you that you don't necessarily have a roadmap, and it doesn't appear that there's any right answer. If you want to use COVID, by all means, but is there a scenario where you talk to us about how you make those decisions, as far as when the path forward does not appear to have any good answers for you?
So I think we're all learning a lot about this. We're learning so much that, I was reading yesterday that some of the parents were concerned that they didn't have an opportunity here to participate in the survey. Why are we now in the survey when a draft plan went out? Well, a lot of districts are doing 2 different surveys now. They're doing another one because things have changed. Things have changed. You can't stop listening. I think I made that very, very clear. But you also have to be the leader that makes the decision, and it has to be a collaborative decision. You can't, silly reference, but the band Rush from Canada use the famous words, if you choose not to decide, you've still made a choice. So eventually you have to make a choice, but you have to make a choice that fits the bill for everybody involved here. Not just some of our students, not just some of our parents, not the ones that are going to call. It's the parents that may not call, or the students that really need to come back to school because both parents work all the time. But we have to do it in a safe and fashionable manner. In other words, we have to be clear on it. So what we say today about COVID-19 is going to be different tomorrow. What we know is we have to look at education differently. And I don't know if I'm getting exactly to your question specifically, but the more input and the more opportunity for input. I did 3 town hall meetings on virtual just before I got here with my communities. And the questions that came in through email, I mean, just hundreds and hundreds. And we lumped them together, my staff and I, but they're all over the board. And what you say for one is great. The next person's going to say, for every email I got in the middle of the night last night, my kids have to be at school. I got another one that said, why would you consider putting kids back in school? And then you have the next one. Virtual learning is not good for me. My kid's thriving in virtual learning. So it's very difficult, and I'm not going to answer that because I think a few superintendents around the state have cemented their feet in some plans, and now they're backtracking with some heavy feet. So I think it's just being flexible, innovative, and ability to pivot quickly, which I think is one of my strengths.
And if by way of time, am I done? Oh, well, if I have time for follow-up, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Welcome, Dr. Licata. Thank you for being here today.
For your appointment, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. And my topic is instructional excellence. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions. The first is, what sort of unique, creative, inspired, out-of-the-box type of idea did you implement that saw results in improving student achievement?
You just want one?
Well, we'll start with that.
Okay. I was appointed, again, one of those jobs I never applied for, just kept getting moved up, which was fine, to Director of Curriculum. And we were middle of the summer, and we realized that our graduation rates were hinging on the old FCAT. And this is 2011, 2012. And we had about 4 weeks before the school year started, and I had a vendor that was calling me, say, I'll do a pilot. And we have that often. And with about $830,000 for a district with 165,000 students, and we had it, and it was fine. It was Title I monies that we were able to use. I put together a 2-week FCAT retake program that required students that didn't require them, but we encouraged them, that were not graduating, that were seniors or juniors because they haven't passed the FCAT. That was one of the requirements back then. And we focused in solely on that program that was given to us. Originally it was 12 schools. I got them all the way up to 30 schools for free. We transported them. We were able to use it in funds that way. We fed them. and we also paid our teachers their wage. The program was phenomenal. I actually used some of the data for a dissertation that I later changed. But out of the 30 schools that we put in there for 2 weeks, I put it together in a week. I had a lot of help. It's not like Pete did everything. We had 9 school sites, 9 high school sites that ran it, and 4 elementary school sites that ran it, and the remaining were middle schools. We were able to increase, and I always confuse these, we were able to increase the reading FCAT passing score at 5%, and the math at 7%. Our graduation rates skyrocketed because of it, because when they took that test in November, a month later, and we made sure we stayed with that program, and I got the rights to the program for the next few months, we were able to make a big impact on our graduation rates of the students that we knew needed extra support. It wasn't the program so much, and I didn't want to get locked in on the program because so many programs are phenomenal, but if you're not supported, and this was supported by the company, we were successful in that way. I also found out something very funny, that program required printing of certificates, color certificates that so-and-so John made to the next level. And to look at a high school senior that's bigger than me, and I'm not a small man, who headed somewhere to play football or basketball, and get angry because his certificate is not in color. I realized every award deserves to be given to kids because they work for it. And I was so surprised when I found out, why do they get a color printer now? So it's a small anecdote, but I realized that achievement to kids and recognizing them really mattered. I don't care how big they are or how old they are. And that was nice. That was one of my best accomplishments when thinking out of the box, bringing them in for 2 weeks and feeding them and getting them ready, and not making it going to school, making it I'm going to advance. So that was one of my feathers, without a doubt.
Eliminating the achievement gap is a must. What approaches would you pursue, and what leadership and guidance would you provide in this effort?
So I think I touched on some of that with Mr. Robinson, Eric's response, but I want to elaborate a little bit more. About 3 years ago, we realized when we were, now remember, we're the 5th largest, 6th largest, whatever, 11th largest, 10th largest in the nation, district in the country. We're 5th in the state. We're half the size of Miami-Dade. We're 2/3 the size of Broward. We became a machine in creating acceleration in college coursework. We led the state in all of those. And we're still, 200,000 kids strong, yes. But we looked deeper into the data again and realized that some of our students, especially with the label of ELL or ESE, F&R, were still not getting as many opportunities. They were higher than they were before. And I knew something had to be done, so I sat with a few specialists of mine, because it was over my division, and a manager and the director, and said, why is this happening? What's going on here? So we looked at the master schedule back before master schedule analysis was cool, and we realized that a lot of kids who maybe not speak English or have a grasp of the language because they're in reading doesn't mean they can't technically do something or can't achieve in a college-type atmosphere. So I just simply said, we are going to make that our objective statement for the year, and that's our goal. We're going to increase 3%, 5%, I think it was 5% at the time, 5%. I said 5% for our ESE, F&R, ELL students for accelerated credit, whether it be college, CTE, industry cert. And, I got the tilted head look like, are you kidding me? And then we went to the schools and said, these kids need to be in these classes. We've analyzed them, we looked at their scores, we looked at how strong they are in their native language. They have to be in these courses. Let's get them in there. At the end of the year, we didn't do 5%. We did upwards to a 20% increase on some of those groups. And it was really clear. When you make it part of your job every day to make sure that those students achieve and support them, and not just say, oh yeah, we give them money, we give them programs, yeah, that'll be fine. When it's part of your evaluation and when it's part of what you earn, or whether you have a great evaluation or good evaluation or phenomenal, when it's a focus point, and it was my focus point, it was the whole department's focus, and we just achieved it without even realizing it. And it was simply because it was a focal point. Didn't mean we forgot everybody else. We were still off the charts and knocking the Jesus out of everyone else, but it was about those groups that we felt could do better. And again, it was a focal point. That was what we woke up and did every day. We are going to make these groups in a place to where they can earn college and accelerated credits. So.
How has your district made support services an integral part of student achievement? Describe your role in this.
So our support services are aplenty, and we understand that districts should be supportive of school campuses. Remember, no teaching goes on in our district offices here. And I always say that my office is in this building, but my work is out there. And that's the way it needs to be perceived. So support services and quality support services is important. I already went into the mental health piece of that. We have to make sure that that's there. Overseeing alternative ed for years, what we noticed is we are not going to change a child's trajectory if we continue to keep them on that same path of alternative ed, let them go, just keep going, and maybe they'll age out, maybe they'll graduate, hopefully they'll get a skill set. That's an awful way to perceive a child that may have done something wrong as a child. So what we did is we reduced expulsion significantly. We brought in some CTE programs and supported from the district. And we also looked at what is the process of putting a child into alternative ed. Yes, I get it. Campuses have to be safe. You're not going to find a bigger supporter of that. But what are we doing up front? Where is the recognition? And those support services need to be there for those upfront pieces. Whether it's mental health, whether it's financial. I mean, how many homeless students do we have? I tell the story about the kid who almost punched me in the head one day because I told him to take his hat off. I didn't suspend him. I didn't even give him detention in front of the entire school. I brought him to my office and said, "What's going on?" He said, "I got thrown out of my house. My mother's boyfriend beat me up last night." This kid was a 2.1. What am I going to do? Arrest him or put him in an alternative ed environment as a principal? No, I'm going to give him support. So I told him, every day you're coming to my office, I'm going to feed you, and you're going to go ahead and sit here and tell me, because he was a 2.1 kid. And if he goes below 2.0, he doesn't graduate. That's before. That's working on the cause, not the effect. And support services should be working on the cause. And we do see impact in assessments or any type of a diagnostic. That's when we pinpoint and target through PLCs and through other means to say, teachers, what do you need? How can we support? Let us help you diagnose each child and work specifically on the individual needs of that child, not as a group. The child masters that. Let's move to the next one. So support services is just that. Support services, they should never be walking into a classroom telling teachers what to do. A teacher's environment is where they do their best work. And if we hold them to a standard, let's let them do what they do best. Because some teachers teach differently and are successful. Some teachers straight out of the box, and they do it well. But support service is about supporting that teacher, because they're the ones that make the difference.
Thank you.
How do you balance the needs of special populations like ESE, ELL, and students traditionally referred to as gifted and talented?
So that's a multi-part question, but my strong belief is if a child is willing to, and let's say the child has a learning disability, the child is willing and the parents are supportive enough to move that child into an inclusion environment and get the support services. Let's make sure we put them in the highest place they can achieve. Because if we put them in the middle or set their standards low, we'll get it. We'll definitely get it. John Hattie does some research on students, and he talks about size of classrooms. He also talks about the single most important, and it's not class size. It has no impact. From 18 to 28, there's no impact. The biggest single factor on student achievement is the belief by the teacher that they can do the work and they can be successful. And I have yet to meet a teacher that has that role or has that culture in their classroom, whether it's an ESE child, an ELL student, or even a gifted student. I have one of those. That's the important piece. So let's not prevent or barricade or put hurdles up for students that can achieve more. If they don't, we can back down. We'll reconvene the team and talk about it and see that they're not meeting the goals and the measures, and back down and arrive at more support. But don't let's shortchange our kids. Let them do it. You'll be amazed at how great they are when you give them the right environment. So I think I answered that.
Mm-hmm. Give some examples. Do I have time or am I over? I'm over? Done?
Done.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
This is about board staff and community relations. What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or have negative experiences with education? How would you support your staff to successfully and respectfully reach out to them?
Wow. Do you have an hour? This is a great question, because right now there is a disconnect, especially in public education, and this is why other entities are going into the realm of education. First of all, everyone needs to be heard, and if they're disillusioned with the system, it's because of a reason. Something happened along the way, and we have to hear what they are. I meet with parents myself. I have no problem meeting with community. I also understand that our role is servant to the community. We aren't their leaders in their household. We are their leaders in schools. And it's their expectations of what we should be doing to help their students. You will find a rare negative article or negative word spoken about my community and media in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, without getting into the details, I think you understand that my first encounter as regional superintendent last year was in front of an angry mob that demanded answers because they deserved answers. My job was to replace a principal, international news, and I had to make sure I heard everything, and I had to meet with the community. I had to meet with the groups and the special groups and the special interest groups about this. And I knew there had to be some healing, but there had to be listening, and there had to be a decisive move on once they made decisions, and that decision on who that principal was going to be as a community. And they were invited into those meetings, and they were brought in. We are servants. We are public servants. We have the honor, and we carry the weight of being public servants. And going into the community is what we do. We don't open our gates and say, "Come on in, everybody." We go to them and say, "It's a welcoming place. Let me show you what we do. Why don't you come down?" And we'll take care of it. But there's an order of operation for that.
Describe a time when you had to choose between driving a plan forward or pausing to listen and learn, and what did you do and what lessons were learned?
Well, I'd like to learn that lesson back before about not going forward and getting beat up, which I deserved. I'm going to go with a charter school that I myself didn't do it, but I knew that I was part of a small group, the superintendent, legal team. We had a charter school that was just ruining the system, ruining children. Funds were just so mismanaged. It was an awful environment. There was no teaching going on. And it's not easy to close a charter school. They're protected, and that's the way it should be. But this was something that we really wanted to push hard, push hard, push hard. We need to do it, we need to do it, we need to do it. And at one point, I believe we were sitting in a meeting in the chief counsel's conference room, and he said, we have to. And I said, what happens if we pause? If we pause, we know we are guiding our students a little bit in a month or two anyway, because certain statutes and regulations are going to shut them down anyway. If we go for it now it may get mixed up into litigation, may get a pause, a stand steady or stand pat rule, and we paused. And then that month or two came through, and by statute, it was much easier to close it rather than going off of statements, off of he said, she said, and the statute kicked in. And that was a great time. Our lawyer, who we're losing, is phenomenal, but it was the time when I said, can we wait and let statute take over and help with that process? There were other people involved in that, but that was a strong support of mine because it did happen that way.
Tell us about a time when you recognized an internal communication gap within the staff of your district. What did you do to address it? What was the outcome?
I know there's some people watching right now, so I have to be really careful with this answer.
No, you have to be honest.
There was a disconnect about what principals thought was a alternative education placement incident versus what really should happen. And if you're going to make changes, you have to spell that out clearly. And there was some miscommunication when I picked up alternative education that principals were calling. And they weren't wrong. They had just been under the guise of, well, the child did this, and I can move them. They're off the campus, I'm suspending them. You know. And that's not the case. That's not what we do. We got to a place where we were so comfortable, and I remember being a principal and being able to do that. And that miscommunication was wrong. It wasn't wrong on the principal's part. It was because it wasn't echoed downward in a sense that these are the parameters. We worked with the Safe Schools assistant superintendent, and we worked together to make sure that we established a protocol, a program. It was completed actually about 8 months ago. But now principals understand this doesn't mean alternative ed. This does. This doesn't mean alternative placement. This does. Where are your interventions? Where are you fixing it up front? You can't just have a kid do something and say, well, they've done it before. Well, where were your interventions? So I think that communication now is about if a child is starting to do some behaviors that is not acceptable, let's get them the resources. If they continue, then we can talk, but let's make sure the resources are in place. Don't call me after the third time and say, this is the third time they did it. Well, I didn't know about it the first 2 times. Remember, principals only can operate with what their information is, so the communication had to be a lot clearer, and I think right now it's very, very clear. We want to keep our kids on campus, but we want to keep our campus safe through the right means.
Considering the many decisions that face any superintendent, how and what input do you currently obtain from your students, teachers, parents, staff, school administrators, and the business community who are directly affected by your decisions?
So I think I touched on some of that earlier about that, and I'm sorry that I ruined some of the questions. I think my formula moving into the high school principal realm was clear, that I listened to the teachers and the students first, and it gave me the recipe for how I could make it better. And that hasn't changed. And, we do have a student a liaison that sits on our board as well. But remember, I'm not in the classroom every day. I'd like to be. I'm not on a school campus every day. I'd like to be. I'm not with the business community every day. When I instituted, and I hate using the word I because there's a small team of people. We're not massive. It was still my project. When I changed our programming, as we talked before, to regionalization, that required significant input. And we had a large meeting in a boardroom of 200 people, college presidents, PTSA, students, board members were there, teachers were there, parents were there, principals were there. And I mixed up the groups and said, how can we be better? This is some of our thought process. How can we be better? Some of the principals didn't like it because they were going to lose some of their best kids because they've been cherry picking. But at the end of the day, I incorporated that entire organization of people, and they were the support on when I brought the plan forward to the board saying, this is the input I got. This is the money we're going to save. These are the opportunities for the new students or the students that will benefit from this program. But more importantly, this came together as a massive community. Now, my business ties are incredible. That's one of my strengths. But I couldn't just listen to them. Even though we're producing their future talent workforce, we had to make sure we listened to parents, too. So that was another feather in my cap because that was a huge meeting that took on some massive roles. And that's when we took that showcase of schools that we did for our magnet program. And then now it's 15, 16,000 people show up to it now, foaming at the mouth on what school am I going to get my kid into because I really like this program. I really want this program from K all the way to 12. So that was a turning point, and I think that question really encapsulates what I did at that point to make sure it was successful and make sure.
As a follow-up, so you use massive input rather than task forces?
No, it turned into a task force. It was a task force.
And what comprised your task force?
Business community, business partners. Education Foundation was big in it. Our teachers union, I asked bring us teachers that would like to be a part of this. Our principals association, our district administrative association, and the business development board, which is it's like a big massive chamber, but it increases our productivity in our business. So I went to them and said, give me a few of your folks that would be part of this. And
so
that was
no parents?
Oh, the parents were in there. PTSA selected our parents as well. I'm sorry, I left that out. Parents were in there as well. So it was all the big organizations and reduced it down to a task force. It could be considered a task force. I don't know if we had that term back then. Now it's a big task force. But it was a collaborative meeting with all the stakeholders being represented significantly.
What I was looking for was who made up. I got it. You gave it to me.
Yeah, I went to the leaders of all these organizations that send me who you think instead of me selecting it. Because when I select it, I select people that want to hear my voice or tell me the same things I want to hear.
Thank you. Is there any additional information that you would like to share with the board? Because we're closing now. So.
Okay. Is this my closing statement?
No. Your closing statement is after this. Then you'll do your closing statement.
Is there any? No. If you could repeat, please. I have the floor. I think what comes across in my leadership is the ability to communicate, the ability to lead, and to be able to build leaders from within. Sarasota County is a very, very strong place. It's a wonderful place. I've spent a lot of time over here. Matter of fact, I've done some charitable events over here for the past few years, which have been wonderful for big brothers and big sisters. Not a lot of changing that needs to go on here. There's not a lot of changing that needs to go on here. There needs to be some improvements in some area. Everyone has to improve. Everything needs to be improved. But more importantly, anyone who places their foundation on the existing structures that we've been living for the last, for me, 26 years in education, is foolishly hoping that we get back to normalcy. There's a slim chance we will. I'm hoping, all of us are hoping, that there's this miraculous cure for this COVID. But you know what? The moment we get that, there's another issue out there. And it's what's going on in our streets right now about our youth, especially our youth of color, that are not feeling respected. So those staples and those institutions that we've relied upon and built our careers upon, and some very successful, maybe aren't the institutions we need to use moving forward. We really have to think about it. It doesn't mean we trash everything. We don't zero base it. We have to think about it differently. And my strength is definitely, I'm a business major out of the University of Miami. And then I got into education after my father passed away. It was incredible. But the reality is we have to pivot fast, and we have to be innovative. So I want to leave you with that. My leadership speaks for itself. If you have a difficult task, because there's strong candidates here, but one thing I bring to the table that maybe is different is when I speak to you, you're hearing it from my heart and from my head. It's not written down. Someone didn't write it for me. It's what I believe, and I'm always willing to take a question from anybody, because it's easy to speak the truth. It's easy to speak to something you know about, and I know a lot about me. My wife tells me that all the time.
Do you have any questions for the board?
No, just thank you.
No one has any questions for us. I don't understand that.
It's your turn to ask the questions.
I'm kidding with you. To put some levity in here. Again, we'd like to thank you for your interest and participation in this process. Was that your 5-minute closing that you gave?
No, I think that was just the floor.
Okay.
I think.
Give you 5 minutes. Don't listen to anybody else on the board. Just listen to me right now.
Okay. Again, I have a really nice closing statement.
Yes, I can't. It's very hard to hear.
I have a really nice closing statement.
Voice thing over here, Kathy, it needs the volume.
Yeah. So I have this really nice closing statement that I've written down, and I've spoken over the few days. But reality is, my wife and I have spent a lot of time here recently, and we've spent it over the years. And we've noticed what Sarasota is great for. We've enjoyed it. All I can think about is a pasta dish over at the restaurant down on Main Street. I won't use names, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about. It's famous for its culture. And I have to fit into this place. Nobody coming into this role should consider them more important than already what's established. And to me, that's about coaching and teaching and leading. My personality is about togetherness. It's about one unit, one organization coming together and making the best for children. And if we are not doing that, there are children that are left out. And that becomes, I think that's just natural for being a coach and a leader. It's the important piece. And I think it's important to also say this. I'm coming from a very large district, and you have some phenomenal candidates. I did a data study, again, between the two districts and realized how similar they were in achievement, in environment, in schools, and the differences were minimal. That experience is important because that's what I'm doing right now. But more importantly, coming from a big district, I've learned that if you don't stay in contact with the folks that make the difference, the wonderful woman that's going to drive me around in the bus today, that makes sure that our kids get to school every day, and you're losing touch. And if everything isn't within arm's length, then you're losing touch with it. And if you're not listening to everyone in the organization, I also want to make sure something is very clear. Not only do I need to fit into Sarasota and bring my leadership skills there, but I also make sure that this is not just a stepping stone for me. I'm not waiting to move to somewhere else. Sarasota is a place I want to retire to in 10 years. I got 10 years. And I won't retire. I know that, if I'm fortunate, God-given. And it's a family place that my wife is very supportive because her work allows her. Allows her to work here. This is my capstone. I have a lot to be thankful for. I have a lot to be proud of. I have so many things that just, I'm blessed. It's a wonderful, there's never a complaint. If you hear me complaining, I'm lying. But this would be my capstone. And this is a place I can find myself very comfortable in, making sure that we make those steps even farther into success and become the #1 district with that. And making sure all children are achieving, not just the ones that have the resources. And that's the way to get there. So you have my commitment, you have my passion, and you must certainly have my honesty, because I think I've been very honest with you all. And I appreciate your time. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you tomorrow. And you're welcome to ask me whatever you would like. So thank you for your time. And Chairman Zucker, I appreciate you being on time and such. My father was a military man, and he always said, if you're on time, you're late. So.
Well, this evening you'll be participating in a modified meet and greet using a live stream format. And tomorrow we will meet individually for our one-on-one interviews. And please let FSBA staff know if you have any questions or concerns, or if you need anything. It would be great. And again, thank you for coming here, for your interest in this position. And
it's wonderful. Thank you very, very much.
Have a fun afternoon.
Could I again ask for the written comments for your closing statement? I know you didn't give them, but if we could get a copy of your written statement for your closing? Or is it... No, it's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
That's fine.
I could provide that later today, no problem.
It's okay.
I have the edited version that you change your mind 3-4 times. So.
It's okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we are now at a break. How did I get ahead of myself?
You are. You were giving all the members 10 minutes instead of 15.
No, I'm ahead.
Yeah.
It should be 11:30.
Yeah, you were cutting everybody off after 10 minutes instead of 15. But that's okay.
Okay. Welcome. Dr. Keith Oswald, good to see you. I'd like all of us to introduce ourselves. I'm Caroline Zucker, Chair of the Board, and
Shirley Brown, Vice Chair.
Bridget Ziegler.
Jane Goodwin.
Eric Robinson.
And staff in the room right now is Craig Maniglia.
Very good.
He's our communications director. And then you have 2 reporters. No, that's an IT person. Brand new IT person, 1 week here, everybody. Jane, brand new IT person.
Welcome.
All right. So we will have 60 minutes for our board interview this morning. You will have 5 minutes to provide an opening statement, and each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions: operations, business, finance, personal leadership, instructional excellence, and board staff community relations. Each board member is allotted 15 minutes and is prepared to ask up to 5 questions, sometimes 6. The number of questions each gets will depend on the length of your responses, and you will have time at the end for your final thoughts. I will start the meeting by allowing you 5 minutes. Allowing you, it sounds terrible. By informing you that you have 5 minutes for any opening comment you would like to give. Go.
Okay. Thank you. And to all the board members, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be a finalist for the candidacy of the superintendent of Sarasota County Schools. I've had a great day so far on the tour, visiting some amazing facilities. Steve, Patty, Al, and our wonderful bus driver, Jen, have been completely supportive. So a little bit about me. So I started in education, not to date myself, but probably about 27 years ago. And And the reason that I chose education is, like many educators, we want to make a difference in kids. So my biological father never learned how to read, and that really bothered me growing up as a kid into my adult world. So that's why I chose special education for my field. And through that, I ended up getting recruited. I'm from upstate New York, Buffalo. So yes, I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. So, and from there, I ended up in Palm Beach County for the majority of my career. So from special education teacher, working with special needs kids, a lot of that was inclusion model, really pushing for kids to get the regular core instruction. And that experience and working in different schools, I realized I really wanted to have a greater impact with more students. So that got me into the leadership role. So worked on my master's in educational leadership, the assistant principal, principal for 5 years at elementary school with Title I, about 95% free reduced lunch, with majority Latinos, about 70%, a lot of first generation students to the United States, and it was the most wonderful experience. It was a brand new school when it was opening at that time, and so I actually was hired in May to open up the school for August as a new principal and hire an entire staff. So quickly had to put together. That first year, if back then schools didn't have a school grade, it would have been an F school at that time. So after the first year was a D, but then we quickly took that to a B and an A school. From there, careful what you wish for, so I wanted to try something new and apply for a position in the New York City Board of Ed. It was at the time when Mayor Bloomberg, when he was mayor, he had taken over the school system, a lot of reform that was happening, and was offered a position to supervise schools in the Bronx. So that was just a phenomenal experience of real innovation that was occurring at that time. Great principals, great teachers doing some just amazing work. As life had it, family issue that I had to come back to South Florida after a couple years and ended back up in Palm Beach County. Really wanted to then do the high school experience. So I took a high school, Boynton Beach High School, which was at the time, it had been open for 6 years, derated for 6 years, and had never moved. About 65% African American, about 20% Latino, the rest white and other. Title I, it was a beautiful facility with a performing arts program as well. And from there, we quickly had to address a lot of building teacher capacity, a lot around the leadership capacity of the assistant principals. But quickly in the first year, we got off that D, and quickly, for the first time ever, got it to a C. And then over my tenure there, took it up to a B school. And so very proud of the work there at both levels of being a principal. Really worked. My core about what I do is about bringing culture and impacting and building people's expertise. You know, majority of our dollars are spent in human capital, so how we develop our people is just critical. And then from there, I took on a number of different roles in leadership at the district office. So I've been assistant superintendent over teaching and learning, school safety, regional area superintendent supervising schools directly, and then into my current position as deputy superintendent chief of schools. So there I supervise all the academic programming as well as all of the schools. I'm proud to say over probably the 7-8 years that I've been in the central office leaving the school center, we've seen graduation rates go up 14% in Palm Beach County. I'm very proud of that work. And now excited about potentially this new opportunity.
Now we will begin grilling you.
Okay.
Mrs. Brown.
Well, I'm going to start with an easy one.
Okay.
Discuss a difficult personnel problem, and I actually threw one out at the last one. How would you handle in today's social media and the politically correct, or making sure that someone doesn't post something that is derogatory or would be considered harassment? Say a teacher or a staff person would post something derogatory to either racial LGBT or whatever. How would you handle that?
Yeah, so I'm big on systems. I think systems are crucial for especially a school district. So first, I think prevention is important. So how do we get in front of all of our staff and teach responsibility about, around social media? So as a school district, we do a lot to train, whether it's teachers, any employee, about being cautious about what you post, that these things can cause great harm. And so a lot of prevention and work around that. On the flip side, we know that things do happen. And unfortunately, it has happened in Palm Beach County. So what systems do we have in place to address those? So if it rises to a level of some type of investigation to see if it has violated any particular board policy, it is crucial. So to protect all parties, to see, and we have done that in the past, where we would involve an investigation around what was posted. And we've had some instances of that. So some of them have gone to where there was formal discipline, some to where conference notes and noting what has occurred. And then again, how do we be more responsible in the future?
Thank you. Please give us an example of how you have either collectively or collaboratively bargained an employee contract, and what is your philosophy on bargaining and working with the union?
So I do, throughout the years in the central office in particular, I have been involved behind the scenes working with our negotiating team. So I've had many experiences more around teacher unions. So I believe, and one of my core beliefs is all about collaboration. So how do we get in front, again, how do we get in front of issues throughout the entire year? So currently, I have a standing meeting monthly and more if needed with our union head for our teachers union, so that we can talk about issues, so we can talk about things that we're thinking about for the future, so we can begin problem solving. So when we get down to the table of negotiating, things can go much more smoothly. Obviously, the biggest challenge is probably when it comes to finances and financial challenges. Those can be more challenging, but so for example, most recently I've been having conversations with our union head around career ladders for teachers. How do we, a lot of times we'll pull teachers out of the classroom and bring them to the central office to provide training and support for teachers throughout the entire county, versus we've got amazing teachers doing great work in the classroom that we don't want to lose them in front of the teachers. How do we provide some financial incentives for them to stay in the classroom, but as I can borrow you for so many days throughout the year, and you can get this financial incentive to do that. So now I can use your expertise. You've got the track record of moving student achievement. You've got, you're building a classroom community. Let's show that off to other teachers who can learn from you. And so, so they've been very open to that. Want to keep some more teachers in that protected class of that union, but it also provides financial incentives for those teachers who are doing really good work to share that expertise with everyone. So, so through that, usually our chief financial officer is the one who's actually at the table, or the chief of HR. But in the heat of negotiations, just in this last round, they've come out and consulted with me. Can we move a little bit further on this particular issue? Around time, if it's around planning time. So been very closely involved. Again, collaboration, working together, solves many problems with any of the unions. Being ahead of it, I think, is crucial.
Thank you. What's your experience in facilities management or construction planning of growth? Yeah.
So again, throughout the years, closely involved with facilities management. Obviously, with the chief operating officer, we work very closely on many issues. So if we're talking about new construction, we're playing at a new high school. So how do we start thinking about the academic programming that we want for that school? So I'm at the table thinking about working through, when we look at all of our choice programs, what's most popular in that particular region, what would we want to see potentially in the future? Thinking about that design before we go out to build. Then on the flip side, when we think about, our custodians and how the custodians working together about the training and support that they would need to get on a day-to-day as we're dealing with maintenance and those type of issues. And then everywhere in between. So if we're talking about a facility, one of our alternative schools right now that is old, needs to be moved out, we need to find a new location. So we're working closely together on a regular basis about where do we find a place that's suitable and equitable for these particular students. Another case where we actually was a very difficult, where we took one of our middle schools that was a relatively new facility, but was under-enrolled, significantly under-enrolled. We ended up, and we're still working through, where we have one of our charter schools that's a very popular charter school around career tech ed programs. How do we save the district dollars by, we had enough space to move those students out, so we moved those students out. We work closely together. So where we put, we actually invested millions of dollars in renovating that facility for our charter school to run these career tech ed, which is a popular program in our community, and then we can take that old facility back and use it for other purposes. So again, that was working with the chief operating officer, working through the planning piece of that, how we rezone students. Very complicated, very intense, lots of meetings. Closing schools, not an easy task at all, and nothing that's ever popular, but we managed to work through that.
Okay, thank you. Now, my next one is describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment. And I'm like, from profanity or smoking, guns, to the COVID. I mean, anywhere you want to go on this.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay. So I love school culture. So school culture, the research is clear. Culture, got a great culture, you're going to have better student achievement. So actually, probably when I was at Boynton Beach High School, we had probably one of the largest number of students being suspended, discipline referrals. So at that level, I knew it was about building culture, but at the same time, academics, we weren't doing well academically. But it wasn't about one or the other. Students had to feel that there was a purpose, so I had to improve the teaching and learning that was occurring at school, but at the same time, and this is going back some years, deal with the discipline issues on the campus. So immediately we were one of the first schools back then when we started, and I know that this district is a school-wide positive behavior support school district. So we were one of the first ones to pilot that back, a number of years back. So we created a whole motto where we, talked about our universal expectations for student behavior and taught our kids very deliberately and intentional around what our expectations. So if I'm walking in the hallway, if I'm saying hello to you, what does it mean to say hello? What does it mean to show a sign of respect? Being very intentional about how we work with our students is just critical. So we quickly saw considerable drops in discipline referrals, but at the same time, increase in the teaching and learning. So from there, when I went to the central office, we ended up expanding that. So one of the pieces, looking at our discipline data, taking a deep dive into that, we needed to rewrite our student code of conduct. So ASMN wasn't rewritten for a number of years, and put a lot more around the prevention piece it built into that policy, which is board policy. So, and then from there, how do we train our teachers and our principals around all of these particular changes? How do we get more on the prevention side around building culture for all of our schools. We built an amazing discipline dashboard so that all of our schools could see over the course of 3 years what a type of referrals, when they were occurring, where they were occurring, who was writing them. And so from there, they could build a strategic plan at the school level around what do we need to do to create a more safe and better culture on our particular campus.
What was that program you said you brought into that high school that was?
So PBS, Positive Behavior Support.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think it's not, many school districts are using that now.
Right,
The
yeah,
research
I just didn't catch it. Okay.
Yes.
What's your experience in working with charter schools and magnet schools and private schools?
So, so charter schools is under me as well. So, so we have a large number of charter schools. So, again, how do we work collaboratively within the regulations of the board policies that have been put in place? On a regular basis, we'll have meetings with them talking about any issues. We offering them professional development on things that we've changed how we had traditionally, where they weren't part of that professional development, to where it's really important that they're part of that, especially when it comes to around school safety and a lot of the new regulations and compliance issues. How do we get ahead of that and involve them? I think we took a bold step with what we did when we closed that middle school and moving our charter school there, especially one that was popular. At the same time, there's got to be a level of accountability, right? So issues will come up. They have more autonomy. So when things don't go right, if there's a complaint, how do we investigate and support and address those issues so they don't become a regular issue? In particular, I mean, for us, some of those tend to be sometimes even around special needs students and making sure that they're getting the services and support. So how do we help them understand their responsibility about servicing special needs students, educating them on that, and then if they need additional support, but making sure that that accountability piece is there.
What is your experience dealing with special ed federal programs and career tech and at-risk?
So very closely with all of those. So I've directly supervised that Department of Special Education, and then through Chief Academic Officer, been a special education teacher. So number of issues that are important there is one is understanding the law and what's our responsibility, and understanding our board policies that support those particular pieces to ensure that our students are being served. Then I think the fun part around special education is the creativity. So we get the IDA, we get the block grant. How do we create opportunities and programs for especially our special needs kids to excel? So recently, over the last couple of years, we have some advocates around dyslexia and for our staff understanding dyslexia. So, before it was kind of like taboo to talk about dyslexia, right? Wow, I'm going to say that word. So, and maybe a special education teacher. So honestly, these parents, these family members really did a lot to educate me and being open and to listening to them. So we ended up, through that, creating a plan around how we train all of our schools around dyslexia. So dyslexia awareness program was our first step, and it was amazing. I think it was after our first meeting, just with principals, how many principals came up after and said, I'm so glad we're doing this. I have a family member who, is going through something, and so glad to see that we're actually talking about this. And then how do we get down to the specific programming that's going to address that? So critical that we match the right intervention to the deficit versus that we're just applying a particular program because we feel that's the best program. And that's hard work. So that's really getting people who understand the disability well. So having good training. One of the challenges I think we have with special education is really around really getting more people who want to teach special ed and then getting them trained up to deal with the complexities. I mean, obviously there's great variance when it comes to ESE students, right? So across the board. So building their skill set has got to be a piece. With federal programs, I'm directly supervising really handle the budget around Title I, II, 4, some with 3. So how those funds are used is changed as statutes change and laws change, but directly involved with how we spend our district funds to support, again, the majority of our funds are going to the schools, but then how do we provide additional supports to our schools directly over that. A couple years ago, made the decision, early childhood was a priority. How do we expand our Children's Service Council, the local Children's Service Council has substantial dollars supporting that. How do we expand those opportunities? So we made a conscious decision, and then aligning with our strategic plan around putting another $1 million into open up more programs for our children who needed more. So lots of creativity, love getting into that budget and decide what's going to really, again, improve our teacher capacity. And in particular, Title II, how do we, in particular with the research that we've seen over time with Wallace around building principal, assistant principal capacity is crucial. So we know the classroom teacher is number one, we all know that, but then it's the principal. So what that principal does, in fact, Wallace talks a lot about they've never found one school that has ever been turned around where the principal wasn't key to making that happen.
Thank
Not
you.
one case ever.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Robinson?
So my first question is, if you're a superintendent, how are you going to define success?
so defining success. So going back to our vision and mission. So what is the vision and mission for Sarasota County Schools? Are we executing on that? And then what are the metrics behind it? So for me, it's about metrics. What are our long-term and short-term outcomes for that upcoming year? And working closely with the board, breaking that down in each of the areas of how we define success. So from strictly a student achievement end is having specific metrics of what kind of growth we want to see within that.
So what metrics would you, I know you'd work it out between you and the board, but what metrics specifically would you bring to the board that you would like to see? And obviously I know it would be a collaborative effort, but we would bring our own metrics, you would bring yours. So what metrics would you bring to the table that you would like to see?
So on the academic side, I would say I would want to have metrics around in line with our school grading policy around the low 25. So how are we moving our students who are most underserved or most furthest behind academically, and making sure we align resources to support that. So that, to me, that would be a top priority.
You gave the right answer.
Okay. Okay.
If you, how would you recruit and retain good staff?
So how would I recruit and retain? So I'm proud of the succession and what I've done as a leader over the years. Many of the individuals I've worked with, from teachers, assistant principals, are taking on leadership roles throughout the school district, come back to me all the time. To me, it's a general, as a person, as a human being, how do we generally respect each other and then provide them the support to grow? So we all have space to grow, where we all can get better at what we do. And that's what I would always start off with any staff. None of us are perfect. We all can grow. So then one of the things, a book I gave to all of the principals when I was called Thank You for the Feedback. It was a research project at Harvard around, how do we give and how do we receive feedback in order to grow? So creating that culture where it's safe to be able to receive feedback, to understand we're here to support each other. So does a lot for retention, because that builds your culture. And again, when you look at why teachers leave the field, it's because they feel they don't have support, right? That's the number one reason when you look at the national. So how do we provide that support on a regular basis and build systems? Again, I think systems are important. So as a large district, how do we ensure that those systems exist across all of our schools so that people have a minimum level of support systems?
I believe culture and respect is an important part, and one of the ways that manifests itself is through average teacher salary. So what average teacher salary would you try to achieve?
So average teacher, so obviously a lot is changing most recently in here with the minimum coming to 47.5 or whatever a school district can get to that. So that's going to change the landscape. And depending on what dollars are left over to deal with your more veteran teachers, so that whole compacting that's going to exist is going to be a challenge, right? So how do we look at where we can raise that for teachers? Obviously, we know in Florida, we have not ranked well across the United States. So it's an area that needs to be addressed and looked at. We need to, support our teachers financially, but at the same time, how do we balance that district budget?
So we're able to, we get funding from a variety of sources, mainly from the state. But then we have the ability to go out and get COPS funding or go out for a referendum or go out for a referendum for a bond. Can you explain when you would use COPS, going out for a referendum for a bond, or going out for a referendum as an increase in millage? And when would you use each one?
So my most experience that I've had is through a referendum. So through millage and sales tax, and we've had great success. So from, I want to say maybe 10 years ago, we had a major millage increase to do a lot around building new facilities for our school district. Got great support from the community to pass that. And then, again, most recently, in the last few years, we've gone for the sales tax, dealing with our deferred maintenance issues. So we've got a half-cent penny sales tax to deal with that. At the same time, 2 years later, we went forward for another millage to deal with, to your point, around teacher retention. 50% of that going towards teacher supplements. We went, and then the rest towards school safety and mental behavioral health. We've had great support doing that. I've had less experience with the COPS. I think it's best that you pay as you go, as a district can do to pay as you go and not borrow, is best, unless we're looking at some long-term facility needs.
Okay. So we were talking about millage. Do you have a specific millage rate that you would like to maintain? We can obviously go to higher millage if we go out to the referendum. Is there a certain millage rate that you think is a sweet spot?
So, so I thought about it that way. So I think right now, we just passed the 1 mil, and what we've been able to do with the 1 mil has been pretty incredible. I think the success that this district's had over time with your millage has been incredible. The supports around facilities to staffing at the schools. I think right now we're in a very good place with a 1.0 millage to deal with mental and behavioral health supports that like we've never seen before. I actually got to spend $20 million recently to build where we added a behavioral health professional in every one of our school campuses. 100 of our campuses that now have a co-located services where a specialist that deals with the students who need more support around mental health, working with our community partners. We're seeing thousands and thousands of referrals in just a very short period of time with these kind of dollars. Also increasing and addressing our capital, our school hardening supports with the rest of those particular dollars. At the same time, providing retention supplements for our teachers, and we're in a very good space. The half-cent sales tax has helped us to catch up on deferred maintenance. I think that's going to be one of our challenges. So I say the 1 full mil is a good spot based on my experiences.
I understand that sales tax is capital and the millage is operating.
Yeah.
But it sounded like, maybe I was misunderstanding what you're saying, but that you go out with restrictions like this part of the millage, we're going out for $0.25 mil for mental health, another millage for recruitment, retention, and teacher. Is that what you're saying? If that is what you're saying, how do you compare that to going out for just plain operating? Do you think it's a greater success of having restriction, but then you have restriction versus just going out for 1 mil for pure operating? What are your thoughts of the dichotomy?
Right. So ours is more restrictive, the way the ballot language was written. And part of intentionality, people wanted to know how we were going to spend the dollars, and they wanted full transparency on that. So for us, it gave greater transparency about how we're going to use Would more flexibility help a particular school district to make better decisions, a board? Absolutely. But for our community, for the transparency they wanted. And then we also have oversight committees appointed by board members to ensure that what we said on the ballot language we're doing and we're delivering on.
As you can tell, my question's all around finance. So
Yes.
my next question, continuing on with that theme, I asked you previously about what you think an optimal sweet spot with a millage, and so flowing that through, what do you think the average funding per student should be from all sources to be able to accomplish the goals you have as a superintendent?
From all sources, so taking
All sources, what's the average would be from all sources?
Yeah.
How much would you like to be able to spend per student on average?
I can tell you it's not. I wish we had it when I had it when I was in New York, which was.
Speaking of which, my wife is from North Tonawanda. Just wanted to bring that up.
North Tonawanda?
North Tonawanda.
I'm from North Tonawanda.
Lumberjacks. But anyways, I digress.
God, a small world. So, I'll go back and lost my train of thought.
Would you like me to skip it? I mean.
No. I'm going back to the original question again.
What would you think would be a good, because we're always trying to get more money, we're always having problems. What would be a number that you, in your head, you would think would say, this is good, I'm fully funded, I'm able to accomplish my goals. What would that number be, average per student?
I'd have to do more research to look at
that's
that.
Fair.
Yeah.
I'm putting you on the spot, I understand.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about, this equalized funding versus equitable funding?
Equitable funding.
And
So, again, going back to based on needs. So when we look at our priorities as school district, what services are needed. So equity was about getting what we need to be able to achieve at the same rate, if things were equal. So how do we put the funding and the dollars and resources around our district priorities? So if I said low 25, our students who are struggling the most is a priority. How do we provide additional resources at each of our schools, in particular at our schools, to support that in the classroom, and the teachers? What are those programs, those interventions that are going to support that? So definitely about equity.
you mentioned zero-based budgeting in your written response, and so I'm asking you what your experience is and thoughts of zero-based budgeting.
So throughout years and being part of the superintendent's budget and also the school board's budget advisory, so I think there's different a continuum when it comes. So just most recently, dealing with what we're dealing with now with the pandemic, we were a district that's trying to take more of a get ahead of that, not knowing what's going to occur. So a form of zero-based budgeting is if you, not just doing a blanket cut, but if you had to cut if you were forced to, what are your biggest priorities? So when you think about a particular director who has a particular department, teaching and learning, that's our core business. What are those, if you had to rank the most important work, and then having those conversations with, as a group, so those, the assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, why would you pick this versus something else? And then looking at that across the system. So for me, under all the academics, looking at what people were deciding on what they were cut. Some I would agree with, some I wouldn't. And then through that process, we were able to save about $8 million on the academic side to prepare for what might be coming in the future.
So we've talked about revenue and the question about expense, but at the end of the day, everything flows down to the operating fund balance. So given a range, where would you think a good range of operating fund balance should be?
Yeah, so the contingency, I think, here is 7.5%. So do I think that's enough?
Minimum.
I think minimum, right. So right now, ours in Palm Beach County, we're at 9. So being above that, always having more is better because you just don't know what may occur. So being in 11, 12% range, I think puts a district in a better position. You all have an incredible credit rating because of the good work that you've done around keeping that fund balance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ziegler?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. You mentioned a lot about culture, and so my questions are around leadership qualities and styles. So I'm going to ask this in two parts: if you can describe your leadership style, but also you'd mentioned culture quite a few times, and you used the Boynton Beach High School as an example. In addition to that, can you share with me? You also mentioned central office, so going from the schools to all the way up. How would you? So if you could define your leadership style, and then how do you believe it'd be most effective to establish that culture all the way down through from the central office all the way down to the classroom?
Yeah. So hands down, when I was taking my leadership courses, going into administration, when I read about and learned about servant leadership, I said, that's me. That's what I like. So we're all in a position to serve others. So the higher you go up on an organizational chart, the more you have to serve. So how are we providing the supports for people to be successful? And so my style is all around collaboration and building capacity. And in particular, in our business, our core business is educating students. Student achievement happens in one place, it's in the classroom, right? So how do we, in particular, improve the practices for our classroom teachers? So how do we create, so then we go back to systems. So years ago, we have what we call single school culture, a trademark we did years ago. But around single school culture, yeah, it's about the way we do things here, but it's much more than that. It's about putting systems in place for people to be successful and students to be successful. And it falls in three categories: academics, behavior, and climate. So with academics, a system that I'm sure you have heard around professional learning communities. So professional learning communities is a best practice for teachers that come together, talk about their work, working through administrators. So how do we create those conditions so teachers can do that with greatest ease, so it doesn't cause a disruption to their day? So for me, creating that culture and then making sure that PLC is something that teachers want to go to. Often we hear where, I got to go to none of these meetings. And so how do we make them thoughtful and purposeful so it helps me improve my practice, right? And, as a principal, I would always buy some type of academic book, or at the elementary school, I bought Educational Leadership magazine for my teachers. So I ordered those so that they became learners themselves, right? So they understood their craft, this field of education that they chose, so they could be a more educated professional, if you will. So, and people loved that. People grabbed onto that. And then I think, and lastly, and then climate. So around climate, how are we looking at our surveys? When we look at whether it's a school survey, for me as a principal, always ran to that first, right? What do people think about me? How do they like me? Do they not like me? What practices? But so that's for staff. But then now we're also looking at the student surveys. What are we doing to change that? Was it 2 years ago? One of the things I talk about a lot in our community is that in our last district-wide student survey, approximately 50% of our students self-identify that the last year was difficult for them or their family. And this is prior to a pandemic. So if we think that many children have self-identified and wrote that on that survey, that it was difficult for them, they need support, right? So then how do we work with our principals and our teachers to provide those type of supports? What does that mean? Research is clear that one caring adult in a student's life will make that difference. So then it's working with all of our principals and teachers to understand that moral responsibility that we have to find each and every one of those kids who are most disengaged.
And your surveys included they were allowed to write comments, just very quickly, you mentioned.
These were not comments, no. Okay. These were a Likert scale.
Okay, very good, thank you. Mm-hmm. What is your greatest professional disappointment, and what did you learn from it? And how have you adapted?
It drives me to this day. I always wanted to be, so I've only been a principal of Title I schools, but I've always wanted to be a 90-90-90 school. So if you're familiar with the 90-90-90 schools, those schools that are 90% free reduced lunch, 90% students of color, and performance is at 90% or better. So it drives me to this day. Till we figure this out, we talk about the achievement gap and disaggregating data. We were doing that when I started first year as teacher, and it frustrates me that we're still trying to figure this out, but it drives me to figure out how do we unlock it so that every kid is deserving of the best education to have the best life possible. We all deserve that, especially our kids. So our kids who are furthest behind deserve that. So how do we work to unlock those strategies, programs, relationships, engagement for students so that they all can achieve. So I think my biggest disappointment that I was never a 1999 principal. Someday I want to go back to do that because when you look at the research around these principals, just amazing work that they do to be able to achieve like that. And I think that's what we need to expect for our entire districts as well to get to that point.
So with that, and that's a good point, and I'll curtail too, with that in mind, or however you want to answer that. But how do you get to that point, and reflecting from any, if you want to use disappointments, mistakes, big word. So, but how do you move forward, and then ultimately, how are you going to hold yourself, and how do you hold staff accountable?
Yeah. So. The first part of that question again?
How do you hold yourself and then your staff accountable?
When you're not reaching that.
Whatever those, yeah.
Yeah, so again, it starts with first defining expectations, right? So, and this goes across the entire system, operations, school food service, transportation. How do we clearly set our expectations and metrics for all of us to improve? So what are our goals for a particular year? And then whoever you are, in whatever position you are, if you're a leader in that, for me, myself, what supports am I helping to ensure that that person can be successful? So yeah, we say we're going to be that, but how do we work together to ensure we can meet an aspirational goal, whatever that goal may be? And so, and then have regular check-ins on a regular basis to see, are we in progress to meet that particular goal? If we're not, why not? What do we have to shift in our position so that somebody can be successful? So for teachers, our core business, professional development, when I came out of college, and I know for many, you're not ready to prepare for that first day, at least I wasn't, when I had all these kids in a class, and how do I handle it? So how do we provide the professional development support to understanding basic classroom management, right? Do we have those systems in place so that everybody gets that along that? And then when it gets down to the real hard work, our last conversation about the achievement gap, being a 90, that's hard work when someone's that far behind. So yes, they're academically behind, but there can also be many other factors. So how do we deal with the whole child? So the social and emotional factors of a particular child. Are we providing teachers those type of supports so that they can address the academic piece with the right intervention? You take foundational skills, talking about dyslexia earlier. Do we have teachers trained in our core program when it comes to the foundational skills, phonics, phonemic awareness? Do they understand everything about a program so that can be taught well so we can meet that? And if we didn't train, I'm going to shame on me as a leader, because
you got to that point where that's what I wanted to hear you. See if you address that. And I know my time is short, so if I have a couple, no, that's okay. Okay. One thing that communication. What is your communication style, and what role do you believe communication has on being an effective leader?
So everything is about communication. When we don't communicate, everything can be disastrous, right? So. And the communication starts at the top. So can you repeat the full question?
Sure. No. Walk me through your communication style. What role do you believe communication has on being an effective leader?
So one, I think systems have to be aligned so that they can communicate their goals. So we have a strategic plan. We have our long-term outcomes. How do we communicate out on that all the time? What our priorities are so we can align. So my style. In particular for my direct reports, so having a regular cadence of how do we check in on a weekly basis. So around your particular goals and your objectives, things that you are working through, hot items, and talking through those pieces, and helping them problem solve on an issue. On on a community-wide, out in the community. How are we communicating our priorities to all the stakeholders, in our community about what our priorities are? How are we telling our story? We have to tell our story to our community. Sarasota has done a great job at that with, obviously, the financial supports that people are supporting here in Sarasota. So, so it goes across all stakeholders, be in front of them, communicating, and being transparent. Transparency is crucial. So when we're having challenges, we've got to be transparent on that, not only the good stuff, but where our challenges lie.
And with that, and before I get cut off on my 15 minutes, I want to make sure, so, there are a myriad of challenging decisions that fall upon the shoulders of a superintendent. I referenced in the previous interviews, and feel free to answer it directly as it pertains to COVID-19, but it's just as an example as when there is not a clear path as to what that right decision looks like. Talk me through the process of decision making, particularly in the most challenging situations.
Yeah, this one definitely forces you to really try to think creative, right? What we're dealing with right now. And it changes daily. Back in Palm Beach County, we're having a school board meeting starting shortly to review, our parent surveys and deal with our staff survey. And, tell you, we're going to make half the people happy and half the people not happy, right, with whatever decision we decide upon. So, again, I think back to your last question, with the greatest communications possible, how do we involve multiple stakeholders to the table to understand a particular issue in transparency? And when it comes to decision making, how do we help articulate that message so people understand why we got there? You may not agree with it. And then who did we hear from? Did we get everybody to the table to address a particular issue?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you so much for being here. My topic is instructional excellence, which is kind of important.
Yes.
And I know you know a lot about that. First of all, what sort of unique, creative, out-of-the-box idea did you implement that saw results in improving student achievement?
So I love thinking creatively and being outside the box. So a couple quick years ago, I would just say that something simple but had great results on graduation rates increasing is we were one of the first districts to approach College Board dealing with graduation rates to offer the SAT on a school day. So traditionally back then, it was always kids had to go someplace on the weekend. And our research was clear that the kids who really needed to take that SAT had issues on the weekend. Transportation. They were caretakers on the weekends. A number of issues that would prevent them. Just the fear of going to another facility versus their own school building because they weren't familiar with it. In fact, it was a high school principal because that's the way it was. I remember one kid calling me on a car on fire on 95, and she was so upset she was going to disappoint me because she wasn't going to make it because her car's on fire on 95, overheated. So clearly that was a challenge. So we ended up, they supported it. We offered SAT, and we've been doing it ever since. The SAT on a school day, and that has changed dramatically, not only graduation rates for kids who need a concordant score, but those kids who never had the aspirations of thinking they would go to college. Well, I'm not going to take the SAT. Now we're taking the SAT. So we saw, when you look at the National Clearinghouse data, we saw an uptick in the number of kids who are matriculating into post-secondary institutions. Something seems simple, and now we see that happening more and more with a number of school districts throughout the country that are doing SAT on a particular school day versus on a weekend.
What measures have you used that are outside of test scores, if needed, to measure student achievement, and why did you use this alternative measure?
So with standards implementation, one of the things that we did a curriculum audit in Palm Beach County. So, and what we saw at our elementary school, so it wasn't necessarily student achievement results, but it was related to really looking at the attributes of the materials we were putting in front of students. And so we found that our curriculum had areas for improvement, in particular around text complexity, how text is organized around something worth learning about. So we ended up through that process, and then understanding of the standards, the teacher's understanding of the standards. And so we're in the middle of some pilots in some of our elementary schools where we completely changed the core curriculum. We're using core knowledge, language arts, and expeditionary learning, which got high ratings around the particular text. So how it's organized, how it's delivered, and then the right professional development. When we looked at teachers' attitude, we spent a lot of resources around professional development for teachers to do this well. Because a lot of this is our learning. So when we go back to an ELA adoption, we know that got pushed back, that we'll have more information about how decisions to move forward. So we found at the pre-survey, it was interesting. Teachers thought, oh yeah, we know how to teach this. We know the standards. We know how to teach them. And then when we took a deeper professional development, they were like, I didn't know anything. One of the schools was a school I taught at. Some of the teachers, they shared a lot, and then how much they appreciated the deep dive, understanding the full rigor intent of a particular standard, and what that means when you connect the standard to text and bring them together, and then work on pedagogy. And we saw, strong results in their attitudes about feeling how comfort in teaching it. And then, obviously, regarding the audit, we have better materials in front of kids.
How has your district made support services an integral part of student achievement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How has your district made support services an integral part of student achievement? Describe your role.
So I talk a lot. I mean, it's essential, the support services that our students receive. A number of years ago, we're in the midst of rewriting the student code of conduct. We had these facilities called ATOS. So a student, in lieu of being suspended, would go to a separate facility. The challenge was there was only a few of them throughout the county, where it was a large county, and they really weren't being utilized. And a lot of resources and funding were going to that. So I made a decision to close those facilities, reinvest those dollars into more prevention programs. So we added positions called behavior coaches, if you will, that would be on school campuses to deal with our kids with more challenges, to deal with research-based practices such as restorative circles, restorative conversations, doing a lot of that on the front end. Then just lastly, with our referendum, being intimately involved with design of with the legislation around the mental and behavioral health plan all school districts have to have now. I work closely with our community partners. We have a lot of collective impact working with community. Some work with a lot of our nonprofits, those who are connected to that social emotional supports for our students around how do they see our plan should be for our school district, to get their involvement. And so through that, I think we created a great plan. So with the dollars that were allocated through the categorical, we started with what we call the co-located. So working with our community partners who are experts in this field, especially with our kids who need the most, adding those individuals. And what I learned years ago when I was an elementary principal, that the closer those services are to the school, parents and families trust their school the most, right? They're going to access them. Versus if I make a referral, go to this building on XYZ day, 9 times out of 10, they weren't showing up. But when they were on the campus and they got to trust that person, so we gave space to these individuals on the school campuses. And then with our referendum, we just added to a plan that was well developed to that where we have 100 of those on our campuses. And again, what I said earlier, when those services are there and the parents trust, they're going to utilize those resources to support. So, and we're working closely with our community partners as we measure this and as we go along. The behavioral health professional, that's a school district employee. So we created a new job description, but we did it together with our community around what this particular person should be doing. And we've got one at every one of our schools to, again, support the whole child. And then lastly, I will say social emotional learning. Sorry, I'm probably going over. Big patch, social emotional learning. So we're working closely. We're a pilot district with Wallace around social emotional learning. So we started implementing a curriculum. So the morning meetings, those type of practices that maybe they're not to directly support services, but we know that kids want to talk about their day. They want to talk about issues. They got to get that out so that they can be ready to learn. So we're doing a lot, and then a curriculum behind that to support that.
Give some examples of your previous efforts and involvement in career and technical education.
So from the school level to at the district level, career tech ed, in Palm Beach County, we have over 300 type of academies. Many of those are career tech focused. So our big push over the years has been trying to, how do we create those feeder patterns? So from middle school to high school, that kids get on a track and go deeper. Our most popular is around our medical academies, incredibly popular. So we've learned through school choice, families should have options. We've opened more of those type of programs. Technology programs are also very popular. So looking at our data, what are parents applying for through our choice application process, how do we work in particular to open more of those programs, in particular career tech ed. So on the deeper end, you've got an amazing facility with your Suncoast Technical College. Unfortunately, 20 years ago or so, Palm Beach County went a different direction when given by legislation. So we don't have a facility like that. We do have some of our charters that we're supporting around that work. But over the last number of years, we've been working with, in particular, Palm Beach State College for us we just, about a month ago, the Board of Trustees signed an agreement which will expand our opportunity to get back into this space, and also more collaborations between the college and us to provide more opportunities for our kids in Palm Beach County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Me. The last one. What do you believe is the role of the superintendent? What do you believe is the role of the board?
So the role of the superintendent, I would say, and the board are one team. So we're one team together selected. So how we set the direction for the entire system is crucial. The superintendent, in particular, is about executing on the vision, the mission, and the key priorities and goals that a board has worked together to make sure that happens. So most vision and mission statements is about providing a world-class education, right, for students. But when we get down to specific goals and metrics behind that, how does the superintendent align its system around those particular goals and resources? Because there's a lot we do, there's a lot we want to do, but we also have to stay focused. So the superintendent's charged with making sure that happens, and then providing the support resources to the entire community around those, and to energize them around that, and then at the same time hold them accountable. The school board works closely with that. You all, our elected officials, are accountable to your particular constituents. So your voice, you represent that voice. So as we articulate that vision and mission, how is that at the table that we work together in getting that message out? And then how do we work together as a team so that we can work in sync to have a very strong system moving forward?
How do you set goals for yourself and your staff?
So we go through an annual process, right? So it starts with, first of all, what are the goals of the entire system? So, and that, again, the aligned system.
I'm sorry, what happened
She's reading my
is-
questions. That's
What happened is that I have Ziegler's
Okay,
page
so-
that I'm reading from because I couldn't find it before.
Okay.
Yeah, you got your more questions, Bridget. So let me switch gears.
So withdraw that question.
Board staff and community relation. That's board staff and community relationships. What are your ideas? I was asking a question. I'm saying, wait a minute, this doesn't sound like my stuff. What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or have negative experiences with education?
So my personal experiences at the school level is getting from a teacher, I don't know if it was right, where I would walk the kids home to get to talk to the parents, of the ones that lived in close proximity, to as a principal, we've got to, for those who are least engaged, there are reasons for that. You know, whether it's transportation, they don't like the school center. So we have to go out to where the community is. So how do we get out into community centers and talk about and get our message out there? And one, what is our message? What is it that we're trying to tell you? Is it about an individual student issue, or but just the goals in general of a particular school? So I think we have to always be thinking outside the box of ways to reach our families that are least engaged. And it's not least engaged, and I want to make sure that I don't say it the wrong way. Parents they're working hard, they're busy, they're trying to put food on the table. So how is it best that we can serve you and support you around your child's education?
So you're saying you go to the homes?
I think absolutely going to the homes, going to the community centers, places of worship where the families will go, where they're comfortable, if they're not comfortable coming to the school, to talk to them. And this is about getting to each and every individual child. And this is not just about bad things, it's about good things too, telling the story, opportunities that they have. If we're talking about transitional times from elementary to middle school to high school, what are the opportunities? If you got elementary kids who are showing characteristics of giftedness, how do we educate and pull the parents in and say, hey, you have this opportunity. We want to do this type of work. Not just too often it's about the negative, little so-and-so is not behaving in school. No, we got to educate our parents about opportunities and what education can do for them.
Thank you. Tell us about a time where you recognized an internal communications gap within the staff of your district.
That would never happen. It's easy to get kind of stuck in that role of silos, right?
Yes.
So jokingly, yes, obviously that has happened, right? So I think over time, creating better systems in place, so where we have cross-functional meetings on a regular basis. A couple years ago, we started that on a quarterly basis. We would have meetings with all of our directors, from operations, finance, to academics, across the entire board, come together quarterly meeting. And so all of the division heads were charged with what's really important that we need to communicate out about what's happening in our system, right? So it was greatly received from the directors about understanding more about, particularly operations, transportation, school, food service, who may not understand what we're trying to do academically, where we could talk about our priorities, have some devoted time about what we're working through, is critical. And then at the cabinet level, how are we all bringing items of importance to that table? So problem solving as a group. So we're all there on a regular basis. We all represent the entire district. So, our superintendent's made it a priority. We all have to bring our challenges, move forward, that is particular that are cross-functional. And then again, how do we communicate those challenges out to everyone in the system?
Describe a time when you have had to choose between driving a plan forward or pausing to listen and learn. What did you do and what lessons were learned during that time?
So about 2 years ago, working with school operations, back to Ms. Brown's question earlier, we've got a half-cent sales tax that's bringing additional revenues. Some of that is for rebuilds of schools. So some of the smaller elementary schools that we had, it was going to be more financial incentive if we could do a complete rebuild of a facility and have one school versus two small schools, when you think about the overhead and everything that it costs to run a school. So myself, my chief financial officer, and my chief operating officer went out into the community. And boy, we had it handed to us. They quickly told us no way. So they didn't like it. They thought we were selfish. How could we do this? This is our community. So it was a humbling experience, a hard lesson that we had to learn the importance of community. So did we have to pause? Yes, we paused. So, and that happened in both communities. So we chose not to go in that direction. So we are rebuilding both facilities and hearing from our community.
That is tough when that happens.
Yes, but it's the importance of community.
How would you develop an understanding of the complexity of our school system by the public and ensure that the public be informed on important matters?
Can you repeat that again, please?
How would you develop an understanding of the complexities of our school system, Sarasota, by the public, and ensure that the public be informed on important matters? So how would you keep the...
Yeah. So a lot of listening and learning, in particular in the beginning, right? So if I was a new superintendent in Sarasota, there's so many, reading about Sarasota County School, there's so many stakeholders. I mean, the philanthropy that exists here and the foundations and how they're supporting the schools, I've never seen, so much. I work closely with the funders in Palm Beach County on a regular basis, and here it's just phenomenal. So, but across the board, how do we sit down at the school level with our school principals and our school teachers? How do we sit down and listen to them? What do they love about Sarasota County Schools? What do they want to see improve? What would they like to change? So going on a tour to really listen and hear from everyone about Sarasota County Schools. So from the teachers, from the students, having student groups, listening to their students. What do you like about this? What would you want to see to improve? From our custodians, our bus drivers, our bus driver Jen, just in this short trip so far, she had, some interesting experience, especially her relationship with her students. She had some good stories. But how do we hear from them? Also, and then our community at large, right? So all of those stakeholders, from parents to foundations to the business, working closely with our business community is crucial. We're responsible, right? I think the greatest responsibility, I probably should have said this earlier, is are we graduating kids that are prepared for college, prepared for that workforce? And does the community agree with us? Does the business community agree that our kids, we did a study recently with our local business development board around our kids prepared, and one of the things they told us is that, you need to focus more on the soft skills, that our kids need to learn that more. So how then do we change our curriculum and build that in to what we're doing? So again, a lot of listening and learning, and then from that, then how do we make adjustments from what is heard, and get communicating that out, working closely with the board. Did I answer the last part of that?
You did.
Madam Chair? Okay.
At least you told me what I was wanting to hear, so.
Okay. At least I got one Mr. Robinson and one Ms. Zuckers.
Okay. Is there any additional information that you'd like to share with the board?
This
is not your wrap-up.
Oh, is that?
I have two questions, and then do you have any questions for the board members? Do you have any questions for us? And is there anything else you want to share before your 5-minute wrap-up?
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting. Mr. Eric Robinson asked me, what success looked like. What would the board think success would look like in a year with a new superintendent? And it open for
us to answer.
Anyone, if you're.
Well, you'll be minus one board member, that's me. I'm retiring. So,
Possibly minus two. We'll see.
Mrs. Brown?
The Brown plan.
No, what I think what we would need more than anything is you pull the board together and we come up with a strategic plan together. I mean, we're still working on a strategic plan that was developed before I got on the board in 2006. We've been changing it, but it isn't one that we as a group put together. And, you know, we've got different ideas, and we don't always mix well, oil and water sometimes. But if you can get us all together and come up with a plan that they even support across the street, and our community buys in, our staff buys in, you would be successful. That would be a big thing. But you know what? That's what a superintendent is supposed to do.
Right.
It didn't happen with our last one. And you know, it was to me the major issue what we need to do.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Well, I applaud you for asking that question because it's a great question, and I concur with Mrs. Brown. You know, any superintendent's going to have to, and I think it's good to have a diverse board, right? So you're representing the diversity of the community. With that comes challenges, but you know, keeping us focused or working together to understand our priorities and where we can align to actually move forward, I think is in the best interest of our staff, the morale, certainly our students and the community at whole. So, you know, there are going to be times where there's disagreements. That's okay. That's what that's absolutely, civil discourse is fine. But, you know, I think that, you know, finding a way to build consensus, respect each other's divergent opinion, but work together collaboratively, that would be what I believe the superintendent's ultimately charged with. So, good question.
Eric?
Yes, I said the right question. Ms. Brown alluded to bringing different views, but I call it the Brown plan. She actually came up with the goals. We were all talking but not listening, and Ms. Brown was able to bring us together on the subject, and she came up with 3 simple but concise and criteria was raise the reading score at the lowest quartile, raise the math at the lowest quartile, raise everybody's. And so if you're able to improve upon that, that'd be great. But that's an example of all of us coalescing around a goal, coming together, and those were the goals of the district for a period of time. So,
Jane?
And I call that the Brown plan.
Okay.
Well, I think we all have a big heart, and we're looking for a superintendent that has a big heart. And I think that if we can align together and keep the student as our focus, in a year's time, things will be great. But I'm delighted that we are moving forward with our superintendent search, and thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
So if I can get off of my flip comment to you, this is a great district, and we need a strong leader that will have the ability to work with us, but not allow us to run you. You have to run the district, and we have to understand that, and that will be a challenge. So, I mean, that's what I would like to tell you.
Okay. That's good advice. Okay.
Now, you have 5 minutes to summarize and tell us anything else you want to tell us.
Okay. So first, again, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. The hospitality, the entire team from FSBA has been just outstanding through the entire process, communicating, right down to where I go next. So that's been fantastic. In education across the entire world, we're faced with challenges like we've never seen. You asked before about the pandemic. We're trying to make these decisions that we thought, who would have ever thought we would have to make these decisions? So I think in Sarasota and county schools is deserving of a superintendent that, understands school systems at the top of the level so that when it comes to operations, transportation, academics, that someone's not learning about those things. had many years working in a variety of different roles in another school system as well, so that we can deal with these things that no one has had an answer to because no one has gone through something like this before. My experiences, my position of why I became an educator, I just want to leave with as well. It's because I want to make a difference. So wherever that lands me, whatever position I'm in, I'm going to continue to strive for that, again, so that each and every child can have that world education that they deserve, so that they can have a better quality of life. And that's what I'm about. I'll give you back a few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. It was great to meet you. You read all the resumes and everything, and then you get to see the person.
Yes.
And it's kind of nice. So thank you for your interest and participation. This evening you will be participating in a modified meet and greet using live stream format. And tomorrow you will meet with us individually on a one-on-ones. And please let FSBA staff know if you have any questions or anything that you need. They're available to help. Thanks to them.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you. Y'all have a great afternoon.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Have 15. We have a half an hour again.
Yeah, you're running a tight ship, Caroline.
We have a half an hour again. But I'm telling you, I'm now marking down when you start and adding 7 minutes. I know. Look,
When you're voting for the new superintendent, it's LACAVA.
I know. I've been practicing because I was getting confused when you say the name, you know, and then we were using numbers and not names, and I was like, oh, I know my God. Anyway, I'd like to introduce you to the board members first. I'm Caroline Zucker, and I'm the chair. Mrs. Brown.
I'm Shirley Brown, Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Bridget Ziegler.
Jane Goodwin.
Eric Robinson.
Nice to meet you guys.
Key staff in the room is the Assistant Superintendent, Missy Corcoran, and our Director of Communications, Craig Maniglia. Sometimes when he's here for a while, I might get his name. We have 60 minutes, we have 90 minutes for our board interview this afternoon, and you will have 5 minutes to providing an opening statement. Each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions: operations, business and finance, personal leadership, instructional excellence, and board staff and community relations. Each board member is allocated 15 minutes and is prepared to ask up to 5 questions. The number of questions each gets will depend on the length of your responses. So if you want a lot of questions,
Answer short.
and you will have, and at the end, you will have time for a final wrap-up. All right? To start, we will start with you, allowing you 5 minutes for opening comments.
Thank you for the invitation to be here today. It is a great opportunity to speak to a board and a community that cares so deeply about public education. I just also, before I get going, I want to thank the Florida School Board Association. I want to thank the Citizens Advisory Committee and also the board for your service and your leadership during this, this search. You guys have hit a home run. Congratulations on that. Also, I want to thank the 4 other candidates that are here today. I know they may not be able to see me or hear me. Maybe they'll see it on video later. But it is a testament to the Sarasota County Schools quality that you have such great Florida leaders here today as well. Today, I've had an amazing time. I have to tell you that I've had an amazing time riding on the bus from 8:30 to about 11:30. Lisa, my bus driver, was fantastic. And, Dr. Frost and Nancy And I told Chief Timothy Enos that if he retires, he needs to be a tour guide. Fantastic stories. He did a great job, I'm telling you. He did a fantastic job. And I just want to thank them for taking the time off their busy day to be with me and my family. Today, I hope that I'm able to have a great conversation with the board. I really want you to be engaged in what I have to say. I hope that my leadership comes out, my vision for moving Sarasota County Schools to be the best district in the nation. I hope that you see my experiences and that I'm ready for this job. Today also I brought my family. My family and I make every single decision together. This is a family unit. So today I brought my wife. We've been married for 15 years, Amanda. And on June 17th, we celebrated our 15th anniversary. She used to be a public school teacher in Orange County Public Schools, 3rd and 4th grade. And when we had our beautiful children, she stepped aside for a little bit, but during that time, she's been a substitute teacher. She's been a board member of the school's PTA, and also she's volunteering as well. And then I have Isabella, who's 13 years old. Show your face. And then I also have Sebastian, who's 11, in the back. Take off. Do you have your double mask? Anyway, great kids. One fact that I want to make sure that you guys know, not only are they going to be living here and going to school here, but they're also going to be playing soccer somewhere in some travel soccer team. They're phenomenal soccer players. So, but this transition for us, if I am your superintendent, is going to be very important for us. We're going to be moving here, setting roots. We are going to be, living here, playing here. They're going to be going to school here. And if the board gives me the permission, I want to give my kids their diplomas from a Sarasota County public school as well. So I'm thankful to have them in my life. I just want to let you know that, sorry for that, but I just want to let you know that my passion for education, I've been in public education for 23 years, and I've loved every single minute that I've been working in public ed. But my passion for public education doesn't come from graduating from UCF or from, just teaching, because it was a great profession, being a leader. My passion for education comes from my parents. My mom and my dad came to this wonderful country over 40 years ago. They came to this country seeking that American dream that every other immigrant group before them wanted. They wanted better housing, better jobs. They wanted a safer place to raise their family. But in America, one of the things that happens when you don't have resources and you don't have the education that you need, sometimes those dreams get put aside. Now, my mom and my dad could have said, you know what, I'm going to give up. I'm going to go back to my home country, but they did not. They knew for a fact that this is one of the best countries in the world, and they decided to stay. And they worked hard. They worked hard, and they taught me my very first leadership lessons. Work hard, make no excuses. So for the past 23 years, that's exactly what I've been doing, working hard, making no excuses. I've been working at mid-sized, large-sized districts. I've worked in 2 states, 3 school districts. I've taken on challenging roles that have progressively become more challenging. I've worked in high socioeconomic, low socioeconomic areas with high special education and ELL populations. I've been a teacher, a principal, an assistant superintendent for wraparound services, an executive director for special education, and today I'm the chief of human resources for the 10th largest school district in America and the largest employer in Palm Beach. And so I just want you to know that not only am I an instructional leader, but I'm also a business and community leader. And I hope that you can see those experiences. I answer your questions today. But I want to leave you this in conclusion. I am ready for this job. I'm ready to hit the ground running. And I truly hope that as we have these conversations together, you'll be able to see that my experiences and my hands-on experiences, my characteristics are the right fit for the job. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the interview and then tomorrow during our one-on-ones. So thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you. Mrs. Brown?
I'm going to talk about operations. Now, did you all want to come here because we've got like this fantastic girls soccer team down in Venice.
You know, they were trying to debate who's a better soccer team today, Venice or Riverview. And so they all told me that it's Venice. So, yes, it's a fantastic soccer team. She wants to play in a fantastic team. She plays in a great soccer team right now. They're ranked 7th in the state.
They, our Venice soccer team would have won, except for the last, it landed on the line. And some people thought it was a goal and some people didn't. But those who thought it was a goal cost us the championship.
Any replays?
Yeah. Give us an example of how you have either collectively or collaboratively bargained an employment contract, and what's your philosophy on bargaining and working with the union?
So for the past 4 years, as I've shared with you, I've been the Chief of Human Resources in Palm Beach County Schools. And one of my job responsibilities has been, the first year I was the Chief Negotiator for Palm Beach County Schools. And then the other 3 years I've been working in the negotiating table. And, you know, I'm not telling you that we see eye to eye on everything. That would not be truthful. I'm not telling you that we've agreed on absolutely everything, because then we wouldn't have a spirit of negotiation. But what I am telling you is that my philosophy around negotiations is really to be transparent. I think, number one, we have to have some type of system of communication, of collaboration, and I think we also have to be very clear about expectations. You know, we're living in an unprecedented time. You know, budgets are tough. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 months or the year. We already know that in the district that I work for right now, we had to make some cuts, and they were very difficult cuts. And during that time, we work closely with the union. But during negotiations, I think it is very important that we communicate very clearly. I think that we should be able to put everything on the table. Okay, what do we have? What do you have? I think that's something that's worked very well in my current district. The other thing is, you know, not to hide anything, be very transparent. I know I'm being a little bit repetitive, but the transparency piece and the communication has to be very clear. I sometimes understand that when we deal with money and when we deal with, you know, contract language, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a give and go, or a give, going back and forth. And that's what, you know, negotiations is about. I think the other piece is, you know, the expectations. We always have to walk in with expectations. And this goes back to whether it's instruction, whether it's business, whether it's setting goals for curriculum. You know, what is it that we're trying to solve? You know, why are we trying to solve it? You know, what are the solutions for it? Do we have the money for it? Show data around the, you know, the problems and how we're going to solve it. And then at the end of the day, make sure that we put some solutions in place that make sense for everybody. You know, we can't, you know, we just can't continue to, if we don't have the money, we just can't give it to the union, right? But if we do have monies, let's talk about what we can kind of trade off for either better contracts, better benefits, or better environments to work in. So, you know, my skills as a negotiator and being at the table is one that I've seen that if we can communicate well, be transparent, and set some really tight expectations, we'll do a really good job negotiating. Thank you.
All right, my next question has to do with a difficult personnel problem. And I'm thinking about, you know, we're dealing with today, and that's on social media. What would you do if you had a staff member that posted something inappropriate on social media, perhaps derogatory, either, you know, for race or a sexual orientation, or even against another staff member? How would you handle that?
Yeah.
Or how have you handled that? As HR, you probably have.
You know, we take, and I have taken very seriously any inappropriate social media or any tweets or anything that goes on social media. They must be addressed very seriously. I think, number one, we need to make sure that the community, students, and that our parents and our teachers know that we have strong values against things that are not appropriate. You know, if it's racial, we need to make sure that we are against that. If it's sexual, we need to make sure that we investigate that immediately, right? Nobody should be bullied. Nobody should be embarrassed. I think it's very important for us to truly understand those two things. As a district and as a human resources, we have addressed that immediately, right? We have removed teachers from classrooms pending investigations just to make sure that, what happened, because sometimes it could have been posted somebody else could have posted it as well, right? We want to make sure that the person who posted it is the correct person. So we need to do a thorough investigation. We need to ask questions. We need to make sure that we train our staff if we find out that this is inappropriate. Number one, we need to make sure that people understand the proper usages of social media. If in fact we determine that the employee put something inappropriate online, we need to make sure that based on whatever criteria we have, whatever policies and statutes that we have as a district, we act upon them, right? If it's suspension, we suspend. And then if it's termination, we look towards doing that appropriately and with due process. And then finally, if we're not able to determine that, we also have another entity, which is the Florida Department of Education, that we can work with as well. But I think it's very important that we look at every single angle, that we investigate thoroughly, and we use policy to make decisions. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. What is your experience in facilities management and/or construction or planning for growth?
So I've been dealing with growth and capital management and construction of buildings since I was a principal. In Orange County Public Schools, as a principal, we experienced almost 1,700 students in my elementary school when I was a principal. So we had to address that through the implementation of bringing in portables. When I was in Fulton County Schools, I was an area superintendent. We were growing. We were growing a lot. And we had to deal with the construction and growth of schools. I addressed 2 elementary schools, a high school, and one of the most expensive lands in Sandy Springs. If you know anything about Georgia, Sandy Springs is expensive to build on. And we had to address that with our community. We had to address that with our financing. Can we build the project that we wanted to build? So there was a lot of conversation. In Sandy Springs, again, we had a high school, North Springs High School as well, that we were renovating. We started the renovation, and the community wasn't very pleased with it. So we had to go back to the table, have a communication around that, really think about the plan, and whether it was wiser to spend more money or just continue to build. So that was that. As the Chief of Human Resources, as a decision maker in executive cabinet, we are privy to the decision-making process, and I love that about my superintendent. But during those time periods, we are looking at land acquisitions. We are looking at capital projects. We are looking at how we're using the penny sales tax, and that was a referendum that we passed. And so we are constantly making sure that the money that our taxpayers are using, we are good stewards of that money. And we need to make sure that whatever they gave us, that we use it appropriately. And then on top of that, in every single district that I worked in Fulton and even in Palm Beach, we need to communicate to our parents and also to our taxpayer how we're using the money with a live dashboard. Anytime a parent goes online and wants to go, okay, X high school, how are you using your money? This is how we're using our money. And also the communication piece around community meetings. And also having groups of individuals that keep us honest, because sometimes school systems believe we're doing the right thing, but we need to have independent community members look at us and say, you know what? You may want to go in a different direction. But I think I've been dealing with growth and capital projects throughout my career. And the last piece I want to say, I was, I played an important part in the referendum, the penny sales tax, getting out there and understanding what we needed, marketing the pieces, communicating with our community. So, yes, I feel very comfortable with operational leadership.
What about, what have you done to help cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment? And you can go from cigarettes to swearing to guns to COVID. I don't care. Just safe, orderly schools.
Okay. I think let me take you back to when I was a principal supervisor in Fulton County Schools. When I arrived in Fulton and I started to kind of conduct my 90-day plan, the first thing that I noticed was that we were suspending a lot of children, especially children of color. And one of the things that we were noticing is that there was really no, kids were being suspended for numerous reasons, right? And we didn't really have a really tight code of conduct. And so the first thing that I want to make sure within my district is why are we suspending so many kids of color? Why are the suspension rates so high? And so we started digging a little bit and using the problem of practice, theory that I always use is, okay, we know we have a problem. Why do we have a problem? What data are we using? And then we started to kind of meet with our principals, our community members, our teachers, our students, and we realized that we needed to do a lot better job in understanding children. And so number one, we started to work with our teachers and our principals. We started to make sure that certain suspensions and certain things that kids were now suspended for. If you're tardied, you should not be suspended. If you are late to class or you're absent, you should not be suspended for that. We need kids in seats. And so that's the first thing that we started to realize, the training, the communication. The next thing is that we needed to make a thorough look at our code of conduct. We needed to make sure that the discipline that occurred in the schools, there was an appropriate consequence for it. And so we did that as well. And then we just continue to communicate and continue to kind of hold principals accountable for the discipline and the data that they were demonstrating. So if there continued to be a high discipline, we would go in there and continue to work on that. So after a year and a half, we noticed that the suspension rates of all children, not just Black and Hispanic children, all children started to go down. And we started to actually see more orderly schools. We started to see safer schools. Kids actually wanted to be there because we were doing things differently. We were implementing different strategies, and that caused the schools in my learning community to move forward and have more order within their school system.
Thank you.
Explain your experience in dealing with different programs, like special ed or federal, like Title I or career tech or at-risk students, the special programs.
Thank you. I've had a great career in 2 states and 3 districts, and one of the things I'm proud of is that I've taken a lot of risky moves, going from one state to the other, and then I actually, volunteering to take some of these jobs. So my last superintendent in Fulton County asked me if I wanted to be the assistant superintendent of student support services, and that was a job that had never been done before. And one of the things about that job is that I needed to ensure that a lot of departments communicated together. So in that role, I worked with Title I, special education, pre-K, athletics, ESOL, pre-K, I don't know if I mentioned that, and discipline. Hopefully I given you 7 different ones. So, the discipline piece, of course, that led to me becoming the area superintendent. But in each of one of those roles, I had to work really hard to understand a lot of things, from federal programs to discipline to athletics policies to special education and Title I. So, worked on budgets in all those departments, worked on visioning in all those departments, worked on ensuring that we had a strategic plan for each one of those departments, made sure that I held people accountable for all those departments. So I have a lot of experiences working in, in Title I and all those special programs. That's, even from the very beginning of my career, I've been a special education teacher, and as a principal, I've worked in Title I schools. That's been my experience. So hopefully I've answered your question, Mrs. Brown.
You did, thank you.
Very good.
Is my time up, or do I have one more question? What is your experience in working with charter schools, magnet schools, and private schools?
So, my experiences in working with magnets and charter schools, has been from the experience I have, done here in my current district, excuse me, and also working in Palm Beach County schools. In Fulton County schools. My apologies. When I was in Fulton, I was the area superintendent, and one of the biggest things that we did as a school system was implement the charter system. And the reason I bring this up is because, a lot of our kids were leaving our public schools and going into charters and magnets. KIPP was a big charter school in Atlanta. And we had to start by asking a question, why were they leaving us? That was the biggest thing for us. Why are our kids leaving us? And we quickly realized, number one, parents want choices. They want quality choices. Number two, if you don't offer the choices, they're going to leave you. And so we started to look at that and started to think through what are the best ways to bring our kids back. So in Fulton, when I was the area superintendent, also as an assistant superintendent, the word charter system was incorporated. And it doesn't mean that we made everybody a charter. It doesn't mean that we approved every single charter. What it means is that we created governance for parents to have choices. And how did we handle that? Let me share an example. So when I was the area superintendent for my learning community, parents wanted Mandarin at one of my elementary schools. We didn't offer Mandarin. We didn't even know if that was the appropriate choice for that school. So a governance of parents that included the principal had very deep discussions about bringing Mandarin to that school. And so the parents had to make a decision whether the data supported it, and the data did support it. The parents brought a lot of research and a lot of data and said, Mandarin is the next language that we need to have because it's getting very popular, right? They wanted Spanish, they wanted Mandarin, but for this one, we will stick with Mandarin. So we approved it. But it wasn't just approved there. It needed to go to another group of individuals to see if we had the funding. So from there, we approved the funding. Mandarin was incorporated. The principal had to make sure that they developed the program for Mandarin. And at the end of the day, what we started to see is that parents really enjoyed having choices and bringing quality choices to those schools. I'm a person that always says, if I can't do the right job to make the public schools better and create better choices and career and technical choices and career in college and make sure that all our kids, whether you're white, brown, or black, you get to go to a school that provides a lot of choices, IB, Avid, A's, Cambridge, then parents should have a choice to take their kids wherever they want to go because we're not doing the job. But I'm always going to tell you this, as a future superintendent, and hopefully in Sarasota, I'm going to do my darnest to keep all parents here in public schools. So hopefully I've answered that question, Mrs. Brown.
Well, one question I have, Mr. LaCava, so you set up a system of charter schools, but you funded them, so they were sort of more like magnet schools?
They were magnet schools.
But they had individual governing systems over the budget.
Yeah, and the superintendent was the one with the drive. We just needed to set, as an area superintendent, I needed to develop the governances and also how we were going to allow parents to bring information so they can have that discourse with the district and the principal.
And so they basically got the funding that they earned?
Not everybody did.
Okay.
Some choices were denied because, another choice was like they wanted elementary years IB. And if a school did not directly have a pattern from elementary to middle school to high school, we were not going to fund an elementary choice when there was not there had not been there had not been a pattern, right? So we needed to make sure that we made very educated and data-driven decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson?
My first question is, if you end up being the superintendent, how will you define success?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Robinson. There are a lot of ways to determine if a school system is successful. There's a lot of ways that we can really think about the success of a system. But I think when I have it in my, what I have in my mind as success is, number one, that a superintendent, number one, needs to have a really great relationship between the board and the superintendent. That's number one. I think that's it's been very clear from what I read. It's been very clear from what I've heard that the superintendent and the board have to have a very, very close relationship. It has to be developed. We have to be able to start talking about a strategic plan. We need to be able to start having transparent conversations where we are going to trust each other, where we are going to develop additional trust, and people in the community are going to know that, you know what, we are for real. The second thing that comes to mind when I think of, how do you define success, is a district that has great academic programs. It's a district that is providing kids with choices. It's a district that believes in acceleration of academics. I believe when all those things kind of come together, and we start to see growth, I think that's part A of that. The other thing is, how are we addressing that group of children that are not growing? I know that the Sarasota County Schools is highly successful. Graduation's moving up. Reading and math scores are moving up, but we still have a pool of children that we need to address quickly, and we need to accelerate. So I think that's another piece that I believe will define success in Sarasota County Schools. The third is how we engage our community. For 100 years, public education has, been trying to do this in isolation. For 100 years, we've been trying to do this alone. And I think what the time has come that we need to do all of these things together, education, partnerships, reaching across the line, working with our unions, working with principals, developing teachers, supporting teachers. There are people in this community that are dying to continue to support Sarasota, and there are new groups, retirees, philanthropists. There's a lot of individuals that really want to help. And you know what? Another piece of evidence that I know that Sarasota, the community really wants to help, is because the referendums have passed with majority votes. So I think if you get all those pieces together, board relationships, academics, working with the low, working with the high, and then the other piece, in regards to community building, I believe that is a good definition of success.
Going to the success as Chief Human Resource Officer, how would you recruit and retain good staff, specifically teachers?
Thank you. I believe that human capital is the heartbeat of a great district. I know that they're doing amazing things here in Sarasota. I know that they're recruiting, and I know recruiting great. And there's the retention rates here in Sarasota are really good as well. In regards to the recruitment and retention of teachers, that is something that we've been really thinking through in my current district. And what we notice is that the number one recruitment strategy is retention. So in the past, we used to set up these beautiful recruitment trips, send people across the country, and hope that a lot of college students would come out and that we would take the best of the crop. And that's no longer happening. A lot of kids and a lot of students and a lot of people are not going into education. And so we discovered that we had a problem. And the problem is that we cannot recruit 1,000 teachers every year. We can't do that. So the number one thing is that we need to make sure that we have strategies and that we have innovative strategies to make sure that we keep our teachers in the classroom. And the number one thing is about support. So I do two surveys in Palm Beach. I do an exit and I do an entry survey. The exit survey says we leave our buildings or our classrooms because we don't get the support. And then the other piece is about that was the exit. The entry, when we send out surveys during the year on why they stay, the same thing, because they get great support. And I think that's another piece that I've been able to do as a human capital chief, is to build great support for our teachers, differentiated support for our teachers. I think it's so important, so critical to make sure that our teachers get supported. And the last thing is, in our hard to staff schools, it is very difficult to bring teachers in and keep them there as well. And I think we need to start kind of looking outside, developing local partnerships, developing national partnerships. I've been able to work with different universities and start thinking about growing our own. We have great paraprofessionals and we have great substitute teachers that some of them want to come back, some of them taking a break because they've raised children, and some of them are great paraprofessionals and want to go into the classroom, and they understand their kids in hard-to-staff schools. They get it. So why not invest in them as well? And then the last piece that I would say is really support teachers through the pay that they deserve. I think that we need to make sure that we're adequately supporting them financially and through benefits. And I think I've heard Mr. Robinson say this a couple times, in regards to teachers in hard-to-staff schools. How do we support them, whether it's with benefits or finances? I think we need to really think outside the box, because that's where they're needed.
Or culture. Going to teacher salary, as the Chief Human Resource Officer, what would you think would be optimal, given all the constraints of budgeting and finance, what would be the optimal average teacher salary that you would strive for, average?
So I think teachers deserve as much money as we can possibly give them. If I could give them $100,000 a year, I would fight for that. I believe that based on the budgetary crisis that we're facing now and the possibility of more budget cuts, we need to be very, what's the word I'm looking for, realistic that we may not be able to pay them as much money as we want. But I think optimally, we have to make sure that we sit with the union. We need to sit down with the negotiators. We need to look at what the district has to offer and make sure that we're looking at from both sides. Number one, how do we support the teachers with the most amount of money that we can? But the other thing, we have to make sure that we're fiscally healthy, right? We just cannot go into our reserves and spend every single bit of money on teacher salaries, because we have other things that we need to support, kids and buildings and programs. So I think I don't want to give you an optimal number, because I would like to make sure that I understand where we stand financially. But I do believe that teachers should get paid as much as we can possibly give them.
You mentioned reserves. So given a range of reserves, minimum and maximum, what would you be looking for a range of reserve policy?
So I believe that in Sarasota, I think it's 7.5% that we need to keep in the reserves. So I would not want to go below that. And maybe I'm misquoting the number, but I really want to make sure that we have enough money in our reserves. So if something should happen, whether we have to continue with schools closing down and we need to invest virtual technology or in other pieces, or whether there's a hurricane, and I just found out that one of the hurricanes is named Gonzalo. It's number 7, so that would be bad. But I think we need to be fiscal conservatives, fiscally responsible, to make sure that if other things should happen in the district, that we have the monies in reserves to address those pieces.
Besides getting money from the state and the feds, we have the ability to go out for a referendum. Right here, it's $1 million, but it could be higher. What would be an optimal that you would need on average spent per student to achieve your goals? Given the fact that if you could make the case out to the general public, get referendum dollars, how much money would you say, you were able to get your goals and the community was behind you? How much money average per student do you think you would want that you would be satisfied with?
So if I had to, one of the things about referendums and bonds is that I think it's an extension of trust between the school district and the board. And I think, I believe that just like we talked about teachers, we need to make sure that we are fiscally responsible to our community. I think we need to be good stewards of the taxpayer money. I believe that we need to make sure that what we're asking the public is a realistic amount of money for our students. I don't think we can put a number on what we need for students. God, I would love to be like New York City, right, getting $20,000 plus for each child, but I know that's not going to happen in Florida. So if we go out for a referendum, I want to make sure that I'm very transparent on what we're asking for, that I'm very clear on the things that we are going to ask of the public, and it's based off historicals, right? Looking at where have we been and where are we going? What is the money that has been appropriately used for education? And then we look at, instructional data. If we know that we have been making, we've been impacting academics properly with the money that we have, why would we go and ask for more unless we are going to use the money in hard to staff schools? So I think we need to look at, we need to do a deep data dive. I need to work closely with the budget just to make sure that we are asking of the public what is appropriate. I just don't want to go out there and say, hey, we need all this money, and then we don't use it appropriately. So
you just talked about bonding and referendum, and so my next question has to do with those two issues. The main way in which we externally get more money is we could go out for a COPS process. We can go out to a referendum asking for bonding, or we can go out for a referendum, whether it's sales tax capital or millage operating. So given those three scenarios, when would you use which one? How would you, as a superintendent, decide whether you're going to go out for COPS, go for a referendum for bonding, or simply go out for a referendum for additional millage/sales tax?
Sure. Thank you for that question. In the span of working in 2 states and now my 2nd district, I've been able to work through and be part of the decision-making process of, my executive cabinet level, and also as an area superintendent in Fulton. In Fulton, I specifically went out. We worked together with the superintendent to go out and look for capital funding or capital monies to continue to build schools and to fix schools. We knew that based on the problems that we were addressing, we needed money to fund capital projects. So we were able and we were successful to attain over $900 million for that reason. But it was based on, understanding the problems of the district. In Palm Beach, I was part of the penny sales tax bond, bond. And during that time, we knew that we needed to fix our schools. We were looking at the data. Some schools had not been fixed in a very long time. Some schools needed reparations. They needed to be refurbished. They needed new ACs. So we knew exactly that we needed to ask the school district for a penny sales tax so we could use that money for those pieces. And then after, the incidents that happened, the unfortunate incidents that happened in Sarasota County Schools in Broward with Stoneman Douglas, we knew that there were laws that were going to be passed, and we were going to have to address some of those issues. So we went out for another referendum to address mental health, the addition of police officers, the arts, teacher pay. So the reason we went after that is because we understood what was going to happen in the near future. So all those different scenarios were based off problems we were trying to solve and data that we knew that we had, and we were very specific on why we were trying to get those referendums, those bonds, to address those issues that the districts were going to have.
And my last question, because of time, would be, what are your thoughts on zero-based budgeting?
So I've worked in Orange County Public Schools and also in Fulton County Schools where we used a zero-based budgeting. And what was great about zero-based budgeting is that as a principal, I was able to make those decisions based on data and the best decisions for kids. When I was given a certain amount of money, I was able to either move it to where I thought was best, and I was given choices and I was given independence to make the best decisions for kids. And sometimes when you're not doing zero-based budgeting, you get a little constrained in pieces. But I do believe that, and when we're looking at kids and we're looking at equity and we're looking at hard-to-staff schools, if I'm a principal and I believe that I want to invest in a certain area, it allows me the flexibility to do that.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. One of my questions are going to be all around leadership. In particular, I'd like you to describe your leadership style, but specifically since your background's been on the human capital side, can you not only describe your leadership style, but also methods that you have found to be most effective in the supervision, building rapport with staff, and establishing a culture for the district-wide?
You know, being a leader, you know, one of the things I believe in is to treat people with respect and with dignity. And I have been a leader for over 15 years, and in public education for 23 years. And I think the way I get the best results is through that method, right? You know, being respectful and making sure that there's dignity in how we approach, my staff. The other thing is, I'm a type of person as a leader that likes to set expectations, and also ensures that people understand who I am. I think when you work for people, and they walk in and they don't share with you their leadership style, who they are, what they're expecting, who they are, where we're going, you're kind of in a vacuum and you don't really know, a lot about that person. So I think let's talk about, the respect, treating people with dignity, making sure I share my expectations, making sure that we are working together to develop goals, develop, from the standpoint of, the expectations for people and building accountability systems. But at the same time, making sure that people are independent as well. I don't like to micromanage my leaders. When I was working as a principal or I was a principal supervisor, I always made sure that I hired the best type of people. I hired the best leaders to my team, and made sure that I gave them independence. And I like the entire piece in regards to theory of completed work. I want to make sure that that I hire you, that I train you, that I support you, that I coach you, and give you an assignment, and then let you go and do it. And then I'm hoping that you won't come back every single minute to kind of be directed to do the work, because I want to continue to coach you so you can do it independently. So I'm a person that also believes in the independence factor as well. But other than that, I truly believe that leadership is all about, people, collaboration, communication. And the last thing I want to say is that this is a people business, right? If I can't treat my employees with the respect and the dignity that they deserve, then I'm not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere. So hopefully I've answered that.
Thank you for that. And I do have a question about communication, but I believe it's kind of facilitated in the response you just gave. But so I'm going to transition over to what is your greatest professional disappointment, and what did you learn from it, and how did you adapt?
So being a leader in Florida and in Georgia, I wish I could have done a lot of things differently. There's probably been a lot of events in my life that I believe that could have been done differently. There are so many things, from being a principal to being a principal supervisor to the chief of human resources, that I wish that I could have taken different strategies. So if I had to think of one piece, one of my biggest professional disappointments is probably when I was the executive director for special education. During that time, there was let me explain a little bit about Atlanta. Atlanta has the highest number of special education attorneys in the country. And in being the special education executive director, we started to notice that we were investing a lot of resources into paraprofessionals. We were investing a lot of resources into, resources that were not even being used at the schools. And sometimes the IEPs were not even being followed, right? So we wanted to make sure that we addressed a lot of the concerns, that we addressed a lot of the issues that were happening as the executive director for special education. And, like I treat everything with data and problem solving, I thought I knew the answer. I thought, hey, listen, I know what it is. I'm going to implement this piece immediately. And sometimes in education, we all think we know the answers. I think we jump a couple of hoops and we go straight to the implementation piece, and then there's a lot of time wasted and a lot of wasted resources. And so during that episode, I decided I'm going to implement. And you know what? I left a couple of things outside of my solution. Number one, the communication with the parents. Knowing that we had a difficult, we had challenging, environment in regards to special education, I should have, had this conversation from the very beginning with our parents and our constituents and our advocates, just to make sure that they were part of the problem solving, the problem solving piece. I didn't do that. The second thing is that I continue to ignore the community and say, hey, listen, we want to be part of this. Why can't you involve us? So anyway, after much heated calls to my office and conversation with advocacy groups, I decided, you know what? I'm going to have meetings with them throughout the entire county in Fulton, and we're going to try to have these conversations. And, as we started to have better conversations, there was more transparency. We talked about other solutions. We talked about, other ideas and other strategies. You know what? It actually worked out for the best. But I wish, and I do now, always start with making sure everybody that needs to be involved is involved. Make sure you're transparent. Don't try to make decisions because you think you know the answer, because there may be more to that. But that was probably my biggest disappointment in how I adopted and how I changed my leadership style for the better and now.
Very good. Thank you. How do you hold yourself accountable and your staff accountable?
So I am a big believer in accountability. I believe that once you propose, goals and expectations, once you help the people understand where you're headed, I truly believe that we must have a very strong accountability system. And an accountability system just doesn't mean that I'm going to tell you to give me a SMART goal and then we're never going to talk about it ever again. I would say that when I'm looking at the staff, the number one piece is to make sure that they understand the expectation, that they understand the goal, that they understand the reasons that we are doing it, that they're supported by data, that they are supported by sound reason and not just because Dr. LaCava woke up one day and he wanted to do this and now it's your problem. I think the other piece in regards to holding my staff accountable is to make sure that I am coaching them up as I go. Yes, I'm going to give you this project. I want you to be independent. But when you feel like you've reached a point that you can't go any further, I truly believe that everything we do, we must be coached up. And then, continue to provide continuous improvement through feedback, maybe proposing different ways of doing it, giving different solutions and different ideas so they can go back and continue to do the work. In regards to how I hold myself accountable, I think that is daily. I think there's a lot of people that I hope hold me accountable. God, my wife, my boss. I hold myself so accountable to make sure that I'm doing the best type of work for the system. And one of the things that I always tell people is that if you're going to hold me accountable, please make sure that you're honest and just tell me how it is. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't tell me I'm doing a great job. And then at the end, you tell me I'm not. But I love to take great feedback. I feel that that helps me to grow as a leader as well.
And my final question, and in the previous questions before, I used COVID-19 as an example, but that does not have to be the one that you have to answer. But particularly in leadership roles, there are a number of times where you're tasked with challenges that don't have an obvious, easy solution, so much that there are apparently no right answer, two wrong answers, and you having to pick that path. Can you talk me through, or us through, the process of decision making in those scenarios? And again, you don't have to specifically address COVID-19, but I used it as an example with the prior discussion. So, answer however you feel appropriate.
Yeah. Well, I chose this job because I knew that there were going to be challenges. I knew that there was going to be issues through my leadership career that I was going to have to address. And today we are living in probably one of the most challenging times ever. We're dealing with the COVID-19. We're dealing with uncertainties on when we're coming back. We're dealing with possibility of future budget cuts and further budget cuts. We're just dealing with, we're still recovering from the Stoneman Douglas issues that occurred about 2 years ago. But if I'm going to take anything, let's stay with COVID-19.
There are many people in the public also. I mean, yeah,
yes.
It's a good one to see.
So, I'm always going to, in regards to this challenge and how I would, the process and decision making, I think the first thing when we work in public schools is that I'm always going to lean on the safety and security of kids and staff. That's the first thing. If I can really start with that in mind, how do we keep students safe? How do we keep staff safe? And then if we decide that the best solution is to bring them back to school, how do we ensure that our parents and our grandparents are safe as well? So that's number one. I think the second thing is that we need to make sure that in any challenge that we start talking to everybody that needs to be involved quickly. I made that decision, that mistake before as a special education executive director, but never again. And I truly believe that, whether it's medical, whether it's our parents, whether it's our grandparents, whether it's, teachers and staff, we need to bring them to the table. And of course, I want to make sure that as the superintendent, that I'm constantly communicating, to the board, to my staff. There should not be anything hidden. The next thing about dealing with challenges in regards to communication is, when we're planning and when we're making decisions, final decisions, it is very important that this board understand my best thinking, that this board understand why we're making decisions, why we've decided, to go in this direction and not direct. Of course, it was because of communication, because of the data, but I want to make sure that I keep everybody abreast. And then finally, we need to make sure that we provide choices for people. We need to make sure that they have opportunities to make the best choice for themselves. And I think this is not going to be, the COVID-19 pandemic is not a, there's no easy decisions to this. I mean, if you do this, then 50% of the people are saying that. But I think at the end of the day, if we make decisions with sound thinking and sound decision making and a good problem solving model, I think everybody at least understands the facts. They might not know, they may not agree on everything, but at least the facts and the reasons for making those decisions.
Very good. Thank you so much. That concludes my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Eden.
All right. What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or have negative experiences with education? How would you support your staff to successfully and respectfully reach out to such families?
Thank you for that question. As a little boy, growing up, I could tell you that I am part of the generational poverty that everybody talks about. I went to school every single day. I was asked to be in high-level programming. I had people that said, hey, you need to take these courses. You need to go in this direction. But I never had parents that fully understood the system in America, right? They came from another country. They did things differently in another country. And so my parents could never provide me with the direction that I needed to really engage in the American public school system. My parents also are my parents, great people, love them. So if they're watching, amazing people. But they also struggled with, just trying to interact with people with high-level degrees. You had a master's, you had a doctor's. They were very intimidated by that. And so a lot of the times they just decided if they're the professionals, they know best. So I wish they would have been more involved. And that's what I've made it a goal in my life, to be highly involved with Isabella and Sebastian. But I think that the number one thing that we can do as a system, and I will continue to push as a superintendent, is that we need to make sure that we train our parents on understanding the system. And what I mean by that is this. I think we need to make sure that I know that Sarasota has a parent university, and there's a lot of trainings and a lot of pieces that we're doing here. But I think when I'm thinking about parents like my parents, is making sure that they understand all the avenues, right? From kindergarten, from pre-K, all the way to their senior year, making sure that they understand how to get into choice classes, how to make sure they have the best options, how to get into a performing arts program, how do I get in an international baccalaureate program? And then when they get to college, how do they make sure that they understand how to get financial aid? How do they even get a cap and gown? I think those may seem silly, those little pieces, but to my parents, they weren't silly because they didn't know. And, and thank God I was the type of person that took it upon myself to do these things on my own, because I did that on my own. And I think a lot of kids that look like me do these things on their own. But I think the training piece, the awareness piece, the making sure that they understand the system. And then my staff also, we need to continue to provide support and training and awareness to the staff. I think there's a lot of principals right now that do this well. But we just need to continue with the awareness, and we just need to let them know that some parents just don't come into schools because they don't want to. They're just a little bit intimidated. So how are we welcoming parents, parents just like mine? So Ms. Zucker, thank you for that question.
Considering the many decisions that faces any superintendent, how and what input do you currently obtain from your students, teachers, parents, staff, school administration, and the business community who are directly affected by those decisions?
Yeah, the decision-making process should never be done in isolation. I think I've been very clear from the mistake I shared with Mrs. Ziegler to the successes I've had, making sure that I bring everybody up to speed. In regards to students, if I was your superintendent, we just need to continue to communicate in whatever means possible, whether it's teachers, whether it's communication, social media, staff, any decisions that we make or I make as a superintendent or my staff need to be communicated to staff and principals. They need to be at the table. I need to make sure that I'm out and about in regards to meeting with my staff, meeting with the Principals Association, making sure that the assistant principals know any decisions that are coming down. I know that sometimes when principals feel offended, that's the reason. We're not communicating clearly and we're not communicating enough. In regards to how do we, inform the business community, again, going to where they're at, not waiting for them to come to us, going to them, making sure that I am sharing everything that is happening in the district. If it's a strategic plan that the board and the superintendent is planning, how do we get them to rally around us to really get invigorated about a strategic plan? It's for me to go out them and tell them all about it, right? It's to create a forum for discussion. It's to create a forum for that they know that we want to work for them. But I think, I was talking to you earlier on, and I think that for a very long time, public schools try to do a lot of these things in isolation, and we need to make sure that we bring everybody along. And the best way to do this is by creating a system of communication, collaboration, and strong relationships with every single one of these constituent groups.
Describe a time when you had to choose between driving a plan forward or pausing to listen and learn. What did you do, and what lessons were learned during this?
Thank you for that question. This happens a lot. I think change is very difficult, especially when you want to make changes. People are sometimes don't want to move away, don't want to have another program, or do something different. And let me share an experience when I first started as the Chief of Human Resources. We were about to close a technical school down, and the technical school was losing enrollment, and we had very little amount of kids, so we decided, okay, the best way to do this is to close the school down and send students to two different middle schools and also send teachers to different middle schools as well. And, when we started thinking about the closure, we started thinking about, okay, what are the things that we've missed? What are some things that we've done well? And we've noticed that we had not continually informed our students and our parents. And our parents were unsure why we were closing down a school that's been so successful. Why are we moving kids to different schools? So there was a lot of whys that we had not shared with our parents and not answered. So we had to take a step back. We really had to start looking at why we were doing it. We had to really start thinking about, could there be a better way to do this? And also with even our staff was unsure of the next steps. They were not sure if we were going to, move them. Is this a voluntary transfer? We had not explained that very well. So we had to take a step back, restart the entire process. We needed to re-communicate with our parents, informing them of the reasons we were closing the schools. Also, we need to go back and start improving our communication style with our staff and informing them of a voluntary, of where they could go, how we were going to help them. We just created an entire communication timeline, and so once we took a step back, they fully understood the reasons. And again, we didn't get 100% buy-in, but more people understood why we had taken the step to close the school and moving people out.
Presenting information in a highly charged situation and to a variety of groups is a part of the superintendent's job. Give an example of how you have encountered opposition and how you dealt with the resulting situation.
Yes. So when I was an area superintendent, one of the things that was happening is that we were making a lot of change to the curriculum, a lot of change to the pedagogy. We were making changes, and one of the things that was occurring is that we were trying to get more students to have better opportunities. And as an area superintendent, we noticed that a lot of the brown and black kids were not getting into advanced placement classes. A lot of our students were not given that opportunity. And as we started to dig into the reasons why, we noticed that there was a recommendation policy that the only way they got into classes was through a recommendation, not through potential, but a recommendation. And so we started to dig into that a little bit. We started to ask questions. We started to talk to principals. We started to talk to teachers in regards to why don't we have a better representation. And immediately I could sense that there was a wall that was put up. We only want to accept certain types of kids that do volunteer hours, or kids that don't have any referrals, or kids that have not been absent more than 5 days. We started to get a lot of pushback. We started to get a lot of opposition. Even the parents started to oppose, the possibility of where we were heading. We hadn't even said what we were going to do. We were just kind of like looking into the reasons that more kids deserve to deserve higher level classes. So the way we started to address, or I started to address the opposition, is to start having conversations of why it is so important for kids of color to be in high-level classes. We know the research is very clear. The higher expectation, the higher the level of classes, the better they're going to do. The graduations are going to improve. More kids are going to take advanced placement classes, better ACT, SAT. And so we started to conduct those conversations. And in addition, we started to train individuals on the best way to admit kids into advanced placement classes. Principals were also part of that training and that communication. And through this decision-making, this problem-solving model, through this communication, through this transparency, we started to see the next year, we changed our policies too in regards to just admitting kids based on recommendation and conduct. And we started to see more kids take part in advanced placement classes. After 2 years, we started to see more kids taking the advanced placement test. SAT scores went up. We've improved graduation for all students, including Black and Hispanic. And I truly believe, whether that's indirect or direct, that had an impact on those high schools that we were dealing with, and that the opposition was quickly started to diminish once they started to see the data, and once they started to see that a lot of the the students were doing well. And I think sometimes there are myths and untruths, and I think when you can show them the reality of what it can do for kids, that opposition started to kind of disappear. So thank you.
One more. How would you develop an understanding of the complexities of our school system by the public and ensure that the public be informed on important matters? How would you ensure the school board be informed on important matters?
Yeah. So let me start with the board, and then, if you don't mind, I can jump into how we can form the community. The most important relationship that I can have with the board is the development of this relationship. I believe that unless we start off on a really good footing, which is the development of this relationship, we're not going to be successful. I think within the first day I signed this contract with the board, it is imperative that I start to have a system of, collaboration, communications, expectations. It's so important for me to understand your hopes, your challenges. It's very important for me to understand where you want the district to be in a year, 5 years, and 10 years. So I think it's very important for us to start kind of working together to build that relationship. I understand that we're not going to agree on everything, but my number one job is to make sure that I'm communicating very clearly with the board. The second thing about the board relationship is that we need to make sure that there's a structure for communicating. That how do you want to communicate? What are the things that you want me to bring? Are we going to have an agenda when we meet? Are you going to bring items for me? Are you going to give me some time ahead of our meeting what you want to say, what you want to see, and what data do you want me to bring? There needs to be a structure of one-on-one meetings. There needs to be a structure on how you will communicate with my staff, my senior leadership team. Do you need certain things from my senior leadership team? How we're going to get my senior leadership team call you prior to board meetings so you're well informed of all the things that are coming to the board, whether it's board workshops or a decision on a policy, whether it's data. I think you need a preview prior to getting to the board. The other thing is the structure on how we are going to engage when we're, in public and we're at a board meeting. How are we going to talk to each other? How are we going to treat each other? How do you want me to address you? I think that the best way to build a relationship is not to, to throw things out in public and harm our relationship. But I think if there's anything that needs to be said, let's do it during our one-on-one meeting. If you think I did something that was inappropriate or did not, exude a professionalism, please let me know. Provide that feedback for me. But I think it's one of the most important things that I can do as a superintendent is build this relationship very early on. And the job of the superintendent is make sure that I am transparent with you and also, be there for you. If you're going to be at an event, if you're going to be somewhere, I want to be there for you. I want to be that support for you as well. I think in regards to the community, as I've said before, we need to make sure that we start reaching across the aisle. It is very important that we involve every single group into our discussions. They need to know that we are serious about working together. And I always like to say this, we can't do any of this alone. None of this work can be done by ourselves. We really need the community to be involved, the community to be by our side. We need to make sure that if they can provide human capital, or is it financing, or is it that retirees want to come in and be volunteers and help our kids, we really need to make sure that we develop these communication styles because there's a lot of complexities and challenges that Sarasota is going to be facing. We need to close achievement gaps. We need to continue to reduce the number of kids not reading at grade level. We need to make sure that kids are at level in math in math by the 8th grade. So the best way to do this is together with the community. So I really want them by my side, and it is my job to make sure that I rally and get them excited about whether it's our strategic plan that the board and I are going to work on, or the goals that we have, and how can they support the initiatives, and how can they support the goals of whatever we are going to build together. So thank you.
How do you feel about the board interacting with your senior staff? Do you think they should go through you? Do you feel comfortable with them going directly to staff and talking to staff?
Yeah.
And at what level would you like that communication?
Yeah. So I work for the board. And one of the things in all my jobs that I've been at, and whether it's in Atlanta, whether it's here, as an executive director, I've always worked directly with my board. And I think the best way is for the board to communicate directly with my staff. There shouldn't be a middle person. And I want to make sure that I'm very clear on this. Once we develop our structure, once we develop our communication, if that's what we develop as a team, that you want to talk directly to my staff, I don't have a problem with that. I know that they're going to inform me of what they discuss, so I'm aware of what to share with you, and there's no surprises. But I don't believe there should be anything hidden. I don't think there should be anything mysterious. I work for you, they work for me. We're going to set goals together. There's going to be expectations that we're going to put together. So really, there's no mystery about this. I think we can work as a team, and if that's what we decide to do, work as a team and communicate up and down. And of course, if they don't know an answer, I'm going to come to their defense. If they feel like, maybe that they were treated indifferently, I'm going to come to their defense and say, you know what, we need to work together. This is my team. They want to do great things for you. But no, I think in whichever way we decide to work together, that's the way it's going to be. And I think I've never worked in an environment where I needed to go to my superintendent, to a board, or to a board to a superintendent. I feel very comfortable with that as well.
Thank you. There are some superintendents that require that, and that's when the trouble starts. So,
yeah. Madam Chair, can we have Ms. Goodwin? Did you ask questions? Can Ms. Goodwin ask questions?
Oh, God.
Doesn't matter.
Mrs. Goodwin. Thank you, Eric.
Welcome, Dr. LaCava.
Thank you, Mrs.
We're happy to have you here. I'm going to ask you some questions now about something near and dear to our hearts, which is instructional excellence. And I want to start with a question. Eliminating the achievement gap is a must. What approach would you pursue? What leadership and guidance would you provide?
So, in the experience that I've had in closing achievement gaps and accelerating academics and increasing learning gains and making sure that kids get a successful education, one of the things I've noticed is that in schools that I visited as a leader, one of the things that are happening is that we are too broad, right? There's too many things that are happening in those schools. And I'm not saying let me make sure I'm very clear. There are great teachers and great leaders in those schools, but what I've noticed is that sometimes there's way too many things occurring. And if we are to close the achievement gap in some of our hardest staff schools or our neediest schools, one of the things that must happen is that there needs to be focus and urgency. And I've noticed that sometimes there's a lack of focus, and sometimes there's a little bit of there's not enough urgency to move the needle. And I think it's nobody's fault but the superintendent and the leaders that are providing the guidance, because we don't coach people on what to focus on and how to lead with urgency. So in the schools that I've worked in that the achievement gap is not closing fast enough, I have worked closely with principals to ensure that we look at the whole programming. What are you doing that can kind of be put to the side for later, and can we focus on reading and math? Because we know that reading and math is the number one thing that we can do for young kids, especially those that are coming into our pre-K. Most of the time, they're coming in with a word gap. They already are behind by 30 million words, and we need to make sure that how do we accelerate that? And if we're not able to get them at the earliest ages, in regards to elementary school, it gets even tougher as they get to middle school and high school. So focus on early education, focus on supporting our teachers, and by the time they get to the third grade, I want to make sure that all our kids are reading at grade level. I know it's a tough goal, but that should be the goal of any district, to make sure that kids are reading at grade level, all of them. But to continue on my strategy, right? Make sure that they understand that we're going to be working on reading and math, make sure that I support the teachers on how to address this correctly. Sometimes you go into a school and a lot of them are not doing whole group to small group. They may be doing whole group and they're not using, the best literacy strategies possible. So we need to make sure that we address that as well. Once we do that, the next thing that must happen is that the goals and expectations must be very clear. And then there needs to be accountability behind that. And the way that I hold people accountable when we're trying to close the achievement gaps is to make sure that we're going into classrooms. Yes, the superintendent needs to be in classrooms. Yes, the senior staff needs to be in classrooms. Yes, all the support staff need to be in classrooms to make sure that we are providing guidance, that we are letting them know what they're doing well, and where they need a little additional help. And then just the whole continuous improvement piece. If we see that something's not working, don't wait till the end of the year. Act on it now. And just continue to make sure that we are either, do they need more human capital? Do they need more training? Do they need to be held accountable a little bit tighter? But at the end of the day, it's all about focus and urgency. And if I am your superintendent, that's one thing that I bring to the table: focus and extreme urgency.
What measures have you used that are outside of test scores, if needed, to measure student achievement, and why do you use these alternate measures?
So let me be clear about assessments and data. I think there's way too much data out there. I think a lot of the data already tells us the same thing over and over and over, over again. If kids can't read, they can't read. And if kids can't compute, they can't compute. So I think, the measurements that are used for student achievement there shouldn't be too many of them. So let me start with that piece. I think that if we are going to really understand why kids are not learning, there's a lot of informal and formal assessments that are being done in schools. There's a lot, we can learn a lot from FSA scores, and we can learn a lot from end of the year course exams, and we can learn a lot from, every 9 weeks, looking at, chapter tests. But I think the number one thing is that for teachers to be taught how to use the data correctly and use the data that they already have well. I don't want them to have to use any additional data formats or anything like that. I just think that they already have it. And in using alternate measures, I don't want to say that I'm going to add any alternative measures. I think there's way too much data and achievement and measures already. I think they can make great decisions, and teachers are very smart and very talented. I think that they know exactly what they need to do. And I think it really comes back to the district, and it comes back to me on how I can support them to move kids. It's not, listen, teachers are great. The number one indicator of success is the teacher. And so we need to help them to support their kids, and how to focus and have urgency around that. So I don't think I would, add any more measures or assessments. I think they have enough. They just need the support from the district and the superintendent to move forward.
Has your district made support services an integral part of students' achievement? Describe your role in this.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Has your district made support services an integral part of student achievement? Describe your role in this.
Yes, support services is one of the best things that we can provide, teachers and students with. Over the course of my career, I was the assistant superintendent of student support in Fulton, and the same strategies have been used in my current district. I can tell you that if we're not providing students with these support services, they're not going to be as successful. I think it needs to play an important role in the district. I think what I've seen done, and when I was the assistant superintendent in Fulton #1, we provided medical help for some of our families in some of these hard-to-staff schools. When we started providing medical services free of charge, we started to see an increase in attendance. When we started in, providing mental health as well, we started to see a lot of kids doing better academically. And in my current district, we passed a referendum to ensure we increase the number of mental health counselors to continue to assist and support our students and our staff as well. But I see support services as such an important piece of improving academics, increasing achievement, making sure that kids feel welcome. There's so many support services that we can provide, and also support services to our parents. I think if our parents don't have the tools and they don't feel supported or they have the right mental health, then kids are going to suffer from that as well. But I think it's so important that wraparound services be an integral part of any educational system.
How do you balance the needs of special populations such as ESE, ELL, and students traditionally referred to as gifted and talented?
Every kid deserves a quality education. Every child deserves to be supported, whether you're a gifted student or whether you're an ELL student or a special education student. And when I think about the support that they deserve and what I've done in the past, let me share just a couple of ideas about supporting the needs of ELL and gifted. I think that sometimes, let's start with the gifted, that we ignore our gifted population because we think that they're so smart. And they don't need to be challenged, and they don't need rigorous courses. An example is my daughter. She's gifted. And the courses that she sometimes gets is not enough. And what happens when a child is not engaged? They get a little bit bored. The other thing is with special education children, one of the things that we need to provide them as well is a balanced education as well. They need to be provided with rigorous courses. They need to be provided with an education that gets them to the next level. And of course, as a former ELL student, it is so important to provide good quality ESOL and bilingual education to make sure that they're moving to the next level as well. So I think all those strategies and all those ideas are very important to make sure that every single one of those subgroups have a balanced education and that they're able to thrive once they leave school and that they're able to be successful once they get to college or, have a career. I truly believe that they need a balanced education.
Give some examples of previous efforts and involvement with career and technical education.
So the first example that comes to mind in regards to college and career, college and technical education is that, my daughter is part of a college and career technical education. She's in the medical program, and I truly believe it's a fantastic program for students. I truly believe that all kids should be provided with, with an education in college and career ed. I think there's so many great professions that are being developed, even ones that we don't even know. And I think students are not going to all go to college. And I think we also need to provide them with additional opportunities. And so when I was in Fulton County Schools as an area superintendent, these are the type of things that we were trying to provide our parents with: options and great career and college opportunities, whether it's that they were on a college track or whether it was, in a career and technical aspect, whether it's movie making and film making, whether it's working for Porsche or whether it was working for Mercedes-Benz. We were trying to make sure that we had those relationships with those entities, those groups. We were trying to make sure that kids had options and kids were provided with the means to be successful, not only at school but when they leave. I hope that when Isabella graduates, that she'll take her medical background and what she's learned in the medical program and move on to become a nurse or a doctor or whatever she wants to be. But I think it's a very important part of a whole education for a child.
How am I in time?
You can ask another question if you want.
Okay. What sort of unique, creative, inspired, out-of-the-box idea did you implement that saw results in improving student achievement?
Let's think. I would say, going back to the focus question and going back to the to providing urgency and focus around some of my Heart to Staff schools in Fulton County schools. When I was an instructional leader, a principal supervisor, one of the things that we started to see is that our kids were not learning, were not achieving and reading as quickly as possible. And when I was at that school, one of the things that was not happening is that there was not quality small group instruction occurring at some of these Fulton County schools. So one of the things that I started to do with my group and working with teachers is really to start providing an opportunity to work together. I think we created an impact school district where there were 7 schools, and in those 7 schools, we started to provide complete and focused attention to them only. I actually moved my executive director to those 7 schools, and we started to live in those schools. So he was the principal at the school, providing support for the principal, providing support to the teachers. And then the next thing that we did that I think is outside of the box thinking is that we started to move the resources from the central office where I was at in the central learning community, and we started to move those resources into the schools. What was happening is that we were able to kind of start, number one, monitoring a little bit better, holding teachers accountable a lot, making sure that we were providing feedback, immediate feedback. And of course, we had about 7 people in my support team, and we knew that some schools needed a little bit of support, but these schools needed a lot of support. And with that came instructional rounds. And the instructional rounds at the time, it was out of the box thinking. And the reason I say that is that we were using teachers, and we were bringing teachers along to go into classrooms so they could see their peers and they could provide feedback to their peers. And then that actually provided a little bit of, it helped us to justify things. When teachers provide feedback to teachers, it comes out in a lot different way. When we give feedback to a teacher, it's just, those district people out there, they just want to kind of tell me what they're doing, but they're not teaching, they're not even working. So a lot of those pieces, living in the school, providing an additional a leader to help the principals, providing my staff to provide additional support to the teachers, that was one thing that we did because we had to make sure that those schools were turned around immediately. So I believe that's an out of the box thinking that worked well. And we started to see a lot of results. We started to see more of the subgroups grow from, the low 70s to the high 80s. At the time, there was CRCT, and we had to use a lot of the, DRAs and STAR assessment. But we did see a lot of results because we were living in those classrooms.
Okay. Thank you.
You do have 5 minutes to sum up, but before we do that, is there any additional information that you would like to share with the board before your summation?
No.
I think you've shared, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for the board members?
Do I have any questions? I think I have a closing statement, and then
you can do the closing.
I have a question. So I just want to let you know that I've been very excited about being in Sarasota County Schools for the last day and a half. Over the last 23 years, I hope that you see that in my resume, and hopefully some of the examples that I shared today, that you see that I've been preparing myself for this very moment. I've been preparing myself and taking risks and gone from state to state and different and taking different positions to prepare myself. And And I'm ready for the challenges that Sarasota County Schools has to offer. I know that we are in a very challenging time. You need a person that can kind of get off running and move forward, and you don't have a lot of time to train people. You don't have a lot of time to hold hands. There's a budgetary piece looming, and we need to get kids back to school or some type of semblance of school. And so I think one of the pieces that I want to leave with you is that I'm ready. I truly believe that I'm ready to work with the board. I'm ready to work with my senior staff. I'm ready to really build relationships with the community. I'm really ready to kind of accelerate academics. And I just truly hope that when you're making your decision about the superintendent, that you take all this into consideration. And I really want to thank you for everything that you've done. It's been a great day, and I can't wait tomorrow to have these one-on-one meetings to kind of get to know each other a little bit better. But thank you very much for just being here and your support and the questions you've asked.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest and participation in this process. This evening, you'll be participating in a modified meet and greet using live stream format. And tomorrow you will meet with us individually. And please let FSBA staff know if you have any questions or concerns. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Thank you.
You are. I think you are too, a little bit.
All right. I think we are all here right now. We should get started. And our next candidate interview is Miss Maria Esquerdo. Is that close enough?
That is perfect, Chair Zucker.
I'd like to start by introducing the board members. I'm Caroline Zucker, the chair. Shirley
Brown, Vice Chair.
Bridget Ziegler, normally much more punctual.
Jane Goodwin.
Eric Robinson.
And key staff in the room. He's going to beat me up if I don't say his name right. Is Craig?
Mr. Craig.
Meniglio.
Close enough.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
And most important is our administrative assistant, Miss Kathy Tompkins. She's the one that does everything, keeps us straight.
Good.
Otherwise, we'd be lost, so thanks, Kathy. We have 90 minutes for our board interview this afternoon, and you will have 5 minutes to provide an opening statement. Each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions regarding operations, business and finance, personal leadership, instructional excellence, and board and staff community relations. Each board member is allocated 15 minutes and is prepared to ask up to 5 questions. The number of questions each get will depend on the length of your responses. And you will have time at the end of the meeting to also for your final thoughts. We will start by allowing you 5 minutes for any opening comments that you have.
Thank you so much, Chair Zucker. Can you hear me okay? Do I need to raise my voice?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get closer to the mic. How's that? First of all, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity and most of all for the hospitality. I feel very welcome here, even before arriving in Sarasota. Folks sending me emails and tweeting and replying to Facebook, and just very kind, welcoming people that are part of this community, and I'm very grateful to be here. And I'm happy to be able to finally be here to provide you with some feedback as to who I am, what I'm about, and what my 29 years of experience have brought that I can bring to this county, to this great county. Education has been my life's work, my passion. I've been in education my entire adult life. I'm a lifelong educator, a wife. My husband and I just recently celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary during quarantine. That was very fun. We're looking forward to celebrating it abroad at some point. I'm the mother of 3. I have 2 adult children. I have a son, 24, Evan, who just graduated last year from the University of Florida in accounting. Yes, go Gators. And I also have a daughter who had her last semester distance learning from the University of Florida, and she just graduated from the University of Florida in telecommunications, and a minor in computer science. And I have a third child who came to Sarasota with me today. She's a 16-year-old student athlete. She plays travel soccer, and she will be a junior in the fall. Growing up, I was the child of working class immigrants. I was an English language learner as well. I was raised primarily by a single mom who taught me great work ethic and also taught me the value of education and what a great education would be able to provide me in terms of opportunities in my life. As a child, school was my happy place. I frequently say that. I think I might have said that in my video, but that is truly my leadership story. School was my happy place. I found happiness. I had a lot of challenges at home in the community that I grew up in. And when I came to school, I shed all those challenges, and I found teachers and support staff that loved me, that inspired me to achieve, that gave me a voice, that gave me confidence, and just, it was really, truly my happy place. And I've made my lifelong mission to create environments, whether they are at a school site or in a region or at a central office of an entire district, to make school a happy place for children from whatever zip code they come from and whatever background they have. I'm also a federal Pell Grant recipient, and because of that opportunity, I was able to be the first in my family to go to college. I also was the first in my family to own their own home. I was the first in my family to travel abroad. And I actually was the first person in my family to follow her vocation and her passion rather than finding a job to make ends meet. As an educator, my North Star has always been to build that supportive environment for children. I've been a teacher, I've been an assistant principal, a director at the state level. I've been a deputy chief of staff, an assistant superintendent, and now an associate superintendent or chief academic officer in Miami-Dade. My entire professional life has been devoted to serving the children in the state of Florida. I know that I'm ready, I am eager, and Sarasota, to me, just fits. I believe that Sarasota County is an ideal place for the next chapter of my professional life. There have been, for many reasons. So in the last year and a half or so, there's been several openings or vacancies for superintendent across the state. I do feel that I need to stay in the state of Florida. It calls to me. I'm a Floridian. I was born in Florida. And I've bypassed those opportunities, some of them pretty attractive ones. But I've done my research, I've read news articles, I've watched board meetings, I've considered whether I feel that that community is somewhere that I would fit in and that would be one that fit my family. And because of that, I did not apply. The reason I'm before you today is because after doing these things here, I am convinced that my leadership style, my experience, and my expertise are very much aligned to the work ahead in Sarasota County. You are a fantastic school district. You have amazing outcomes. And I feel that there is opportunity to even do far greater things. To be an A, not only as a school district, but to be an A for all students, whether they're English language learners, whether they're Black students, whether they're students with disabilities, students that are homeless or in foster care. And I feel that I can help you achieve that. Over the last decade, Miami-Dade has changed the narrative pretty much over what an urban school district is able to achieve. During my tenure as CAO, we've reached a graduation high of 89%, being one of the poorest school districts in the country, really, with 75% of our students being economically disadvantaged. We've earned an A rating now for 3 years, and 99% of our schools are rated A, B, and C. All the while, we've been doing that while closing achievement gaps for English language learners and Black students since 2011 in half, and for students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged children by 2/3. On the operations front, I've led 2 very successful referendums. One in 2012, not knowing anything about running a campaign and achieving the goals of a referendum. I learned so much during that time, what it took to galvanize a community to be able to support the children in Miami-Dade, what you've all have been doing here for some time now, I think since 2002. The most recent one was in 2018. The first one in 2012 was primarily to help us with deferred maintenance that had occurred during the recession and our inability to bring our schools up to speed. That was a $1.2 billion referendum. The second one in 2018 was to help our teachers in terms of compensation, help raise the minimum starting salary for our teachers, as well as teachers in different parts of the pay scale. And that referendum, both of them passed with 70% approval from our community, even during the recession, which is quite a feat, I must add. And the second one brings in about $232 million annually for teacher compensation. When we were faced with the likely closure of schools, my team and I were asked to stand up an instructional continuity plan that I think has been heralded as one of the best in the country. We just finished developing the reopening plans and all of the models for Miami-Dade County come fall. I manage $400 million, both in grants and general fund, and I oversee the work of 1,200 employees. While we were doing distance learning, we were all doing that together simultaneously. I worked with our union leaders to develop not one but two letters of understanding to make sure that we could achieve what we wanted to achieve remotely with our students and make sure that they had the highest quality education possible during a very challenging time. These are extraordinary times which require Sarasota to select a leader that can step right into a crisis with little to no learning curve. Families and employees need to return to school safely, navigate financially harsh conditions that are sure to be in our very near future, and help rally the community in support of our greatest asset, its children. I believe I'm uniquely positioned to lead during these times, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Mrs. Brown?
And thank you for being here. Mrs. Cuerdo. My first question has to do with the personnel issues. What would you do if you had found a staff that had inappropriate social media posts, either about race or LGBT or another staff member or student?
Sure. Thank you for the question. And ma'am, if it's any easier to call me Marie, you're welcome to do so. So I would hope that one of the things that we did in Miami-Dade, now twice, I believe, we're in our second iteration of our acceptable use policy. So I think everything begins with very strong policy, the direction that the board sets for what is appropriate and inappropriate behaviors, both of students as well as staff. And so in the event that we would have someone post something what some would consider inappropriate, if our policy is one that clearly defines the behaviors, you've done some of this already in some of your policy work recently, that explains what is acceptable and not acceptable, as well as any punitive actions that might be taken for that type of behavior, then the answer to that question would be rather simple, right? Execute the policy. So I would hope that as a district we would have a very sound acceptable use policy, and one that as an administrator and as your superintendent, I would execute.
Thank you. Give an example of how you have either collectively or collaboratively bargained on employee contract, and what's your philosophy on working with the union?
Sure. Actually, I wanted to say I think the union president in Miami-Dade was one of my letters of recommendation. Carla and I work very well in an informal capacity. I try to keep her and the leadership team in the union, and I'm speaking strictly of teachers' unions, but clearly there are other unions as well, and it would apply the same. We work very well in trying to make sure that if there's anything on the horizon that might be an issue or might be an impediment or a barrier to the employees that they serve, that they're aware, right? That she's aware and she's not blindsided, and we work together on kind of finding solutions, messaging, et cetera. So we've done a lot of work on a myriad of topics, ranging from mandatory recess to homework requirements. Most recently, the distance learning piece was a big challenge for us. You know, how are we going to support our teachers? What are our expectations of teachers? How many hours are they going to be on? You know, what happens if a teacher is not providing instruction? And so laying out those parameters together is probably the most recent one that we've done together. We've also worked on recruit, retain, and reward, but I'm hoping maybe I'll get asked a question in HR around that, and I can elaborate. But on specific strategies to retain, recruit, and reward highly effective teachers, particularly in schools that are hard to recruit highly effective teachers.
Thank you. What is your experience in facilities management and/or construction or planning for growth?
So you would think she's a CAO, so she probably has no experience in that regard. But I would argue that I do have experience in that regard. Our current chief of staff was over facilities, Mr. Jim Torrens, and he was sitting in his role, and I was sitting in my role during the passage of the first referendum. And so a lot of kind of complementary work between facilities and programming on where the needs were, and not only where the needs were in terms of growth, in terms of enrollment and shifts in enrollment between schools and regions in our district, but also shifts in academic offerings and where we were putting up a visual and performing arts, or where there was a need for visual and performing arts, or where there was a need for an autism center. And so building and planning for that was something that we did together. And then, of course, during the campaign, really doing a lot, for me, a lot of that work had to do with communicating and helping with the messaging to the community as to what specific projects were going to happen at in each neighborhood and in each school. Marketing that was a big piece of that. Developing a dashboard, so I'm over information technology, so we develop my staff develops all of the dashboards that are internal facing as well as outward facing, and so making sure that our taxpayers are able to see what our investments of their dollars and where they're going and whether they're on time and at budget or under budget. So that's part of the work that I've done with facilities and planning.
Thank you.
I can do one more if you'd like.
What's your experience working with the charter schools or magnet schools or private schools?
That's a great segue. So I'm going to do the one more on that question and this one as well together. So I'm over magnet schools, and so one of the planning portions of that is looking at programming through magnets and through choice and seeing where we're moving different magnets or building or emerging new magnets. I'm over the magnet program in Miami-Dade. 70% of our students are exercising choice of some sort. So they're either going to a school of choice like a magnet school, or they're participating in a particular strand or in an academy at a given school, which has a whole pathway leading up to maybe an industry certification or an international diploma, IB, Cambridge, et cetera. So magnet is a big part of my work. We received 192 Magnet Merit Awards from the Magnet Schools of America. They don't like us very much when we go to that conference. She's laughing, Bridget's laughing, but they don't like us very much because we take a lot of the awards. So we had 192 Magnet Merit Awards. We won the Grady Greer, I always say it wrong, Grady Greer Award for Magnet Sustainability, meaning we don't just pop up a magnet, but it continues to grow even after that seed money has been invested. And College Board also awarded us for equity and access in magnet programming. So I'm very, very proud of the work of Magnet. For charters, my team reviews all of the charter applications for the district. So any charter applications that come in are vetted for curriculum on the instruction side through my office. We provide feedback on that. We also support the charters in our district. They use not all of them, but the vast majority of them choose to use our pacing guides, all of our instructional pacing guides, our focus calendars. We share that with them. And I also oversee the district managed charter office. So we have charters that are managed operationally by the school district, and that falls in my umbrella. And Ms. Braun, I forgot the third bucket. Did you say a third? You said charters?
Oh, private schools.
And private schools. So a lot of the work right now that we're doing is with private schools around ERS, the stimulus dollars, CARES. And so we'll be responsible for purchasing over $11 million from the stimulus funds for our private schools. And that'll run through my shop, through Title I.
Well, one of the things, we're getting feedback or kickback on it is the number of charter schools and whatnot in Miami-Dade. But some of those schools are district charter schools that would really look more like a magnet school. Is that accurate?
That's correct. So we have about 6 charter schools. They're small, but they are charter nonetheless, but they don't have, there's a certain aspect of the work, of the body of work, that they feel that they need support, so they buy our services. So the district office has fees that we assess for these charters, and then they're basically contracting us to maybe do their bookkeeping, maybe to do some of their hiring, doing some of their instructional, their turnaround work, whatever work. It's almost like a menu that they select from, and then we support them in that manner.
Now these are.
But it's a revenue for the district.
These are your these are your charter schools, or these are the charter schools that are from outside companies?
They have their own board, and their board is hiring a team, very small team that I have that will support that.
And there's 6 of those?
Right now, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment. You know, whether you talk about, using profanity on school grounds, smoking, bringing guns to school, or, keeping them safe from COVID. You can go anywhere you want with that, a safe school environment.
So I was actually on a tour where I asked, and I had read something, but not enough, on a program that you have called the Civility Squad. I saw a banner, and I asked questions about the Civility Squad, and it seems very similar to a program that we have in Miami-Dade called Values Matter. So one of the things that I think great school districts like Sarasota and Miami-Dade do well is they communicate to students and to the members of our community what are our values as an organization, what does that look like, what behaviors embody or demonstrate those values. We try to live by those values and be models of those values and build it into the curriculum. And so it's very similar, the Values Matter campaign. Every month we celebrate a different value, so honesty, collaboration, etc., and excellence. And this year we started, maybe it started last year, a program partnership with the Dolphins, the Miami Dolphins. And so they're part of the greater Values Matter. And now it's Values Matter Miami, because it's out into the community, not just into the brick and mortar schools. Another thing that I'd like to mention for your question, to address your question, is the Student Code of Conduct. And so actually I have not looked at your Student Code of Conduct just yet, but when we redid our Student Code of Conduct in Miami-Dade, we kind of flipped classroom approach to the Code of Conduct. Instead of focusing on the infractions, we focused on it from the positive side. So these are the values that we espouse. These are actions that are not consistent with our values. And then, of course, these are the consequences. And so I think that having a really strong, again, policy at the central office, at the board level, and then having a really solid Student Code of Conduct, training our teachers and our administrators on how to utilize and implement the Code of Conduct, and then making it user-friendly for our parents, so parents understand what we expect from our students when they come to school, and our teachers. And we've done some of that work also through the Parent Academy. I think you might call it the Parent University. And so we do it in multitude of languages, little videos that are age appropriate so that students understand.
Thank you. And explain your experience dealing with different programs, like in special education or federal programs like Title I or Career Tech or at-risk students.
Okay. So, well, I oversee all of those programs that you just mentioned. So our ESE, we'll start with ESE. I wrote them down so I don't have to come back and ask you again. Our exceptional student population, we have approximately 37,000 students that are exceptional students in Miami-Dade. That does not include our gifted population. We have about 42,000 students that are in gifted education, but under the umbrella, obviously they're both under exceptional student education. I oversee both of those. I oversee the IDEA grant, which is an $88 million grant in Miami-Dade. For me, that work is very personal to me. The work that I have such an amazing team in exceptional student education. I have great teams because they're listening, so I love them all. But exceptional student education is something that really takes a a very special group of people to develop policy and to implement policy rather, and to support programs that are supportive of our students in ESE. And then that exceptionality or that group of students is really broad. They come with lots of different needs. So you have students that are deaf and hard of hearing, you have students that are visually impaired, and you have students that are autistic or students with specific learning disabilities. So really meeting the needs of each of those individual students is really important. My philosophy, so that I can narrow my answer on ESE, is really, making sure that the student's IEP is being met, that those IEPs are being taken very seriously, that they're done in collaboration with the parents and the students in many cases, and that we are living up to our commitment in that individual education plan. And then the least restrictive environment, in my humble opinion, is where that child belongs, in his or her least restrictive environment. In Miami-Dade, we have increased our inclusion rate by 20 percentage points in just a few years. And that's because of the movement that we have had to include students, but not just to include them, but to include them in supportive ways, to make sure that the teachers understand how to meet the needs of those students, that the teachers have the supports that they need to have those students in their class. But I believe in my heart that that's one of the main levers for the two-thirds of our graduation rate gap being closed for those students, is including them in LRE. In Title I, the Title I program in Miami-Dade, almost every school is Title I, almost, with a 75% free and reduced lunch rate. It is a $172 million operation. I have an amazing assistant superintendent, who is me right now in front of that board today, and a great group of professionals doing that work as well. And ultimately, I was a Title I principal, so I know that work really, really well, and making sure that we're using our Title I dollars to complement the dollars that are already coming to that school to really optimize learning for our most fragile students. CTE is also under me. We work with the economic kind of driver entity in our community called the Beacon Council. They developed a kind of a blueprint for 10 years out, which is called One Community, One Goal. They identified 7 emerging business areas for our local economy. So whether it's hospitality and tourism, trade and logistics, aerospace, all of the different areas that then we turnkey into programs, so that we are making sure that we're creating pathways for students that might not go to college or might go to college, but that they have employability skills within a particular strand of those 7 industries, because we know they're going to get really great wages as an employee coming out of our schools. So they usually end up with industry certification or dual enrollment credit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Ziegler? No, Mr. Robinson?
Ladies first. I'm fine with that. You want Bridget? Okay. Yes, ma'am. If you become superintendent, how would you define success?
I think that any superintendent would define success by meeting the metrics that the board and the superintendent and the community at large have set forth in a strategic plan. That's my opinion. So as a board and as the CEO, together we would engage the community, and this might be an answer to another question, but I'll do it now, in developing what are the goals of our organization. And then those goals would then have, if you peel back the onion, they would have definitive metrics, right? KPIs or objectives that are part of those bold goals that we set for ourselves, whether it's a graduation rate, whether it's a closing of the achievement gap by X, whether it's access to advanced academic programming, whatever this body and are informed by the community feel should be our North Star or our set of North Stars, in my opinion, would then be how I would measure my success. I'm really data driven.
Okay, so we all come to the table with our own preconceived notions.
Yeah.
So the board's going to come maybe with 5 goals.
Yeah.
Or, coalesce around one. Community's going to come out with their goals, but you as a superintendent are going to come to the table with goals that will evolve through the discussion. but I'm trying to find out what goals will you initially come to the tables with?
I will come with a singular goal of student achievement, that everything will emanate and revolve around that singular goal of student achievement. And I don't want you to misunderstand my response. There's a role for operations in that. There's a role for food service in that. There's a role for teacher quality and hiring and retention. And there's a lot of peripheral goals, but my singular goal as a superintendent would be in continuing to move the bar as it relates specifically to student achievement in a district.
Okay. I think you mentioned this earlier and you wanted to ask this question, so I'm going to go ahead and lob it up to you.
Knock yourself out.
How you should be able to knock this out of the ballpark. How would you recruit and retain good staff, specifically teachers?
So thank you for the question. We did this a couple of years ago, primarily through Title I dollars, because our Title I schools were typically the hardest to staff. Not only the hardest to staff, but also almost like a revolving door. So we have a very robust, and I hope I'm able to share with you what that looks like, but a very robust turnaround program that it's basically part of our brand, and very successful. And that program services, for the most part, Title I schools. And so we would spend a lot of time and talent and money investing in developing high-quality professionals, whether they were support staff or teachers or leaders, assistant principals in those schools. And after having those enormous investments, many of them would want to leave, would get tired. And so we sat with the union, I sat with the union, and started thinking about how can we frame this with a supplement. It's a supplement to their compensation using Title I dollars and others, to give them incentive and so to stay. So we developed a framework which has both recruitment goals for schools. So if the teacher stays after X number of years, after 3 years, they get a chunk. Attendance, because we noticed that the teacher attendance in some of these schools was not to the level that we wanted it to be. So teacher attendance, I think they got an additional $3,000 if they didn't miss any more than, 5 days of school in a given year. Learning gains, because we recognize that these children primarily that they're serving, one of the reasons is that they're scared because they're teaching low-performing students and they think it's going to impact their evaluation and their compensation. So we found a way of including learning gains on the state assessment. If the learning gains were higher in that school, not in the teacher, in that school, higher than the district average, which usually was in education transformation, they got a chunk of change. So teachers were able to get up to $11,500 more each year as a bonus. And so that was the plan that we developed.
So talking about teachers' pay, the state is kind of somewhat taken over the minimum pay somewhat. Mm-hmm. So can we talk about average pay for a moment? What would be your goal that you would strive to make the average teacher pay?
So I'm not going to avoid your question, Eric, but I would need more information to actually give you a direct answer, because I would want to study your pay scales and see where the distribution of teachers in your district and where they are. We know that we have now established as a state a minimum level for entry, and at least in Miami-Dade, we also are pretty aggressively attacking the more veteran teachers, and the teachers in the middle, at least in Miami-Dade, feel like there may be some room for improvement in their compensation. So I would want to see the distribution here in Sarasota before actually offering you a direct answer. But the truth of the matter is teachers need to make a decent living, right? We don't want teachers to have to leave our classrooms and leave our children so that they can work a second job and then they don't have time for adequate planning, or because they can actually make more money, keep punching and putting in, medical records. And I've seen the full gamut, of wonderful teachers leaving their classrooms. So we need to be competitive. I think that there's an enormous appetite, not only at the state, but nationally. I think that the country has seen what teachers are doing, and that teachers are essential workers, and they're banging on our schoolhouse door. Let our kids back in, right? So I think that there is a growing understanding nationally that our teachers need to be compensated fairly.
They're professionals.
Absolutely.
So you talked about some of the supplements that you're giving out, and so historically, it's been equalized funding. We try to be equal. And I was wondering what your thoughts on equitable funding, funding based upon need.
So we're not talking compensation necessarily. We're just talking about equitable funding, correct? Or you're talking about compensation?
No, I'm not talking about compensation. I'm talking about funding, funding of the schools and the students.
That is the perfect question. I love that question. So we fund schools in Miami-Dade very unequally, and I say that with pride. One of the pieces of our theory of action is to put more resources where there's more need. The more need there is, the more investment we need. That's part of our Title I strategy, and I certainly utilized it as a principle for the improvement of my students and to the benefit of my students. But we have a very strong equity agenda in Miami-Dade. I want to say that a lot of that work is led directly by me, and I do believe that I do believe in equitable funding and not necessarily equal funding when you have students that just come to the schoolhouse door with huge gaps and they're not all coming with the same need.
So let's further explore the funding per student.
Sure.
So I'm sure you're a person who's going to have a lot of goals. I'm sure you're the person who's going to want to accomplish a lot of things. What would the average revenue per student be in order for you to accomplish those goals? How much do you think that you would need on average per student for you to be able to accomplish the goals that you have?
Well, again, I'm not going to give you a number. I know you want me to give you a number, but I will tell you that I think that
I'm only asking finance questions.
I know, and I appreciate them. I really think that I believe, and again, I haven't been here and sat with your CFO and been able to kind of digest all this, but from my perspective right now, without having gone through a deeper dive, I believe that you have adequate per pupil funding to meet all of the goals that you're setting out for yourself. I absolutely do think you have it. It's where this money is being spent, are they tied to the priorities? But I absolutely believe that, we're doing it with 6,000 and change in Miami-Dade. But we complement that, right? So I think one of our secret sauce, if you will, in Miami-Dade is our ability to leverage grants. And we leverage grants really, really well so that we can raise that level of funding, that per pupil funding for each child.
So we talked about revenue, we talked about the expenditures, but everything ends up in the fund balance. Fund balance goes up, fund balance goes down.
Yeah.
And so we have a range that we like to keep our fund balance. What would be the optimal range that you would want to see a fund balance at?
So I think that the board is very wise in being conservative. I know that your fund balance goal your threshold is 7.5, which is well above the state threshold, and I think it's smart. And now, looking back, right, in the middle of a global pandemic, probably really, really smart. But I know you're even much higher than that right now. And I think if the coronavirus has shown us anything, it's that business doesn't go on as usual. By nothing to do with us, just organically. So I believe that. I think that you have a very sound reserve or fund balance right now. I think that I've read a lot of articles around, the interest to have it high or have it low, or I think that the fund balance is there for a rainy day, but I think that we have just witnessed a very, very rainy day.
Now.
A very, very rainy day. It's a deluge, and so you're sitting back, looking back, going, "Wow, thank God that we have it where we have it." As opposed to many other districts across the state. Having said that, I still think that you can keep it where you have it, and even increase it over time. Maybe not in the short term because the short term might be pretty dire, but I do think, from my perspective, very superficially looking at some of the budgets. I think that you have room for efficiencies currently in your budget.
So we can go out, and the main ways we can get external funding, meaning not from the federal government, not from the state, not from grants, external funding, would be from getting COPS bond money, going out for bond through referendum, are going out to a referendum for either for millage or for sales tax, when would you use each one of those? When would you do each one? What would be the criteria that you would use to decide?
Well, for the referendum, I think you really only go
There's two different referendums, the bonding and the,
yeah, I would say for a bond, you really you would go out when you feel that you cannot maintain the level of high quality education that you set out for yourselves as a school district without going there after what you're getting from the state, which is not a whole lot, right? So you're carrying the burden financially for this district, and state budgets have been slowly decreasing over time, and the burden has shifted more locally. I think that as long as you're meeting, in your opinion, as a board, and our community is saying that we are providing a high quality education, you don't have to do that. Now, you do have to do that if you're not meeting those goals that you set out for yourself, but you also have to be cognizant of the capacity of taxpayers to do that. Like right now, if one were to ask that question, we would say absolutely not, because the capacity of our taxpayers right now is is not favorable, and we don't know what that's going to look like down the road. And then as property values have gone up, you've been able to lower your millage over time, right? I think it's 6.943 or something like that. So it depends what the outlook is going to look like. I've heard a lot of you speaking about both property values and what's going to happen as a result of Corona or COVID, as well as sales tax collections. So it's kind of like something that we have to forecast out for and then plan. What was the other one? There was another one.
There was the COPS. When would you use COPS versus going out to borrow, a referendum to borrow?
I mean, I think that in our school district, our CFO, I mean, they've received countless accolades over the way that they manage their budget. And I think Mitzi is part of a pretty smart group of people that also provide not only the board, but the superintendent. And I do have to point of personal privilege, just do a shout out to that woman that has been so great at doing her job and this job. But I would lean on her really for some guidance and for direction.
We all lean on Mitzi.
That's right. Well, that's smart.
So what are your thoughts and experience on zero-based budgeting?
Oh, good question.
It's the only kind I ask.
Pardon?
It's the only kind I ask.
It's the only kind you ask, okay. So in Miami-Dade, when I was a principal, we practiced zero-based budgeting. And I was actually talking to someone on my tour today, because back then, principals had a lot more to play with in their budgets than they have today. So I guess it probably made a lot more sense back then than it does now, but it's a legacy right now. That's just the way we do it. So we wipe out their budgets, and they have to buy from the, we have certain allocations, but then they have some discretion as to what they buy, and we also have some non-negotiables, like you have to have X number of counselors, you have to have whatever. But so that's how I balanced a budget, and that's how I created a budget as a principal and as an assistant principal for, how long did I do that? About 15 years. So I'm pretty familiar at the school side. I asked today whether that had already happened at the schools, because I know that was new, relatively new. But what they explained to me is that you were starting centrally and then maybe going to schools, or maybe not, because the schools don't have a lot of wiggle room right now in their budgets. But I would also offer that if you're a Title I school, you actually have a little bit more money to make those decisions and to utilize your dollars, but you know that you have to balance. You don't have enough money for a teacher. It's only half a teacher. How are you going to buy half a teacher? Do you need an itinerant? So I have some experience, most of it in that capacity at the school site level.
Thank you. I do want to point out, since we started, Chief Operating Officer Jody Dumas and Chief Academic Officer, your peer, Dr. Laura Kingsley, has joined us. So
thank you.
Thank you very much for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Goodwin. Mrs. Ziegler.
I could have told you that. She said, you go next.
Okay. So thank you again for being here. One of the questions I'll be asking are more around the leadership styles and qualities, and if you can give us any examples in specific, that's always great. But can you describe your leadership style and the methods you have found to be most effective in supervision, building rapport with staff, and establishing a culture for your team, or in this case, for the district?
Sure. So I've done this in different capacities. Obviously, I've done this my favorite was as a principal. I must say that that's the best job I've ever had, is being a school site principal, and I loved it. But a lot of it is very similar, right? Just different teams, different sizes of teams. So I would say, if I would go back into my ed leadership, journals, I would say probably a distributive leadership style is what I have, and that's not to be confused with a delegatory kind of leadership skill or leadership approach. My team, I build very competent teams. If you ask my boss, the superintendent of schools in Miami, and if you ask him what is her greatest asset, I believe, and we haven't had this conversation, but I can probably bet my bottom dollar that he would say she creates and manages exceptional teams. Like that's my lane. I look for folks that complement one another, that are not afraid to take risks, folks that can handle, not from me necessarily, but from one another, pushback and challenging your thinking. I need people to challenge my thinking on my team as well. I welcome that. That took a while with my latest team, and we did we do retreats every summer. I'm the only cabinet member that has retreats where we go back, we look at the strategic plan, we look at the metrics that we set out for ourselves, we do our own professional development, we set our vision academically for the school year. So I think that I like to grow people and groom people, and I can tell you right now, sitting here right now, that there are at least 3 direct reports that can walk right into my position tomorrow, or today rather, because they're in it right now, and be better than I am, more effective than I am, and I think that's demonstrative of my leadership style.
And as a thank you for that. As a follow-up, particularly because Miami-Dade is the 4th largest school district, is that right, in the country?
Yes.
So when you think of central office and then the trickle down, yes. And since you were a principal, I mean, can you talk to how is that leadership? Because there's quite a bit of a line there, and making sure that goes all the way down throughout the district.
Thank you for that question. You asked to try to be specific, so I'll give you a little example. We had our accreditation visit. All these years are going to blend in my head. So maybe 2 years ago, Advanced Ed, now Cognia, came and did our accreditation. It's the largest accreditation they do, I think, in the world. And when they gave us our feedback, when we sat with the superintendent and the cabinet and board members and listened to the results of the accreditation visit, the one thing that stuck with me was the chairman that led the project says to me, "You guys are huge and you feel so small." And I thought that was the greatest compliment. And when I asked him, I said, "Can you elaborate? Like, what does that mean? What do you mean by that?" And he said, when I visited schools, and they visited I want to say 800 classrooms, it's crazy, over the course of 3 days. I managed that as well. They saw very consistent systems, very consistent initiatives, the way that teachers and support personnel and principals and parents and students, because they had focus groups in all of the different areas, they were all kind of singing the same tune, right? And so I think that that's a testament to the work of that trickle down, right? Another anecdote that I do all the time is I have kind of like a kitchen cabinet of advisors, folks that I kind of grew up with in my career, or that I brought through the ranks that were teachers that are now principals and assistant principals and district leaders. And so I'll call them, right when we were doing, I haven't said this publicly, but I will admit it, when we were about to publish our instructional continuity plan, I had 4 different principals and assistant principals that were texting me because I was sending them drafts. And I'm like, "Take a look at this. Are we crazy? What would this look like?" And so they're giving us feedback, and just staying connected to that in a very large urban school district is really hard. Mm-hmm. And the last thing I'll say about that, and I'm so happy I remembered because I would be so upset at myself, is the student voice as well. So making sure that students are part of the feedback that we need to do our work adequately, that we're not just like, this is the best thing for kids, but we're not asking kids or involving kids.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the detail. What is your greatest professional disappointment, and what did you learn from it?
My greatest professional disappointment, and what did I learn from it? It's not a disappointment as much as a regret. Can it be a regret?
Absolutely.
I'll do a regret. So I was in a pipeline program, and I feel like I've been groomed by Miami-Dade ever since I was a teacher. Like I had a principal that said, you need to go get your master's degree and you need to go into ed leadership, and then he gave me leadership roles at the school, and I kind of just have mirrored that for others in my career. And I did that, and then I was in an administrator, principal preparedness program for the district, preparing me for principalship as well. And I was an assistant principal for 10 years. I felt probably in year 5 that I was like ready. Like, what are y'all waiting for? I'm ready, I can do this. I was excited. I had 2 children already, 6 and 8. And I had waited 10 years for a promotion. I was promoted, I was in a doctoral program, so the district had actually selected me to participate in a doctoral program that they paid for. We still do that now. And there was a cohort of us in the program, and I was thrilled to be back in school because school is my happy place. So I was taking classes, I finished all my coursework, I took my comps, and then I became pregnant at a mature age. And I was also, my supervisor thought that it was the most opportune time to make me finally a principal. So I walked into a new school building at 36 weeks pregnant, something like that. I gave birth on FCAT day. I'll never forget it as long as I live. And then I had to finish my dissertation. And so one of the biggest regrets that I have is that I decided at that point in time that I'd ultimately go back, but it was best for not only the baby that I was having, but also the 800 babies that I was inheriting at my first principalship. And so I kind of have that regret that I haven't done that and I haven't gone back.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
How do you, so there's 2 ways I can go. How am I on time?
Okay.
I'm going to go to, walk me through your communication style and what role do you believe communication has on being an effective leader?
So I truly believe that communication is probably the most important competency that a leader would have in a multitude of roles, but particularly in a superintendent role. I think that I don't think lots of folks would argue with me if I said that I work for one of the most, I've been in a master class of communications for 11 years. And I've had a front row seat to that. And I've learned so much about conveying a message, about what you say and how you say it and when you say it is your brand. You're not only your own personal brand, but it's also the brand of the organization or the school district that you work for. I've learned initially begrudgingly, 10 years ago, a decade ago, begrudgingly. I didn't think it was a great idea, and I regret that. That's another regret. But my boss taught me very early on, before most of us had caught on, that social media was a really good way of communicating to the masses. And I was very hesitant back then, and he's proven me wrong. We use social media quite a bit, not only to push messaging out, but also to get information in. So we'll have, and I think it's particularly important now during a quarantine or during a pandemic, to utilize social media to get that information. I know you all are doing surveys from your parents for reopening. I would want to have town hall meetings, but if you can't have them in person, have them through Twitter. Have a Twitter town hall, have focus groups, use technology really as your kind of your driver for that. So I think communications is super important, and I think not only being able to formulate a message, but to really be consistent, and then your actions are demonstrative of those same messages that you're putting out, that you're walking the talk.
Very good. And I got one more. Am I done? I should have my stopwatch going on.
Go ahead.
I wanted to, just because I'd asked this of everyone, and I referenced COVID-19 and what the future looks like and how those decisions, but ultimately in any leadership position, but particularly a superintendent, there's a myriad of challenging obstacles that'll be before you where there does not seem to be any clear path. And certainly, just talk me through what that process would look like. You can use COVID-19 as an example. I know there's lots of people who are particularly, concerned or thinking about that, but you can use something else, another challenging situation that just shows what your process is.
So I'll share with you my process, and it's pretty applicable across different, you're right, it's applicable across different scenarios. So for us, one of the things we like to do is we like to do a lot of prototyping. We also like to do a lot of simulations and modeling to see staging different scenarios. So even when school closures were kind of like on the horizon and everybody's, walking around the central office going, the sky is falling, what are we gonna do? Like, are we gonna close schools? Are we really gonna close schools? Like, when we were having those conversations, our team was in a huddle, and we were just kind of running through different scenarios. So we would prepare for, in this case, we would prepare for a short-term closure of schools. We would prepare, which we did, that was called the Instructional Continuity Plan. At the time, we didn't call it 1.0, but it was 1.0. Then that was supposed to be a short, maybe 2 weeks. And then it became very evident quite quickly that it was gonna be maybe the whole semester. So iterating from that, what are lessons learned here, where are weaknesses, where are our vulnerabilities, and then developing Instructional Continuity Plan 2.0. That's why I referenced 2 LOUs, because they were kind of 2 different sets of working conditions. And so logistics, I love logistics. I love logistics. I don't know why, I just do. So the logistics of staging all of our equipment. So I kind of am a really logical thinker. I use, in my head, I'm running decision trees all the time. That's just the way I think. Our reopening plan, one of the slides is a logic model. I literally wrote it on a board and it became, one of our slides. But so scenarios. So in this case, what percent of I know you're surveying parents, 20% of the parents are saying they want to keep their child at home, at least now, right? Maybe that'll change, those conditions are changing. So do we have a plan to continue to get a feel for our parents for moving forward? Because it's not going to be static, right? If we don't have, a certain percent of parents choosing to go virtual, and we have let's say we have 80% of the kids returning to the schoolhouse, can we keep the students 6 feet apart? And where can we and where can't we? What schools can we, what schools can't we? So modeling and setting up these scenarios, I think is just my natural tendency, so that we're ready and we can pull the trigger once any one of those scenarios manifests itself.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Contingencies.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Goodwin. Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to have you here. I'm going to ask a series of questions about instructional excellence. And the first one is, what experience do you have developing programs designed to increase the academic achievement levels of at-risk students?
Okay. Where do I start? Let's see. So my first teaching assignment, unbeknownst to me, was to teach they called it the SARP program, which was the Students at Risk program. So these were students that back then they would probably be called potential dropouts. So that group of students became very near and dear to my heart. And we actually got to a point where we were competing with the traditional kids in the school, academically, extracurricularly, and really kind of building relationships between those 2 sets of students. In addition to that, I was made principal. When I was appointed principal, I was appointed to a school that had been a D. It had not met any of the provisions of No Child Left Behind. It was very low performing. It was, I forget now, but maybe 83% free and reduced lunch, very poor. It was in the neighborhood that I had grown up in, so it was nice to be back in that neighborhood and serving those students. And more than the majority of the students were English language learners, so lots of challenges there. And through many of the things that I've shared with you today, whether it's developing the right team, looking for efficiencies, capitalizing on Title I dollars, using logistics and logic models, but kind of through all of that, we were able to move the school pretty quickly into first a B, and then it earned 3 consecutive A's. When we got to the A, we didn't care about the A. We wanted more points, right? More points on the A. So we did that. Every year, we got a higher level or higher points on the grading scale. And the greatest achievement at the end was the fact that we met 100% of No Child Left Behind. Nobody was doing that. Like, there was no schools with those demographics that was doing that. And it got to the attention of the Commissioner of Education at the time, Mr. Eric Smith. And they came to visit. It was towards the end of the year. We had already done our closing of school faculty meetings, so teachers were starting to take their bulletin boards down, kind of finishing up the year. And I said, you all have to put everything back up. This gentleman is here to see your work. Like, you need to show off. This is your time to shine. And so they did. And he told me that he was on a tour to kind of learn lessons learned, so that they could then take those lessons across other schools. It's an elementary school across the state. The next day I was offered a job in school turnaround. So it was very hard to kind of leave the school that I loved, the school that was my family. I felt very at home there. It was my happy place. But I did because I knew that in this other capacity, I was going to be able to affect students in 3 counties. So South Florida was my region. I had a team that was doing turnaround. And when we finished, I mean, I was there for a year. And in 1 year, I want to say that we had 73% of the schools improve a letter grade by 1. We had like 30 to 40% of the schools improve their letter grade by 2. And we had 2, these are all DNF schools, and we had 2 F schools that became an A in 1 year. So I would subscribe to you that I think I know that body of work really, really well. And I could write a book about what those chapters and what that body of work looks like in the theory of action. I'd love to share it with you when we have a little bit more time, but I love that work.
What role can a superintendent play in improving the graduation rate for the district? Please provide examples of strategies that you've used to improve graduation rates.
Sure. Well, our graduation rate, as I mentioned, is at an all-time high. It's at 89%. And I'll tell you some of the strategies that we've employed. The first is always alignment to standards, right? So we want to make sure that our textbooks, that all the materials, that the professional development, all the resources that we're providing teachers are perfectly aligned to the standards, because that's what the students, number one, that's what the state of Florida wants and has as an expectation for our students to be proficient in. And number two, that's tied to their diploma. They're going to take assessments that are tied to the standards. So alignment to standards, it's very cliche, but I can go into great detail about how do you align all of those things to standards. But that's your number one lever. Aligning resources where there's greatest need, as I mentioned to Mr. Robinson, is another, for us, very important strategy in making sure that we improve our graduation rate. We also have in Miami-Dade, this is a part of our brand now. We have a process we call Datacom. You may have heard of it. You can Google it. Lots of districts across the country, actually, and some from other parts of the world, have come to observe Datacom in progress. And what Datacom is, it's not unique to us. We kind of stole it, like, good teachers kind of steal good ideas from one another. And we took it from New York, from Rudy Giuliani, when he was doing CompStat, when he was looking at metrics around crime and criminality in the city and trying to bring those crime statistics down. This is not related to violence or crime, obviously. This is related to student achievement. So what we've done is we've developed a pretty nuanced and very sophisticated process where all of our principals in all of our schools that are lowest performing, the lowest 25% of our schools, we tier all of our schools in Miami-Dade. And that tiering also leads to the different allocation of extra resources that they receive. So if you're a tier 3 school, you're among the most fragile schools, and you'll get support from the district office, whether it's instructional support, supervisors, coaches that are coming into the classroom to support the teachers, extra materials, etc. And so those principals are brought in. I just got an invite for one in August. We have 3 to 4 of these Datacom sessions every year. And what we do is we have pretty powerful Power BI dashboards that are tracking metrics in all of those schools. So when we say, I love to say, that data is our superpower in Miami-Dade, and data is our superpower. I actually visited your data folks maybe an hour ago. And what we're able to do is really have with a very clinical eye, down to the student level, from the central office and the group of schools to the school, to the classroom, to the student level, really look at what are the gaps that are occurring. And then we mitigate towards those gaps. We have interventions, we have programming, we do coaching, we have all kinds of support in the classroom, and then we progress monitor. So we use iReady. I think you all use iReady as well to progress monitor our kinder through 8th grade students. And we have district developed interim assessments that happen pretty routinely, it's not like a high stakes test, it's just part of the teacher's assessment tools, and we track how each school is doing relative to the district average. And so we shift. It's very tactical. That's why I say I love logistics, because if we see a school is at or above that district average, then we may shift our resources to a school that's all of a sudden trending in a different manner, and we can do that pretty quickly. So that's one of the things. And then the last thing I'll say, and there's so much in that question, we have really worked really hard we have a graduation tool that we developed where we train school site administrators on tracking all of the graduation requirements in their cohort of students, so that no child is like an afterthought, like, oh, if only he had taken the ACT or the SAT in that administration, if only we had enrolled him in a test prep, if you will, for ACT, or if only we would have paid for the tests because he didn't have the money. So we try to avoid all of those if-onlys by planning. We have, through philanthropy, a partnership with one of our biggest developers in the city. And one of the things that they were doing now was how we were going to develop a boot camp for students strictly for the SAT, working with the College Board and working with the Khan Academy. And so we were bringing Khan to those kids and having them kind of work their way through the modules, but specific to their needs. And those are the kind of strategies that have helped graduation, as well as inclusion for ESC students in their graduation as well.
What do you believe are the essential components of effective professional development, and how do you provide time for teachers to engage in such learning?
So PD, so for professional development, a couple of things. I can attack this in different ways. We, as I mentioned before, we're pretty good about maximizing grant opportunities. And so all of our grants have a very robust professional development component to it. But we're running that PD. So academics, my office is the one running all of that PD. We also leverage our Title II grant to maximize our professional development, and we have a lot of dollars in there for teacher stipends, so teachers can have time to develop themselves. I've looked a little bit I've actually asked some of your staff members what the beginning of school looks like here. I understand you have 5 days. We don't have 5 days. I'm very jealous. We have less days. But one of the things that we do, which has become very popular, is something called Synergy. And so Synergy, which has become a brand unto itself, is a very large convening of every school has a leadership team of 5 that they bring to Synergy. And we basically roll out what are the big non-negotiables or the focus of instruction that year. And so we'll develop the leadership staff so that they can then turnkey that development at their school sites and make it their own. And most of them do make it their own. For one of the couple of key that I can think of off the top of my head, like different foci over the years, one has been mental health. Another one has been organizational culture, the culture of a school. This year, definitely it's going to be distance learning and kind of supporting them on that. So and they develop their school improvement plans during this process as well. So it's kind of the onboarding of the year. It's very important, back to Ms. Ziegler's question on communication, because that's a huge nod to like what is important to us this year, right? And so highlighting that and kind of leading that work is part of Synergy. But it's really one of my favorite things in terms of my portfolio is the professional development.
I can tell. When students return in the fall of 2020, if we do, what would your recommendations be for helping both students and staff address and reverse the COVID-19 slide?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Typically, folks would think that I would immediately go to the academics, which is my nature. I would immediately go directly to where are the gaps, how do we fill them? Where are the gaps, how do we fill them? But I feel, because it's happened to all of us, it didn't just happen to the kids, right? I feel, and to our teachers, I feel that we have a lot of work to do in connecting as humans to one another. And part of to your professional development question, a lot of the professional development that we're currently developing is on selecting those essential standards, right? And kind of, I hate to use the word whittling down, but focusing more, having a more narrow curriculum and looking at those standards that are absolutely essential and doubling down on those standards and and helping teachers, how to plan for that. How do you plan for that? What are those standards? What does that look like in a classroom? But before, and I think I said this in a video, and I actually want for the record to say that I said this in a video, and a week later, I read it in something you all put out. And I was like, it was not the inverse. And it's Maslow always comes before Bloom, always. And I think I read it in your reopening plan, maybe? I read it somewhere recently. And I'm like, darn, they're gonna think that I ripped that off the reopening, but I didn't, because Maslow does come before Bloom. And so teachers are gonna come and they're gonna be fierce about filling that gap. I am fierce about filling that gap. I've done webinars and conferences online telling people across the country the widening of the achievement gap that we're gonna have, and it terrifies me. But it can't terrify me to the point where I'm paralyzed and strictly focusing on that, because I think that kids need to come to school and feel safe. The teachers need to come to school and feel safe. They need to start building relationships, and then the rest will follow.
I'm so glad you said that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
My area is board staff, pardon me, and community relations. I think I should do that too.
Cheers.
What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or have negative experiences with education? How would you support your staff to successfully and respectfully reach out to such families?
Great question. So I'll go back to when I was a principal, and then I'll take it up to the central office. As a principal, I actually used my Title I dollars for a lot of this, for a lot of the parental engagement piece. I hired a community involvement specialist that would actually go out to homes of students that were not attending, that were truant from school, and try to build that bridge. Additionally, I wanted to make sure that our families felt welcome. And it's really tricky. Post-Parkland, it was tricky, and now it's even trickier in this situation to have warm, welcoming schoolhouses amidst a pandemic. But I think parents need to feel welcome. And we do that in a myriad of ways. You do that by making sure that the folks in the central office, in the front office of the school, speak multiple languages if that community services students that speak different languages. You do that by having parents and community members alike, business folks as well, have access to you as a leader, whether you're a principal or an assistant principal or the CEO. Making sure that folks feel that they can reach you and that you're responsive, because sometimes there's a difference between having access to you and actually being responsive. I think that's vitally important. I think communications plays a big part of this, whether it's an email. We are very proud of the fact that we have very high expectations of ourselves, even in this time of great volume and distraction, of making sure that everyone gets a phone call returned, making sure everyone gets an email returned. That's just in part of the culture of the organization that I'm in. Sometimes it seems daunting when you have 300,000 students, 350,000 students, but it can get done if you have systems in place to do that. Whether it could be someone coming to you, to a board member, a constituent that has a concern. I'd be interested in knowing what are the systems in Sarasota for the chair, the vice chair, or any one of the board members to kind of tee up to the administration, hey, I have this issue going on in one of my schools. What are the systems for that? And if there aren't any, let's talk about building some so that we can keep record. I'm big on data, so we can actually keep a record of maybe this is a problem, because it's not the first time we hear it. We've heard it now a dozen times, or we've heard it now 20 times. And I like to look at that as well. In the central office, I have the largest portfolio in the districts. I have a lot of very broad responsibilities. And then on top of that, I feel like I serve as a thought partner to the superintendent on a myriad of issues that have nothing to do with my bureau. But I fought tooth and nail to have the Parent Academy report to me. So I wasn't trying to take things off my plate, which if you saw the volume of work that we do, you would think, okay, that's fine, that's fair. I actually wanted it, and he said, you're gonna take this on? I said, please give it to me. Please just give it to me, because I felt that there was room for improvement. And we have 3 people in that office, and I urge you to go to the parentacademymiami.org and look at the work that these folks are doing in terms of training parents, both virtually as well as face-to-face when we were in face-to-face, creating conversation openers for their families to have at home in multiple languages, whether it's on race, whether it's on coronavirus, whether it's on anxiety, mental health, drug addiction, e-cigarettes, you name it, on a myriad of topics. So we're trying to empower our parents and teach our parents to help us teach their children. And we've just gotten rave feedback from that, and that's something that I would want to continue to do in any capacity in any district that I would be working in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to go back to something about the magnet and the charter schools that I heard. My understanding from an article that I read was that there was an area in Miami-Dade that needed a school, and you didn't have the funds to build it, so you had hired somebody from the outside to build it, and then they bill you back for the services for lunch, transportation, professional development. So would you call that school, I believe you call that a charter school?
I would need to know what school you're referring. Oh, you're talking about probably the Doral, in the Doral. So we have a municipality. We have 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade. And we had a municipality that partnered with the district because it was booming. The population was booming. It's a developer, and has a lot of homes going up in that area. And so they wanted to build a school. And we, of course, wanted the school to be on Miami-Dade County Public Schools. So it is a very nice partnership in that they paid. We didn't pay a penny to build that school. It is our school. So it's our curriculum, our teachers, and it's a fantastic public-private partnership in our district, and we're really proud of them. The students are doing really well, and they just opened another campus.
Well, this school had something to do with they would purchase professional development from you.
That's possible.
And transportation, but if that was your school.
That's district managed. That's not the school that I'm referring to. I'm sorry. That is a district managed. That's one of the 6 examples that I gave Ms. Brown. So it's a charter. But they don't have the capacity, and I can't remember which one it is exactly, but they won't have the capacity to maybe do food service. So they'll pay us, and we'll do satellite service of food for them. They don't have the capacity maybe for transportation. So they'll pay us, and it's revenue coming into the school district that then is distributed throughout the entire school district. It doesn't go to the charter, and we're helping the charter with whatever facets of the work they're unable to execute.
Is that something you promote?
Actually, it was something that it was an idea that the superintendent had he has lots of ideas. I hear you chuckling. He has lots of ideas. I wish you could have seen us when we were in the boardroom, in the conference room, and he came up with that idea. We were very hesitant. We didn't think that, we just didn't even understand it. We couldn't wrap our heads around it. We now know a lot of districts that are doing district managed charters, but we thought it was just so foreign. He thought that it would be a way of increasing revenue to the district and even enticing kids back into the traditional school, seeing the services that we're providing. So we did it. It went to the board. It was something that the board wanted to do, and so we executed. But it's not something that, it's not one of like our product rollouts. Like we're looking to open new ones. It's really only being responsive if there is a charter that is interested in that. It's not something we market and seek on our own.
How many charter schools do you have?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't oversee the charter schools, so I don't want to lie to you, but quite a bit. Quite a bit.
I know you have quite a few, but I don't remember the number.
I don't remember.
And one other thing I'd like to ask you, and that is...
Many more than you, several times over, and many for profit.
You talk about Miami-Dade being an A school, and you were talking about it being an A school when you have, and no F schools. But at that time, you had an I school that became an F school. Mm-hmm. And that F school became an F school before you submitted your letter, but yet your letter says that you had no F schools. So I'd like to know what happened there.
Sure. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly the timing. I have to check. But I will tell you a little what I'm able to tell you publicly about that school. That school is under investigation. It has been under investigation for several years. It has a very small N count, so there's very few students in that school, so any kind of deviation can have a huge impact in the school. And the state is currently looking at whether or not that school will remain an I because of that. I mean, it's a very tiny little group of fourth grade students from 2 years ago, and they can't come to a conclusion in their investigation. But that sits outside of my office. But that school is part of our portfolio of schools, obviously, and it was an I, and I knew it was an I. Like there was no question that it was an I because we had been in conversations with the Commissioner of Education. My superintendent had been in conversations with the Commissioner of Education.
But it was an F school when you were saying you had no F schools.
No, it might be on the website. I don't know where you're seeing the F.
April 6th.
But it's gone back and forth. So I think the state, if I recall correctly, and I'd have to look at the timeline, the state had given it an I. It had been an I. Then the state changed it to an F automatically because a school cannot be an I 2 years running. So it's programmatically, they don't want to have a school have 3 I's. You can't do that in the state of Florida. So programmatically, the school was reverted into an F. And then Mr. Carvalho has spoken to the Commissioner of Ed, and they're still going on with the investigation. So the Commissioner of Ed, or the FDOE actually, switched it back in their website back to an I. So the school hasn't changed. Nothing has changed in the school. It's just that they now are looking at, because of the elimination of the state assessment this year, that they might just be able to keep it as an I, which is what it is, because there's no conclusion to this investigation, as opposed to triggering it to a default F because there was no state assessment this year.
Well, there was something that I read that on April 6th it was marked as an F. Mm-hmm. On May 29th, you stated you had no F schools.
You might be looking at my resume, maybe. I'm not sure what you're looking at, but I mean that we didn't have any F schools, and I still submit to you that we don't have any F schools in Miami-Dade. Yeah.
Okay.
But if it ends up being an F, I will certainly be the first one to say.
No, it was just curious to me because it's all over that we have no F schools, and this came up to me that it was an F school.
Yeah.
So
I've been in that school, and I can tell you that I've been to many schools, and that school is not an F school. It's a situation that's unfortunate. It's being investigated, and it has such a little tiny N count that it's kind of very difficult for the Department of Ed to kind of make a final decision.
Could you describe a time when you have had to choose between driving a plan forward or pausing to listen and learn?
Yes, I can.
What did you do?
I'll tell you what I did. So I mentioned earlier that we have annual retreats. My bureau has annual retreats. And we look at data. That's one of the first things we do is really take a deep dive in our data. And over the course of the years, this was probably my third retreat maybe, where we kept seeing the data for middle school proficiency in English language arts and in mathematics continue to kind of go down. In addition to that, enrollment was going down. So none of the metrics were like where we wanted them to be. The school culture surveys were down. So student satisfaction with the schools were down as a general group of middle schools. And so we said, we need to do something about this. And we did. We started developing a plan. And my team is very they'll develop a plan, they'll set up a list of objectives, action steps to be taken, timelines, person responsible, and let's get it done. We're the get it done team, right? That's what we want to do. And so we started looking at literature, looking at research, kind of diving deeper into the data, and we thought we had the answers, and I just wanted to get it done. I kept telling the board, we're doing middle school redesign. And you can look a lot of this work up. Middle school redesign is like a thing in Miami-Dade. We're doing middle school redesign. We're going to redesign our middle schools. Our kids are going to be happy. Our enrollment is going to go up. Our families are not going to be opting to K-8s because we had a lot of migration from from middle schools to K-8. All of these things are going to happen. And we started I don't want to say going in circles, but we didn't have forward movement, right? And so coincidentally, I had gone to the Stanford School of Design Thinking, coincidentally, and I had just learned the principles of design thinking. And design thinking, if you don't know what it is essentially solving for a problem, it's really about an experience. So how are you designing for a particular experience? This is what you want it to look like. And how do you plan for that? And so what it involved is something that I wasn't very comfortable with, which was frequently going back to the table. So reiterating. So one of the principles of design thinking is build a prototype, gather information, gain empathy for the people or the folks that are in that context, the students, the teachers, the families, get a lot of information, gain empathy, understand what the issue is at hand, and then design for improvement. So prototype what your improvements would be, and it was such a beautiful experience. We had student focus groups, we had kids that, I'll show you one day maybe videos of kids telling us how they feel when they come to school, what they think their teachers think of them, what they would love to see at the school if they had a magic wand, just really, and we had them in a closed room with a camera and open-ended questions, and we just filmed them like Big Brother. And when we showed that to teachers and leaders and to the cabinet, people were crying, like, we got to do something about this. And so what it involves is doing different iterations of those prototypes and seeing the results. We've actually, so for me, it was like, oh, it's taking too long. Like, I don't want to go back to the drawing board. I wanted just to kind of go through it. And what ended up coming out of it was something very beautiful that had student voice, that had teacher voice, that had buy-in from everyone. It took us 2 years. We found a grant. The Title IV grant pays for most of this. We've been able to add a plethora of electives to the school day. We've been able to open the school library up early in the morning, late in the afternoon for kids that don't have computer access. We've been able to add transportation, busing, so that kids can participate in sports. They couldn't participate in sports because they had to get on the school bus and go home. The things that we learned from that experience, it wasn't as fast as I would have wanted it to be, but I'm so very glad that we took a pause and we kind of reset ourselves and used design thinking.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now you have 5 minutes to summarize, but also before that, is there any additional information that you would like to share with the board? And do you have any questions for the board members?
I think I'll have time tomorrow. I know it's been a very long day for all of you, and I think tomorrow we'll have, she chuckles, I think tomorrow we'll have time to have one-on-one, and I'm really looking forward to the one-on-one conversations. I just want to reiterate again that it feels so right. I know that doesn't sound very scientific, and but it just does. I feel very welcome here, And that whole notion of what they said to us, you're a very large district, but you feel small. You're in my, by my perspective, through my lens, you're small and you feel small. You're just, I love the fact that, and I think I wrote this in a letter, maybe in a video, that you all refer to staff by first names, that you know who they are. That's just like so novel to me. That you know the principals at your schools, that you have those relationships. And I'm sure that I know that you don't all always get along, and that's fine. We don't all have to always get along. I do believe that everyone here is in it for the right reasons, and that's the children of Sarasota County. And I think we need to double down on those things that we agree on, right? And just really focus on those things and do the best we can for kids. But other than, I do have a written statement. I'll probably refer to it because I'll kick myself if I forget to say something, which sometimes happens. But I just really honestly want to thank you for your hospitality. Everyone has been great. Even some of your foundations have sent packages, you know, like little welcome bags and letters, just very, very welcoming, and you should be very proud of the culture that you've established in your community, really. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to have these important conversations about how together we can achieve great things and emerge from this global health crisis stronger, better, and re-energized to serve the children and families of Sarasota County. The months ahead may appear daunting, but together, working alongside our district employees and all of our stakeholders, we can show the Sunshine State what a resilient, determined, and student-centered district is able to accomplish. As a lifelong educator, I have the experience, the expertise, and the outcomes to lead Sarasota County Public Schools and engage students, families, teachers, school administrators, and staff, district staff, and the community at large to ensure that all students, whether they live in Venice or Northport or Sarasota or Longboat Key, are all getting the highest level of education, quality education that they deserve. Upon being selected as your superintendent, I will hit the ground running. My days will be very long, and my evenings will certainly be very occupied. I will share with you my 100-day plan, which will consist of visiting every school within the first 3 weeks. I think I can do it in 2, but I don't want to overcommit. I'd rather undercommit and overdeliver. And beginning the process of engaging all stakeholders in the development of a strategic plan that will lay out milestones, which we will collaboratively accomplish through transparency and accountability. We will hold ourselves accountable to that. We will enable our teachers to continue to work in safe, supportive, and professional environments that are conducive to students receiving a world-class education and supportive of the whole child. You asked me if there was something that I had forgotten or wanted to add, and I do want to add that reading a lot of articles and getting to know your district during a little bit of research that I was able to do on my the side while I was doing my job. One of the things that resonated with me was the supports that we are providing children in Sarasota, like the whole child, the focus on the whole child. Mm-hmm. I come from a district that we do the same, but because we have such great challenges, oftentimes we have a very laser focus around academics singularly, because we're just trying to improve proficiency and learning gain. You all are doing an exceptional job around the whole child, whether it's your MTSS, your PBIS, the support teams that you have in the school sites. I think that, and the arts, I think shows that you're looking at that entire little being and not just up here. When the schoolhouse door opens in August, our children will be returning different than when they left us. Many will return with widening learning gaps. They might be scared. They may have lost some of their self-discipline. They will need us. They'll need us to reassure them, to comfort them, to support them, and to believe in them. And so will our staffs. Our schools must be their happy place. But let me make something very, very clear. I don't have all the answers. I'm not coming to you with a set of preconceived solutions, but I can assure you that I will be steadfast in my commitment to Sarasota County, and I will be relentless in my work ethic, and I will listen. I will listen to you. I will listen to our stakeholders. I will learn, and I will lead. I opened my conversation earlier today talking a little bit about my mother. My mother taught me to be unwavering in all that I set out to do, to face adversity head on, to not cower when faced with extraordinary circumstances or challenges. As a mother, I hope to pass that lesson on to my 2 daughters, and as a woman leader, I hope to inspire little girls throughout Sarasota to do the same. I look forward to serving the children and families of Sarasota County as we plan not to return to the new normal, but to the new possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
All right.
Thank you.
That concludes our meeting for today.
You are correct, Dr. Kingsley. You are correct.